Alright. We good? We ready? We in session? Okay. It's a bit of a long endgame, but we are now officially in the endgame. Okay. Move that, let me do this. Alright. This is the low of the ultimate despair. Hello? Alright. What are y'all talking about? No, I don't wanna know.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment.
There is no endgame, Spacey. Are you sure about that?
If you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, well, I'll leave the rest up to you.
So this is a confusing thing. How the fuck do you decide who the killer is?
First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
It's Kyoko. There's no other explanation.
But Kyoko's standing right there.
No, that's a ghost!
God. I love... I don't think we ever really see Kyoko's just face-forward idle pose very often.
But she has legs and stuff.
Well, that's just because... she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology!
There's a limit to how much ridiculousness I can tolerate.
How did you make it to the end, Hero?
So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right? Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead body.
Her traits?
One important trait Kyoko has that proves the body doesn't belong to here is the gloves.
I got it! I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
And would you happen to know the answer?
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
What about me being a victim? What?
Oh, you know, now that I think about it, the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
They probably just got burnt up in the explosion. I'm not convinced. The ghost is just trying to fool us all.
There's no way that corpse was Kyoko. But if I can't prove why, we're gonna be stuck here and the case won't move forward. So I don't have any choice but to... Really? Alright, that's so stupid, but okay. Oh, you mean Hero being the first guy? I see. Can we just vote for Hero?
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion?
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
That's wrong, you idiot!
No, that's wrong! No, there's no way the corpse was wearing gloves. Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been a pretty big pain.
Yeah.
Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right? It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails, don't you think?
Jeez, man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
Hello?
If anyone doesn't know women, it's you.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to
Well,
the size of my
Kyoko,
hands to
are
make
you
sure
dead?
they don't interfere with my daily life. If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to Kyoko.
Which should have been obvious since she's standing right here.
Okay, so then.
Byakuya sounds so fucking tired of him.
That out.
Holy
That's the first
shit.
thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
This man's about to break. Before anything, we have to identify the victim. Everything starts from there. God, all the dead faces, or all the, like, funeral portraits just fuck with me at this point.
Kyoko really is still alive. Then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Well, if we can't identify the body...
Fenrir!
No, it's wrong. There was one clue left behind that we can use to identify the body.
What? For real? If you're lying, you'll die a cruel and unusual death.
Hello?
Cruel and unusual death. This I gotta see.
She's just being stupid. Ignore them, Makoto. Tell us what you're talking about.
The key to figuring out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh, yeah. The design's pretty strange, huh? Is this a dog? Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Seriously? They really did something that humiliating?
No, that's not it. The identity of the victim is hidden within that tattoo.
Fucking
Oh, really?
If you compare the tattoo to the other information we have, the victim's identity should become clear.
I got it! The Fenrir mercenary.
It's like the
Corps.
last thing I
That's the name of
expected
the
her to
military
say.
group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Okay, so...
That is not the raid message, no.
To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Fenrir?
The image that represents Fenrir is... Oh, come on. I guess they wouldn't know. Yeah, that makes sense. Funny you've got to do Hangman's Gambit for this. And on normal difficulty, they give you 2 letters anyway, so it's
Now
wolf.
I understand.
That's funny.
The representation
Why even make
of
me
Fenrir
Hangman's
is
Gambit for that?
A wolf.
Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology. A huge, world-ending wolf beast. He's the child of the trickster god Loki, and a female giant.
She would know all that, wouldn't she?
Man, after all this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
A wolf tattoo. Then that means...
No, man, you actually do shoot things? Oh, yeah.
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo
It's Phoenix
of a wolf,
Wright crossed with an FPS.
which means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir. So it must have been Mukuro.
What?
Hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
That's why it's called Trigger Happy Havoc.
You sound surprised, but you're absolutely right.
I think they just dropped the Trigger Happy Havoc for the sequels.
Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve
Are you
the
covering them
murder
up?
of
Ayo?
Mukuro Ikusaba.
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a cool-ass trial?
No, it means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind at all.
But I mean, being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking of her as the ultimate despair in the first place.
She's Ultimate Soldier.
After all, looking at her
I'll see all
profile,
my
I didn't see
condolences.
anything that would fit such a description. All it said was that she was the ultimate soldier.
Need to show you something? Oh, okay.
If I remember correctly, that other information came from Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
Damn.
And who was she? Who was Mukuro Ikusaba?
Mukuro Ikusaba.
She's been gone this whole time? And when she finally turns up, she gets killed.
Uncover the tits for the end game.
Usually when
That's the
there's a
goal.
scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
So you're saying she wasn't an important character? Which would mean she was the same as us, just another participant.
Then who's the real mastermind?
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
My information was not wrong.
Okay. We're in the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost.
So aggressive.
Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as possible.
Fine. Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this. No matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name on it.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation.
Yeah?
Now then, just so nobody's confused, let me state this one more time for the record. The reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place. Hammer that point straight into your big old brains!
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
The F in sex?
One of us killed
Oh,
Mukuro?
hun, no.
Wait, no! There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been hiding all along!
Nope. There are only
We can't just keep
16
adding
students
students.
in total that have been taking part in these events.
Seriously? Then one of us killed Mukuro?
Who did it? Who's the killer this time?
Get a hold of yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible suspects.
Huh?
I'm sure you realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
Yeah. Me and Kyoko.
I got it! You've narrowed it down to
Oh, we got to meet Bryce
Kyoko
Papa.
and
Oh,
me,
nice.
right?
Why do you say that?
Allow me to explain. Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm that at that point, there was no dead body there.
This is actually my first time playing with the English voices.
So, the murder must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
The gym?
That's right. The four of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma.
Oh, chapter 4 onward, it's just nothing but hype, and it just keeps going up.
The whole time, we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. All of which is to say, the four of us all have alibis. The only ones without alibis
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow down the list of suspects.
Exactly so.
So the only suspects now are me and Kyoko. Damn it, I can't let this stand. Somehow I have to clear my name.
I have something I'd like to say regarding the whole alibi thing.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
Well, before that, I just want to try and get a better idea of what time the murder took place. Doing that might reveal some kind of clue.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at, well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was between then and when we found the body? Oh, but what time did we find the body?
The one who saw the body first was Toko, right? And she went to go get the pickaxe.
So what time was the body discovered? 9.
I got it! The body must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
What time is it, Toko? When we left the gym, it was just before 9 o'clock, so it's probably 9 on the dot now. Go get the pickaxe and be back here by 9:01.
He's right. It had to be around then.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock.
No, I hate to say it, but once, like, the cast starts thinning out in these games, I feel like the cases get a lot more interesting and more intense, you know?
But I'm sure
more
I met up with
focused.
everyone else before 9 this morning.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right? Oh yeah, right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Oh, Case 4 made me cry when I first played it a long time ago.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
The murder happened between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m., and I don't have an alibi from 10 p.m. till 7:30 a.m. It looks like the game has begun. If I can't provide an alibi for that period, then I just have to prove the murder didn't happen during the time I don't have an alibi. To do that, I have to make it clear when the body ended up in the garden. It almost doesn't seem real, right? There's always this really good feeling of endgame
We've established
with
the time
with
frame for the
Danganropa.
murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night.
That's wrong.
No, it's wrong.
Nope. Nope. Nuh-uh.
Actually, the murder couldn't have happened anywhere near 10 o'clock. It
That was
had to
a
have taken
fast
place
one.
way
That one's
later.
like right at the start.
And what makes you say that?
Because of the sprinklers in the garden.
Yeah, you big dummy.
The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Oh, hold on. I remember this part perfectly. The body was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
Sorry, Toko. That's incorrect,
I'm
dummy.
wrong? How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet? How dare you spew such indecent words?
What?
No, I'm saying that the body was wet, but
His
not because of the
face.
sprinklers.
What do you mean by denying the sprinkler? Are you trying to deny my entire existence?
Man, you're totally wacko.
If you really think it wasn't the sprinkler, you'd better tell us why!
I need to prove that it wasn't the sprinklers that got the body wet. All I have to do is hit Toko with certain evidence, and that should do it. Actually, I think this is the first time Toko's gotten pissed in court. Like, genuinely, I think this is the only time she's done it.
I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! You don't know anything! Hold on! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! You don't know anything! Hold on! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! How can you say it wasn't the sprinkler?
That's
This
why.
should prove it.
Rhythm game? Yeah, there's a rhythm game in this too. Whenever that happens, it's basically because somebody
Just
gets pissed and
remember
they
what
just
the body
won't
was
stop
like
talking,
after
so
the
you
explosion.
start
And you'll
yelling
see
and
why it
arguing with
wasn't
them.
the
That's the idea.
sprinklers.
There's actually a different version of that later, which I like a bit more, where it's like two swords fighting each other.
The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry.
It's all just like
The
metaphors
sprinklers
for
got the body
arguments.
wet. Shouldn't the whole body have been wet?
The best way to understand this is everything that you're seeing with Makoto, that's in his head. That's how his brain is doing the logic. That's the idea.
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely dry? What a brutal maniac! I'm so sick of her.
Yeah, there's not actually words flying around. That's just how Makoto thinks. That's how he, like, separates words by, like, literally reading them out in his head.
Let's just move on. The reason only the top half was wet was because... while the body was still on fire, I doused it with water. But only the part on fire, the top half.
Oh, then I guess the sprinklers really didn't help.
Just for gameplay's sake, actually the anime makes it a little bit, as much as I don't like the anime does a really cool idea of showing, like, how Makoto thinks. And we get to see it, like, pop up in his visual and his, like, eyes widen when he realizes, like, what he's supposed to point out. It's hard to explain, but it is in his head.
So if the sprinklers didn't get the body wet, then the murder must
Also,
have
Hazel.
taken place sometime after the sprinklers turned on at 7:30 in the morning.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the anime either. They rush through everything.
In which case, the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
Well, Godspeed, Zon. I hope your properly situating goes well. Kyoko's the only one without an alibi. Which would mean that Mukuro's killer is... No, I refuse to believe it. Kyoko murdered someone that's...
I'd just like to say one thing. If you vote for me, and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen.
Oh boy. Huh?
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us.
A trap?
We're this far into the game and now you decide to blame me? Stop wasting time! Stop wasting energy! You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Shut up, you!
You got it, boss! Shutting up now!
Hello?
Anyway, Kyoko, you actually did have
It did the
reason to kill
callback from, like, chapter 2. Alright.
Huh? She did?
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything. So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this. Isn't that right, Kyoko? But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all. And as a result, we were forced into another trial. Something I'm sure you weren't at all expecting.
So if you didn't know, a lot of the rooms that you're in are actually themed to the trial. Like the last one, the reason why it was Egyptian themed was because it's supposed to represent a pharaoh's tomb, because Sakura buried herself in a closed room and that was her tomb, not to be discovered kind of thing. And in this one, it's colors that are just all over the fucking place and confusing because, as they say, this case is batshit insane. It doesn't feel like there's really a killer, and it's confusing.
So, that
It's a
was
trap.
her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then, I think it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
I'm not the only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
Huh?
The sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did.
Because right now it's Kirigiri versus Makoto.
What are you...
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
Interesting. I'm listening.
All it would take is covering the body with a certain something to keep it from getting wet.
Certain something of the scene that was used to cover the body.
I got it! You're talking about the tarp, aren't you?
You catch on quick. You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water. In fact, that's exactly what the killer did. The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that. Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water. The side that faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean. This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
But why would they go to all that effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
Most likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place.
Oh, do you have time to remove it?
In other words, to create an excuse exactly like the one Makoto just gave us.
Why would Kyoko say that? Why would she want to make me look like the killer? I can't think about that right now. That tarp. If it was used the way Kyoko said, the tarp must have touched the body, right? But the body...
Wait, something's not right.
And what might that be?
Can't worry about Kyoko's motivations. If I don't do something, everyone's gonna think I'm the killer. I'd refuse what Kyoko said. The tarp was folded, so the inside could have been wet, yes, with the outside layer being dry.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
That's not right!
No, that's wrong. Actually,
One of the rare
one side
times
being clean
Makoto is
pretty
part of a
strange if you
non-stop
think about
argument. I think that's the only time so far?
Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right? Byakuya said it himself. Not to touch it, or you might get some on you.
In a non-stop argument, I think that is the very first time Makoto's talked.
If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Which makes sense, because Makoto is on the back pedal right now because he's being accused, so...
Well, maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Oh, yeah, true.
What about the first trial? He clears himself pretty quick in the first trial, if you remember right.
More than that, what if the very
And there was a
blood we
lot
saw
of
on the
people
body
arguing.
was meant as a kind of camouflage?
Huh? The blood was camouflage.
What if, after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, they then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim?
You suck.
You mean someone else's blood? Where would they get something like that?
I know! They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office. That's what Hifumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
No, that's not what happened this time. The killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
We got blood from right there in the garden, right? Which must mean... I'm so sorry, chickens.
I got it!
Yeah, the
Could it
fifth
have
chicken.
been Chicken blood?
What? Chicken blood?
When I checked
That's
the
why
chicken
one of
coop
them's
before
missing.
The murder, there were 5 chickens. But after the murder, there were only 4.
So, you're saying someone killed a chicken and then covered the body with its blood?
This is literally comparing notes but aggressive. Yes.
Man, that's messed up.
Killing a living thing just to do something like that is awful. They should have at least eaten it.
I wonder if the killer had to get the blood from the scene so they wouldn't be spotted.
Please don't let her
walking
have the
around.
raw chicken like she mentioned earlier. Do not give Aoi the raw chicken.
Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right? But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body. But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
I have to agree, that certainly is
I love how
strange.
almost everybody is just on their A game in this case.
Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene.
It's just constant back and
Maybe
forth.
they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body,
Except Hero.
was
Yeah,
it
we don't talk
wearing
about
the
Hero.
coat like you normally would?
I think so. Wait, no. The head was through the neck hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
They had a lot of practice. Oh yeah.
Then that settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping up. What settles what?
Here's what happened. The murder took place before the sprinklers went off, but the body didn't get wet. Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp,
The body didn't wet because the killer covered it with the tarp.
They pulled the coat over the body, the coat they'd already covered in blood. This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
He caught it.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
The persona model? Hey, thank you. I appreciate it.
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Huh?
We like to do a lot of horror here. I'm just kind of obsessed with Danganropa at the moment. It kind of counts as horror, I think.
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body.
If I'll say the body's been dead for several days. The other wounds are several days old, but that's not the killing point.
They'd be done in no time.
Maybe, but still.
Hina, after you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, did you two stay together from that point on?
She is the ultimate soldier, yeah.
Oh no. I headed off to the gym, and Makoto didn't show up till later.
Fair enough, Jinx. Welcome on in.
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
That's not...
Oh, man.
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
I must admit, Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
And the suspicion falls back on me again. Oh, man. Ugh. What about yins and zebra cakes? That is also true. Why is Kyoko trying to entrap me? I don't understand.
Well then, it looks like we're back to square one. Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again, our suspects are him and Kyoko.
For serious, man? Which one of them did it? Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50
The file mentioned the head
odds.
being struck? Yes.
Oh!
Doesn't mean anything too much right now.
See? Pretty good idea, right?
No, not that. I just remembered something super serious.
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
You know that knife we found all black and burnt?
One we found stuck in the body before it exploded, right?
Makoto's knife.
According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back. So, what about it?
Hey, Jinx Arcane fan, thank you for following as well. Hope you enjoy your time with us. Does Toko still exist?
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
she's still
I've
here.
seen that knife somewhere before. That's what I thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
Listen, more important. Now that we have the knife, what are we gonna do with it? Yeah, we can't let Toko keep it. Yeah, they all give it to Makoto. Why don't you hang on to it, Makoto? Me?
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
There she is. She just hasn't been chiming in recently.
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
Yeah,
Then why did you hide that fact?
it's not that I hid it. It's just...
I couldn't be sure of what actually happened last night. I thought maybe I really did kill her.
Suspicious! Very suspicious indeed. The knife we found stuck in the body came from Makoto. Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000% convinced.
Hot? I grew up on an island. It's very hot there. Considering everything up till now, I should be able to make it clear. I have to prove that I didn't murder anyone. I'm not the killer. Shiro, shut up, you. He's trying. Okay, he's not doing well, but he's trying.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Get out of here! That's wrong!
Wait, hold on. The stab wound isn't what killed Mukuro.
You should stop trying.
That should be clear from the description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her.
You want to?
No, don't you remember? The killer covered the dead body with the tarp and then put the bloody coat on it, right? In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine. So what?
So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body. Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
Oh, hero. The victim was stabbed twice in the same spot? No, that's no way that's possible. The exact condition of the body was written down for everyone to see in the file.
I got it! The Monokuma file clearly states that there was only one stab wound.
Hello, Zaz. Welcome.
Oh yeah, it sure did. Totally forgot about that.
Then the knife...
Man.
Was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer.
You 5?
They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her. Exploding the body afterward was probably meant to do the same thing. The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her. It was all the killer's attempt to destroy all evidence of their crime.
So they wanted
you're
us
fine,
to
Sammy.
notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward. They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Is Sam more aggressive in English? I feel like he sounds a little softer, actually.
Oh, hey, I have a question. It kind of goes back to the beginning, but... what's the deal with that explosion anyway?
Toko getting flung
Why'd the body
back.
just blow up all of a sudden like
I
that?
love how I was like, oh, you survived! And then Byakuya just cuts him going like, oh, you survived.
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
Well, if you're so smart, just tell me.
I'll tell you. I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic level spontaneous combustion.
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe
Her
that.
hair gets so angry at him so often.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make any headway on this.
The only one explanation I can think of for the explosion is the fragments from the bomb.
I got it! After the explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body,
How is
right?
Hiro still alive? We really don't know.
That fragment reveals the cause of the explosion.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
That's only natural, because of course, we saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma. It's part of a bomb.
Hiro almost died during the Celeste case, so I
Then the
mean,
explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
he was almost accused,
Anyway,
I mean.
The culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute. They wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto. And the only one who would benefit from that is the only other possible suspect. You, Kyoko.
Kyoko.
Hold on a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
That's true. It's definitely bugging
What's
me.
fucked up about this is they have to solve whatever this is,
Fine.
but like,
I have no problem with that. Let
what
us
point is there
continue the debate.
murdering anyone at this point, you know?
It won't change the facts of the case regardless.
But they still have to solve it. We need to determine what ultimately killed the victim. I need to concentrate. Seeing as I just read the file,
Then, shall we continue the debate?
we need to
The
absorb.
victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Not the explosion.
Yes.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right?
Not the knife.
And then there's only one other thing.
The blow.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it.
Wow, you were actually useful.
She was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined.
It is now determined.
No, it's wrong. Mukuro died because of the blow to the back of the head she suffered.
What about the wounds all over the rest of her body?
Hair
They
shape?
didn't have anything to do with
Good
it?
taste.
The Monokuma file makes it clear that those weren't fresh wounds.
Oh yeah, good point. If they were old, I guess they don't really matter.
Okay, then we're safe in assuming.
That's how you know we're near the end of the game. Hero's useful.
But then, what was the murder weapon?
The Monokuma file says she was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal pipe.
Oh, I bet it was the pickaxe.
How is that even possible? If you hit someone with that, it'd cave their skull in completely.
Well, maybe they held it the other way and
How is that
hit
even
her with the handle.
possible?
No way! The balance would be all off. You wouldn't be able to swing it with any kind of power. I wouldn't mind testing it on you if you want.
No thanks. I bet you just hit me with the metal end and call it an accident.
I'd love to scoop out that nasty brain of yours, throw it on the ground and spit on it.
I feel the same way. Looks like we're on the same page this time.
Seriously?
What's wrong with you two?
We want to figure out what killed her, right? It just so happens we already know.
We already know? I knew we could count on you, Master.
So what was it?
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto. Surely you've deduced the real murder weapon?
The real murder weapon, something thick as a rod and heavy, a titanium arrow.
I got it! Mukuro was hit in the back of the head with something, and that's what killed her. And that something was the titanium arrow we found in the locker in the
You
dojo.
don't really have to shoot it, you can just swing it.
Arrow. That's what the culprit attacked Mukuro with?
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Are you sure? That sounds kind of weird.
Hey! How dare you backtalk, Master? You have no right!
I'm not back-talking anything. I'm just saying what I think.
Or if you're everything up, but you should tell them a sense that someone who refuses to admit they're clueless. I don't blame Hina for doubting it, because that's one more thing about that weapon. One more secret. They're thick enough, though, and I think swung downwards with enough force, you could probably do a killing blow to the back of somebody's head. But we did find something else in that
Titanium
locker.
arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound
You're
convinced.
thick, don't tell
What's the
anybody.
problem?
Well, because in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be...
It's not too thin.
No, that's wrong. You're right. Just the one arrow would have been too weak. That's why the killer used another weapon.
Another weapon?
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled-up wad of duct tape. The killer probably uses duct tape
What's
to bind
stronger than
multiple arrows
one arrow
together.
being swung? Many arrows
Bundling
being
them together
swung.
using the duct tape would easily create a single weapon as thick as a pipe. And that's exactly what the killer did.
I guess.
Similar to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks. One stick is weak, but put them together and they become strong. It's meant to teach cooperation.
Damn, that's harsh.
How is it harsh? Are you even listening?
Anyway, that explains the
I
murder
love when
weapon.
she actually locks in during the end and brings up like different stories and stuff.
As for who the culprit is that stashed the weapon in the dojo locker, it was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
Oh no, you absolutely have.
How can you say that with such confidence?
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto?
We do.
What's the matter? Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer. You know what will happen if you do, don't you? If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to. The death of us all, remember?
Of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
I have evidence? Evidence that Kyoko went to the dojo. It must be connected to the dojo locker. Just checking.
I got it! The one thing that proves Kyoko was in the dojo is right here. The key to the dojo locker.
And how does that prove anything?
He has her on the ropes.
Because I found it in your room.
It was in my room?
Don't bother trying to play dumb. That key is just the final piece of the puzzle. Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, your attempts to frame Makoto for the crime. This all proves that you are the true culprit. You can't explain this away, so just give up.
Hold on a second.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending her, aren't you?
No, it's not that I want to defend her. It's just there's one more thing I need to ask her. Kyoko, I want you to tell me something. Last night, you were in my room, weren't why? What were you doing there? That's what I need to know.
I was just protecting you.
What?
She was protecting me. Then does that mean she knew I was being attacked. And she came to my rescue. Could that be when... Would you mean that Kyoko... She killed someone for me?
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait, I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
I knew you were stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
Really? But you should know better than anyone I didn't do it. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I should know.
Nani? Yako should know better than anyone. What does that mean?
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said.
Tell him,
I'm
Makoto.
not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Kyoko gave her room key to Byakuya, right? Which would mean...
Those words you just spoke.
Exactly. I'm not the killer. You should understand.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you aren't the...
That's wrong!
No, that's wrong. If I'm right, Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get into her room.
Huh? Why not?
Because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
He demanded to have that key.
I see. So that's what you meant. And if I had the key to your room...
Then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key
This
in
music
there
is incredibly
myself.
hard. The music gets better as the series goes on.
Am I wrong?
It would appear not.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
No, that's not actually true. There was a clear contradiction in what Kyoko just told us, an obvious lie. But this just isn't like her. To try and save herself with such a desperate lie. Does she really feel that threatened? Because she's the killer? Or is it something else? Was there some deeper meaning hidden in what Kyoko said earlier? If I tell you the mystery's lost forever, which is why I can't let that happen. This is a trap the Mastermind has laid for us. The Mastermind's trap. The Mastermind is trying to trap Kyoko? But what if that's not really true? What can I do? What should I do? What should I? The Mastermind's trap. The victim was Mukuro, and Kyoko killed her. What does Kyoko really know? What am I supposed to do? Kyoko's lied. Am I planning on playing the others? Yes! I'm the only one who can expose it. But who can I trust? What am I supposed to do? The Mastermind's trap. If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward. We know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. Am I wrong? What do I do? I have to decide right here and now whether or not to expose Kyoko's lie.
There was a lie hidden within Kyoko's statement just now.
A lie?
Isn't that right, Kyoko?
You said it. The burden of proof is on you. So let's hear it. Where's this lie, then?
Kyoko's definitely lying, and it must be because there's some other deeper truth she wants to keep hidden.
I didn't have...
Kyoko's account. Use a secret tool which grants access to any room in the school to sneak into the second floor of the dorms. This area seems to have no monitors or security cameras.
Because I'd given it to Byakuya. There's no doubt about that, right?
You are correct.
So I couldn't possibly have gotten into my room.
That's not true.
No, that's wrong. No, Kyoko could have gotten into her room. You said so yourself, didn't you, Kyoko?
Actually, to be precise, not quite. I use Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in the school. Nani?
Monokuma's secret tool?
Kyoko stole it from the headmaster's room. It lets you get into any room in the school, which means she could have used it to get into her own room.
Then I guess that's it.
You're giving up just like that? You admit to killing...
No, I'm simply recognizing that I lost.
What are you talking about?
Like I said, this was a trap, and I wasn't able to escape it. So I lost. That's all this means.
Then, are you saying you really didn't... Kyoko, you really aren't the killer?
Okay, time's up! Huh? I'm sorry to say, but your time is up! All done, all finished! The class trial is all over!
But that's ridiculous! Since when is there any...
It's because you were late, so the trial started late and time ran out! So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you!
Man.
But I guess we already know who the blackened is, don't we?
Good job, you got it right. Brilliantly right. We got it right? Does that mean Kyoko really is the killer, but something strange is going on here. There's something wrong with this whole class trial. Kyoko!
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment. Let's give it everything
if you can't tell by now, this is one of the endings for never restoring your trust in Kyoko, or the player never trusting Kyoko near the end. Get back, it came at a good time? Oh yeah. Like it was one of the most willing to punish an innocent, it's a trap. She got too close. He wants her dead. What a fucking horrifying way to die. That's how the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba came to an end. First, you go for the bad ending first? Well, yeah, of course, so you end on a happy note. Doesn't go for the bad ending first. I still had to wonder whether Kyoko was actually innocent or... Regardless, the truth was lost forever. Even for me. I just stopped thinking about it. That was the end of Mukuro's class trial. And in the end, it would prove to be our last class trial. Once the case was over, there was never a single murder at Hope's Peak ever again. We had obtained peace in exchange for the lives of all of the others. Peace, but only inside the school. Peace, but only for us. That was the only hope we had. Yeah, they all got stuck there and they all had kids. And if you're wondering why Toko is dead over there on the left, if you look at the hair on the kid in the bottom right, it's because he had a child with Aoi, so Toko offed herself. Hope. 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 This is hope.
This isn't right!
That's why you get that ending first. Huh?
Makoto, why are you staring off into space? Don't you have a rebuttal for Kyoko's claim?
Her claim. Oh, that's right, I have to... Do I expose Kyoko's lie or not? I genuinely didn't remember if it wrapped background. I remember that it did, but I couldn't... It's been so long. Yeah, it just sends you right back. I've made my decision. I have to believe in Kyoko. There's no way she would kill someone. Yeah, no, that whole sequence is just Makoto freaking the fuck out. There has to be some secret here. Something that's to do with the mastermind trap that Kyoko mentioned. Running away doesn't do anything.
Well, does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact? I see. So you still refuse to accept it.
The game is very fun, but it is very linear.
I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room. That it was someone else.
But who else could it have been?
I mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of course, I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
There's only one other possibility I can think of. Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene, pretended to find it there.
I will say the funniest thing about that whole bad ending is seeing Byakuya smiling and holding the dead Toko portrait. Finally, he is at peace.
It had to be Makoto, right?
I don't
It's
see any
fucked
other
up,
option.
but it never doesn't get a laugh out of me.
Wait a second. You've got it all wrong. Let's think about it one more time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Huh? A hidden side?
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you? Mukuro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead. And then we're thrown into a trial.
Let's go beat up the bear.
And Kyoko even said, it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this...
Okay, time's up!
Okay, you see how much you miss Rai by not playing the game?
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
What? Time's up?
What do you mean time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we...
It's because you were late, so we had to push back the start time. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you!
Even funnier when you realize this is the shortest trial in the game.
Voting time?
It's either shortest or like second shortest. Alright. Time to add to the trauma? Hell yeah. Give me my coins. Oh, grazie.
Now, who will be
Clear the
chosen as
class
the
trial without
bracket?
taking damage.
Will you make the
Ayy.
right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Hey, hold on!
That's a rare Makoto sprite.
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna
That's
be?
a really rare one. That's the only time you see that. Man. That fucking sucks. That super sucks. What? You think I'm the killer? Sorry, man.
Sorry.
Sorry, man. I'm so sorry. It's all your fault. Everyone, you're wrong. You've got it all wrong. I didn't do it.
Yes, indeed.
Byakuya did not look happy for voting for Makoto. Good job.
Yep.
They got it right. No, I know that's not true. None of this makes any sense. This whole trial doesn't make any sense.
Hey!
It makes perfect sense.
Shing!
It's the same as always, just like all the other class trials, and I'm gonna end it the same way.
Thrills, chills, kills!
Wait, why do I... Man. Kyoko. That's such a terrible face, because, like, she knows what she did. She had
I
to.
don't expect you to forgive me. I know this is all my fault.
Kyoko.
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Especially after Makoto worked so fucking hard this whole time. And yes, they share the same elimination because it was just made to throw somebody in it. Actually, is the blackboard different from Makoto? Kyoko's was sex ed. Oh, I see. What's Makoto's? No, it's also... I swear to God, it was a guillotine first. Oh, hey. Hey, alter ego. Uploaded to the network. Oh, man. First time it's guillotine, second time it's sex ed. It's the same for both. Ah, okay. Oh. What's this? What's going on? What's that? Yeah, it had to be.
This
Alter ego. How did that drop not kill him? To be fair, he is a very durable bastard. He got punched by Mondo and went flying. Is this some stupid virus from that stupid guy? He must have planned it when he invaded my network. Damn it all to hell, I don't believe this.
It would seem...
Seems you finally made a miscalculation. He's also very lucky, that is true. That he is luck. You miscalculated from the very beginning.
What the heck?
What was that?
In other words...
What I'm saying is you shouldn't have underestimated us. Why are you talking like you've already won? I barely felt a thing. It was a pinch, an itch. The stupid virus is gone now, got it? And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get to smash him flat, but you're never gonna see him again. To waste away in a garbage-strewn pit in a way that's even better special punishment. Yes, somebody brought up earlier that Makoto gets the shit kicked out of him in this game. I want to say the only reason he alive's getting punched and thrown, close explosion, smashed in the back of the head, dropped into a pit is because he's lucky. And that's the only reason. I'm still gonna bring despair to the rest of you, bring despair to the entire world. Is he gone? What's the meaning of all this? Just what the hell is going on?
Calm down.
It's okay, we're not the ones being trapped this time. Huh?
In other words...
Now it's the mastermind that's ensnared.
What did you say?
So...
You'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed. The massive high school towers over all the other buildings in this bustling urban area. It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. Like Phoenix falls off a bridge, just gets a cold, flies into a pole, just simply sprains an ankle. Hope's Peak Academy. It brings in top students from every field imaginable. A government-funded school of privilege. They say if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. With hundreds of years of tradition, it sends the cream of the crop into the workforce every year. It was built to raise hope in the nation's future, which makes Hope Peak a pretty fitting name. There are 2 things you need to attend this school. 1, you have to already be attending high school. 2, you have to be the very best at what you do. No ordinary student could enroll here. The only way in is if you're scouted by the school itself. And standing there at the gate of the ultimate school filled with the ultimate students was me. What? Where am I? I woke up with my head resting on top of a hard wooden desk. My body felt heavy. It wouldn't be weird for me to zonk off in the middle of some boring class or whatever, but what was I doing asleep here just now? It wasn't any classroom I'd ever been in before. Oh, these are the remasters on Steam. I originally played the PSP and Vita versions. What the heck is going on? Ugh. Finally. I could finally feel my mind and body start to come back together again, and then there are remasters. Most likely, if you're playing Danganropa at all in this day and age, you're probably playing the remasters. Like I said, the original was on PSP, and you probably aren't playing that one. I could finally feel my mind and body start to come back together again. Are all 3 versions and the spin-off on Steam? Yes. I was awake. Or was this just another dream? A dream inside a hopeless nightmare. No, this isn't a dream. I could tell because the stench invading my nostrils was too powerful for a dream. What an awful smell. I was in a vast dark cavern with the barest hint of light seeping in. Hard to call it a spin-off though when it's the direct sequel to this game, but yeah, I digress, that's for later. This was some kind of underground garbage pit. A heck of a situation to find myself in. But that was just the beginning of my problems. Was I going to be stuck in there till I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. Not after what my good friends went through to save me. I remembered all too well what had happened. Alter Ego saved me, and used up the last little bit of his strength to do it. So I can't give up now. For myself and for my friend. Ah, you're good, Mikey-Pon. The only game that I would really call a spin-off is Danganronpa S, which is... It's a cool idea that you play like an RPG thing, but like, it's not even written by the original creator, so all the characters are out of character, and a lot of fans don't like that one. First off was to start looking for a way out of there. Right. This is a desk. It's probably the one that fell down here with me. That's a rocket and a tank. Better not think too much about what I'm seeing here. Man. You think you'll ever play Zero Escape games? I make it a bit of a tradition. Every now and then I like to stream Zero Time Dilemma so we can all point and laugh at it. As bad as that sounds. Zero Time Dilemma is so funny. It's a guilty pleasure. For the record, my favorite is VLR. Carlos! 6 billion people! Is that the third one? Yes. You see, my motives are simply complex. No matter how many times I pushed or pulled or kicked at it, it didn't budge. Isn't it just the minigame? It's that, but it's expanded. Go ahead, shoot me. Don't worry, I won't die. Throw a Kane in the fireplace. Getting out of here isn't going to be that easy. Well, if I'm not getting out of here anytime soon, I decide to look around for some food. Be nice to ZTD, it's a miracle it even exists. I am so mixed on ZTD. Do I like ZTD as a finale for Zero Escape? No, because where the fuck is Kyle? Among other things, but Do I like it out of as a comedy? It is one of the funniest goddamn things you will ever watch in your life. And it's basically a movie anyways. There's plenty of food here, but it's all rotten. But that was pointless too. Next I search for some water. How can I be sure which liquids I can drink and which ones are all around bad idea? Again, pointless. I feel like I'm blocked on all sides. Oh man. The V3 minigame was great, yeah. Just not Danganropa S. Oh. Hopes Peak Inverse Academy. Oh god. Because I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was... go to sleep. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. That was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left and not being able to eat or drink. The execution S leaves a ton to be desired. It's not even made by the original creators, it was just pumped out by Chunsoft. Like, he didn't even write it. I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed. All I did was sleep and sleep. It was like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. How does even sleep when you're that tired? However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign, not exactly. What the? The strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. As I watched, the pile of garbage jostled and formed an odd shape. Something fall down over there. Something fell from above. What could it have been? Ah. Did a giant piece of trash just fall down here? I carefully stretched my hand out toward whatever it was that had tumbled down here with me.
Just a second.
Where I was just off screen. Before she even emerged from the pile of garbage, I knew who it was. Yeah, no, it really didn't do anything with the V3 minigame. Not much. Kyoko!
Indeed.
Look like you're doing better than I expected. What are you doing here?
So...
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You got a bit of garbage in your hair. She gave her head a quick, sharp shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again.
Hey.
First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat it. We can talk once you're finished. Thank you. Oh, man. It's like really rushed, yep. So the new content's bad and not made by the OG writers. Honestly, usually when it comes to like sequels and stuff, if it's not made by the original creator, I usually just kind of... just kind of hand wave it away kind of thing. It's like Drakengard 2. I don't really like to even look at it that much. Within seconds, it was in my mouth and making its way toward my stomach. That really hit the spot. I've got all the energy I need to keep going. So you still haven't given up then? Dungeon Siege 3? Oh, that's another one. That's another one, yeah. Oh, I know, I was just talking to Zahn for a moment. Like he said, of course not. After all the fact I can keep going forward about all that I'm good at.
Hmm?
Oh, it's not such a bad thing to be good at. Oh, God, why did you remind me of Dungeon Siege 3? Oh, Jesus Christ. I bought that day one. I hate that game. I really do. That was one of the biggest damn disappointments in my life.
So...
Awful, awful game. Atone.
You...
During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So you knew that I knew.
Indeed.
Even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. I abandoned you. Don't say that. You didn't abandon me. Yeah, I'm actually a very, very big Dungeon Siege fan. I grew up on those games on PC, and I adore both the first and the second one. Even though I'm a little on the second one, limiting your party members to difficulty, you can really only unlock those. But anyways, I digress. The third game... Okay, Imagine Dungeon Siege 1, where you have like 8 party members from people that you recruit over your journey, and it's really cool and it's really exciting. It's all about micromanaging, leveling them up, and grinding them up to evolve in different ways, using different spells and filling certain niches in your party that you need. It's really fun. You can get a pack mule if you want, or pets. And then the second game, you can have like a party of 6 with pets, and they all have your main cast. They all have like powers and unique interactions while walking around and talking and stuff. Then you go to the third game, you get 2. You get 4, and only 2 can be active at any given time unless you're playing online multiplayer. And your second party member does jack shit. And it's an action game instead of a game where you're sitting there leveling up characters and micromanaging their stats and abilities and what they do. No, they all automatically sit in a niche. You can't really customize them, and it's just a roll to dodge and hit game. It fucking sucks. I hate Dungeon Siege 3. That is one of the worst sequels I've ever played in my life. I can't think of a single goddamn redeeming thing about that game. I've got nothing good to say about it. It's also shorter than the other 2 as well, so it's just... Ew. Ew. It's just like a twin-stick little dodgy action game instead of like a... fun, RPG with, role-playing and, meeting characters, inviting them into your party and stuff. It's just fucking boring, man. The title of Dungeon Siege in it? Yeah, you barely siege any dungeons, by the way. You don't even really go into many dungeons. Play Dungeon Siege 1 and 2, they're good games. And I always get that damn song somehow that goes dun 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 ya dun 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 bum 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 dun dun from the first game. Hey, Scott. Thank you for the 40-month resub. I appreciate it. It's a neat fox. Oh, I really appreciate it. I cannot get the first game to not crash on me? Yeah, you might look up some compatibility stuff. It's kind of an old game. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but... there was a reason I had to survive no matter the cost. Why'd you have to survive?
It's true.
I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive...
In other words...
is so that I can do what I came to this school to do. Oh, Caspian Lynx for the 30-month resub. Grazie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nani? I made up my mind to come to Hopespeak Academy for one very important reason. So you have some reason for coming to Hopespeak.
Indeed.
That's right. At least I did once. Until recently, I'd forgotten what it was. You forgot, but that's... I had no memory of what my purpose was. No memory? That's impossible. Amnesia? Then is it really true you lost your memory?
Makoto.
Do you remember Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived at the school? The first thing? You're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted and then I woke up. I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect.
It would seem...
Turning back on it now, at that point my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school, and couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Are you saying you think you lost your memory because...
Indeed.
I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind that stole my memory. But why would they want to do that? There's only one reason I could come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability. Somehow they would interfere with the mastermind's plan. The mastermind just stole them from you?
However...
And it could also mean... somehow my memories may be connected to the mystery of the school and the mastermind. Which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
Why is that?
If I did that and we all worked as one, the mastermind wouldn't have noticed right away. Plus, there's always the chance that the mastermind is actually one of us. Nani?
Correct.
Well, don't make too much of a big deal out of it. It's just a possibility. Yasuhiro. But since it is a possibility, you can't ignore it. The mastermind, one of us. Oh, yeah, exactly, Fear. You get it. If she believed that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would look into her missing memory by herself.
However,
that being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me. The hero hate is strong. I did all of these. And this motherfucker said he was going to sell my organs. But why me? Because among everyone, you were least likely to be the mastermind. That was just the intuition, but I see. Your intuition was right, though. There's been no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind.
I understand.
Understand?
I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
It's just like the dream I had before, but why did that just happen?
listen.
Are you okay? Oh yeah, it's nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey,
Even now I still trust you, you know? It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
correct.
I know I never asked for your help right away, so I understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. I think that's just her personality. You said you had a reason for doing all that investigating on your own. So how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So,
I think there's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose and my ability. You mentioned your ability. My ability, what everyone should have known me for. I am the ultimate detective, surprising nobody. I know it's a reveal, but like, I mean, what the fuck else could you have been? The ultimate detective.
correct.
And the reason I came to Hope's Peak Academy? Someone I had to find here in this school. Who?
So,
Well, it was the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. The headmaster? Why'd you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. Nunny.
in other words,
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak. Applause for the most obvious answer. Kyoko's dad is Hope's Peak headmaster. I am the ultimate backflipper. When Alter Ego told us how he thought the headmaster was involved, I'll find a way.
Huh?
That's why they took away her memory, because they didn't want her to be at full detective power right out the gate.
no matter what?
So she was kind of just lying in wait while she started relearning everything that she knew. That was her idea. Her execution? That's why that was her punishment? I don't know, it's Makoto's too, so...
So,
What's going on? My memory hadn't come back at that point, but when he said that, I felt strange. I guess technically that is her punishment. Not really Makoto's, but I guess. Is her being educated. It makes perfect sense now. Of course, it's my whole purpose for coming here was to find him. It makes sense.
However,
But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear so there's no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said what I felt based on what I'd seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. What'd you see in there?
so,
The room had been ransacked, the shelves were a mess, the desk drawers jumped on the floor. The only conclusion that someone who didn't know where anything was had been in there. The mastermind, right?
it's true.
That was my assumption, yes, and to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I'd found. But why there? Because I also found this in the headmaster's room. Some kind of map?
Indeed.
It's a layout of the entirety of Hope's Peak Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room along with Mukuro's profile and that key. The map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time. And I figured the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. Oh, if that were true, that room would likely hold more clues, so I went to check.
Correct.
And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So you went there to go see if the headmaster really did have a private room there. When you finish this game, will you take a rest to go to the next one? Maybe not right away. We'll see how I'm feeling. We'll see how I'm doing. I might actually. I don't know, I'm having fun.
However...
But once I got there, I noticed the second floor of the dorms didn't have cameras or monitors. So what was it like? That part of the school, I mean. It's hard to describe. All I can say is... The moment I saw it, I realized whatever's going on in this school is more horrific than we imagined. What do you mean?
So...
I can't explain it. You need to see for yourself, and I'm sure you'll get your chance soon enough. Sounds like it must be important. And really ominous. How many coins do I have? Plenty.
However...
Of course, once I got to the second floor of the dorms, right, which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. It has to do with Mukuro Ikusaba, doesn't it?
However...
Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. All I know is it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means... Everyone but you and me had an alibi, so then who did kill her?
Anyway...
What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. Is there more gotcha to look forward to? Hey, Ralph! I swear to God, I'm gonna body you. Do it! Try! Bring it, twink! I feel bad. I love you, Ralph. Hey, thank you for the 60-month resub. I hope you're doing well. Good morning, good morning. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba was to get me killed. Get you killed? I bolt fuck you. Oh yeah? Prove it.
Indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared, and in retaliation, they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial. It was. The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school regulations?
That's right.
Exactly. With minimum restrictions, you're free to explore. Yeah. The mastermind is adamant about following the rules, and with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use the class trial to do it. The mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules? Makes it sound like the masterminds themselves are somehow bound to the rules. Step on ultra, let's just read the few minutes script on TV tropes and spend the rest of the life to do it. You know, you keep saying that, and that's just gonna make me want to play it anyways.
Hey.
There's one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mukuro. Every time somebody tells me not to do UDG, I'm gonna do UDG then. It wasn't part of the plan, but now it's slowly becoming part of it. There was a point where Mukuro might not have become the victim. It could have been you, Makoto. I could have become the victim?
Indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Do you mean... I'll see how badly UDG plays. It actually doesn't play bad at all, I will say that. During the night... I could hear them, you know. UDG... Okay, let's talk about UDG for a second, fuck it. UDG is not the worst game in the world. I have played the worst games. UDG is not that bad of a game. The thing about UDG is that it is very different from the visual novels prior, the 2-3 prior. The thing about that game, however, is that it likes to handle very, very dark topics, and while I feel like that it mostly does them well, there is one that they do pretty poorly. It's usually due to the series' leaning into dark humor. It jokes about something they really shouldn't have joked about. In Chapter 3, won't spoil, if you know it, you know it, we're not discussing it. But it is essentially a third-person shooter action game. I personally think it's fine gameplay-wise. I don't really think there's anything wrong with the actual gameplay itself. It is a direct sequel to Danganropa 1. It is not a spin-off. It does continue the plot and adds more detail. It's always Chapter 3. It's always Chapter 3. But do I think it's a bad game? No. Is it very, very dark? Yes, very much so. And one of the topics is handled pretty badly. Good in other parts, pretty badly in other parts. Overall, I think it's fine. In fact, I think it actually improves. One of the main characters is, One of the main characters is, spoiler, and they're done better there. It also has one of the worst uttered lines in all of fiction thanks to the localization, so that's fun. But, yeah, no, it's not the worst thing in the planet. I've actually played it, so I would know, but... It is an interesting point of discussion. The footsteps of the god of death. What? I can hear the god of death as he moves. The ability naturally draws me into cases just like this. The worst thing on the planet? The AI-riddled horror games I keep bumping into on itch.io.
Anyway...
Which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell. And I saw a white shadow cross the corridor. Ah, man. Ah. I gave chase right away. As I followed it, I saw the shadow go into your room. Plan on biting Deoxo later. I ran into your room and I saw what was happening. I interviewed immediately, of course. They're gonna say bad games like Ascension. Ascension's not a game, it's waterboarding.
However...
That wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to... Whoever the master assailant is, they ended up dead.
Correct.
And their murder was disguised, and the dojo key wound up in my room. It has to be the work of the mastermind in an attempt to use the class trial to eliminate me. So all this would mean the interview whoever killed Mukuro is also the mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's really bad if true. It means the mastermind can kill whoever they want if they feel like it. Wait, but that doesn't create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and kill you because they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
That is a contradiction. And it's not just Mukuro. They need the class trial to kill me, but it seemed ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. So, what does it all mean?
In other words...
It means the mastermind's the one who's been cornered. Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more. A little more, and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair. The other ultimate despair? There's no doubt that Mukuro was the ultimate despair and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person. It's not.
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever caused the event. You're talking about...
That's right.
What happened a year ago, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy, whoever's responsible for that. They're the ultimate despair.
It would seem...
That despicable group whose only purpose to motivation comes from despair. Then they're...
Indeed.
Make no mistake. They're the root of all the evil that has forced us to get through this. That is the ultimate despair. And that is our real enemy. Alright, finale. Finale! The weird chapter. Still 6. Da 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 da. That's fucked up. For reasons that will be explained later. Alright. The ultimate despair. The group of people who caused the tragedy 1 year ago. Those same people put together this killing game and began broadcasting it around the world. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. But right now...
Anyway...
We have to get out of this horrible place. Figuring out the rest of the story can come after. Yeah, you're right. Alright. Fun times. Oof. Fun times, cracking my arm, cracking my neck. Ugh. Does feel good though. It's locked, bud. we have a way to open this door. You still have that one thing? Secret tool they got from the headmaster's room?
Indeed.
Of course I do. An absolutely vital part of ensnaring the mastermind, I would never part with it. The ultimate despair on the ass? Yeah, this is about right. It can open any door in the school, right?
That's right.
Then we should be able to use it on that door, right?
It's true.
Took out the key of the Monokuma design and slid in the keyhole. And then... it opened.
Indeed.
And now we can get out of here. We quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. Finally. We were finally free. But there wasn't even time to take a breath of relief. Because the real fight had just begun. Ultimate pain, ultimate suffering, ultimate despair, ultimate execution, ultimate death. After leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in a tunnel extending straight up like a chimney. There was a metal ladder leading up into the tunnel. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. I'd hope I'm not the ultimate despair. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it ended. We climbed into darkness. The passage was so dark and cramped, I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea we were so far down.
Hey.
Don't lose your footing. If you slip, we'll be able to catch you. Yeah, I'll be careful. Now you said that, I'm getting kinda nervous. Maybe talking will help keep my mind off it. Kyokyo, I wanted to ask you. You said the ultimate detective, right? So how long have you been doing detective work? How long?
So...
Ever since I can remember. I came from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. Then... is you famous?
Wrong.
Is your family famous? Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us. How come? It's like your family tradition, right?
Right.
Because we take pride in it. Pride?
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. That's how we uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things, and to do that we have to stand separate from the rest of society. That's why we made a conscious effort to conceal our existence. Conscious effort?
It's true.
It's kind of old-fashioned, and I can't say it's entirely rational. But it's our family creed, and we do what we must to protect it. Because, like I said, it's our source of pride. Pride. So, that explains... Before I came here, when I was looking at info about the school online, I never saw anything about her. Because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family.
However...
I gave up some of that pride. Huh? In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true kitty-gitty detective would never do. But the reason you gave up that pride, the reason you would go so far to enter Hope's Peak, is because that's how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that.
What?
Reconnect? No, not reconnect! I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father. Huh? But you'd be reuniting all those years, right? You've had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's nothing I want to talk to my father about.
However...
Yeah, exactly, Zod. There's something I want to say to him, though. Danny. No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him face to face. What is it?
So...
I want to sever all ties with him. Sever? The last time I saw him, I was still very young, so I don't remember myself, but apparently he was extremely intelligent. He was in line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented, he had a promising future.
However...
But he had no interest in detective work. So he cut himself off from the family. Not long after that, my mother died and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather and they had a huge argument. And young as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him.
Right.
If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank you for leaving me. Thank him for leaving me. Because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family name. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I'd gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression. So I couldn't tell. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that, what she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that compared to her usual self, she was more talkative and more emotional. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. That's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true.
However...
But there's one thing I can never forgive. Really.
So...
The way everyone else looked at me. I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good thing.
However...
But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They only saw me as the little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me even to this day. His shadow has been following me since my entire life. I'm sick of it. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow. That's some snake eater ladder? Oh yeah.
Correct.
That's why I have to find him and tell him we're no longer family. In order to settle the past. In order to remove him from my life forever. I have no doubt he forgot about me years ago. But your family, to just cut him out like that.
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood, nothing more. Are we connected by heart and soul? No.
Hey.
Is blood really enough to call someone family? Only connected by blood, not by heart or soul. I was so shocked to hear her say something like that, I didn't know how to respond. So instead, I said nothing. I just kept climbing the ladder in complete silence. And after I don't know how long, we finally reached the top. Looks like this is it.
Indeed.
On the other side of the door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us. We're back.
That's right.
Remember the hatch on the ground near the trash room? I'm fairly certain that's where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so it should be open without much trouble. I reached my right hand up and pushed against the hatch. The hatch opened with ease, and so... good hatch. Looks like we're back. But I can't believe how long that ladder was. I'm exhausted. I can't exactly we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. Yeah, it's a long fucking ladder. Now we're back in Hope's Peak Academy. Kyoko, thank you. I never would have gone out of there without you. No thanks necessary. I was just returning the favor. Alright. Kyoko. What do we do? Glad I didn't die, of course, but if the mastermind finds out, I'm worried about you too. You helped me, so they might...
Listen.
You're worried? Yeah, of course.
So then...
But let's just get a concrete answer.
In other words...
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping. Oh, wait, that's...
However...
If we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we're found out. It's not like we can run anyway. As she said that, she pointed at the nearby surveillance camera. You're saying rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now? Don't worry, what you think is going to happen isn't. Because the mastermind is the one that's ensnared. The mastermind is ensnared? Oh, man. Ugh. You said something like that before. What does it mean?
So...
The mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Mukuro's death. There was a moment where the mastermind let their guard down. There was.
Right.
If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. And it'll be easy for us if we go to him directly before he tracks down. What, the ultimate listing? That's easy. Makoto, Lucky. Kiyotaka, Moral Compass. Byakuya, Affluent Progeny. Mondo, Biker Gang Leader. Leon Kawada, Baseball Star. Hifumi Yamada, Fanfic Creator. Yasuhiro Hagakure, Clairvoyance. Sayaka Mizuno, Pop Sensation. Kyoko Kirigiri, Detective, which has now just been updated. Aoi Asahina, Swimming Pro. Toko Fukawa, Writing Prodigy, and Murderous Fiend. Sakura Ogami, Martial Artist. Celeste, Gambler. Junko Enoshima, Fashionista. Chihiro Fujisaki, programmer. Hey, Skull Black, thank you for following. Hope you enjoy your stay. Oops. I'm still a little super uneasy about this. Oh, man. Wait, huh? Un momento? Oh, there we go.
Indeed.
No, wait a second. I never asked. How you doing, Q? It's good to see you. Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Let's get going. Off to the gym. Bum-ba-dum, bum-ba-dum. How many coins we got? Right. Gotta love the Chapter 6 music. Coming homepage from work? Ah, gotcha. Hope your work's going well. Or I hope your work went well, I mean. I'm about the kitty. Nice. Ba-dum.
Well now.
Oh my. Kyoko, I don't mind so much, but Makoto's supposed to be dead. What's he doing here? That's exactly how I thought he'd react. Are we really gonna be okay? You were supposed to be punished. Did Kyoko help you?
What?
So what if I did? What will you do? If the guilty party is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule. So now I gotta punish you again, and this time I won't leave anything to chance. Kyoko!
Right.
Do whatever you feel you have to. Just to be safe, want to save again just in case. What? Crash? Yeah, sure, why not? Nani?
However...
But before you do, let me just say one thing.
No.
If you execute Makoto, that means you lose. Not that that matters to you, right? I lose?
Hey!
You explain yourself. What do you mean by that?
Because...
Well, you sent the latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you want an excuse to kill me.
In other words...
I was supposed to be chosen as the Blackened and then executed, right? What are you talking about?
However...
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crashing down. The results of the trial weren't at all what you were expecting. Says the children write in English. I feel that. Because you never imagined that in that position, one person would protect another like that.
Right.
And in response to that unexpected development,
Indeed.
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the Blackened and trying to execute him. You made the choice out of desperation. No, more than that. You must have realized that Makoto refused to be manipulated was a threat to you as well.
However...
But then there was another unexpected development waiting for you. An entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, in your precious execution machinery. Alter Ego. You never imagined the possibility of being that could come to our aid even after you've killed it.
Am I wrong?
Now here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Mukuro, you did.
Listen to me.
So executing Makoto for would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much. If the Blackened was exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right? And that means I lose? You talk a big game. You're saying the Blackened is me and not Makoto?
Well?
And you can prove this, right?
Well...
No, I can't. Don't just say it like that. What is this, a comedy routine? Make such bold claims without a shred of evidence.
That doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now, but with a little more time, I guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there's only ever one absolute truth. And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type?
Because...
Makoto really was the killer. He never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped by the despair you so love to inspire.
However...
But here we are confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts. The immediate Conan references. We're still going strong? Oh yeah.
What the heck?
Finale. That's supposed to be enough to convince me in the absence of evidence?
Indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to convince.
Hey.
If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased. I like that she looks at the screen during that too. Huh?
Indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. It would assume you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey,
Of course, you can say we're just making this all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice but to prove it. Because if you kill Makoto without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. If you want to earn our despair fair and square,
that's what we have to do.
then I suggest you take my advice. So what is this advice of yours?
It's true.
To do Mukuro's trial over again. Only this time, you follow the school regulations to ensure a fair trial.
It's time for one last showdown. One final battle between hope and despair.
Fuck yeah!
Hey,
That would make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? Fair trial, one last showdown, in other words. This would be our chance to expose the true identity of Mukuro's killer, of the mastermind themselves. Well, what reason would the mastermind have to accept the challenge? They'll probably just execute me without another word. Oh my.
Barrett!
Very interesting indeed. Barry.
What's wrong?
I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little, so time for bear jokes. Now what you're suggesting might be possible. It would certainly make for one honey of a climax.
in other words,
Does that mean you accept?
You guys!
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause you unbearable despair, right? Then I'm pre-beared to agree to your terms. Will your hope win out, or will my despair claim victory?
I can barely contain
Let's have one
myself.
final grisly showdown. He agreed. Then we still have a shot at this.
Barrett!
But this is the long-awaited climax, right? Just guessing the killer is barely a fitting end.
You guys!
So with this final face-off, you'll have to unearth all the mysteries that have been buried here. All the mysteries. Every last mystery that's pawing around the school. If you can do that,
I can barely
then
contain
that'll be enough to
myself.
qualify as a victory for you.
it's true.
That's what we've been trying to do all along. Okay, well good, then let's bear it all. If you can claw your way to the truth of Mukuro's death and solve the mysteries of the school,
You guys!
then you win. But if you can't do all of that, we'll all face execution, right? I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me? We're as excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to me.
When we've uncovered every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair? I also can't believe how this has all turned out.
Hey,
But before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held.
What's wrong?
I remember that for sure. So what?
hey,
I just want to confirm that is what you said, right? And it's a true statement. You don't have to be so suspicious, I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Everything is based on school regulations, and having a trial for Mukuro is no exception to that. Huh? Mukuro's trial is no exception, then it's part of the regulations? Which would have to mean that whoever killed Mukuro. It's a very polarizing approach, I know. But okay, enough puns. Anyways, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but the killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Park since the killing game began are those 16 students. Nani,
listen.
are you telling the truth? Why'd you go quiet all of a sudden?
Now
I'm done talking!
angry!
I got nothing left to say to you. So get lost, would ya? Why so mad?
Whew.
Be gone! Leave me alone, get out of here. Okay, I'm going, You really gonna let me go? I don't even care anymore. You're gonna get your punishment later anyway. I need to start getting ready. A super duper extra special punishment overflowing with despair.
Hey,
Come on, Makoto, let's go. Okay. God. Oh, man. Monokuma's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as we walked away. Just like that, we were out of the gym. I could hardly believe it, but somehow I ended up not getting executed. I still had my life and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. Once again, I was in Kyoko's den. Kyoko, thank you. Thank you. Everything I have right now is because of you.
However,
Don't thank me just yet. The real battle's still ahead of us. Yeah, true. But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would accept my proposal. But honestly, why would the Mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
so
They had no choice but to accept.
because
It's all because of that one moment that the Mastermind let their guard down, like I said. When was it?
so
I wasn't there to hear it myself, but do you remember what the Mastermind said? They said they had hijacked the airwaves to broadcast their school life to the outside world, right? Yeah, they definitely said that.
listen.
And what'd you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seems so unbelievable.
Indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
However,
And yet somehow the Mastermind was able to do it.
in other words,
But think of it another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult. Reason?
so
They had to show the world something, no matter the cost us killing each other. They want to show the world.
it would seem
The Mastermind has been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. And all the rules and regulations were designed to encourage that. Yeah, that makes sense. If those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed anybody.
in other words,
So the Mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other, and to show that off to the world. But why?
correct.
To prove a point, most likely.
Hey,
The outside world is the name for the students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept. You're talking about hope, right?
that's right.
And for those of us who represent hope, to kill each other and sink into despair. The Mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and prove that despair is better than hope. That's their goal as the ultimate despair. Nanny? Want to prove that despair is better than hope? But that's ridiculous.
It's true.
Prepare to hear despair and hope a lot, by the way, because the main concept and power levels have been introduced. It is ridiculous, completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. A group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. Or is that really their only reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto.
I know how angry it must make you, and yet, that same motivation is what led to the Mastermind revealing their weakness. Nani?
In other words,
Because their goal is to broadcast this killing game to the world. The Mastermind has had to be more particular than is reasonable about their own regulations. If the Mastermind simply ignored their rules, this wouldn't have been a game but a one-sided slaughter.
at the very least,
At least, that's how those who are watching this would have seen it. It's like good versus bad. It's more like depression versus Adderall.
indeed.
This is precisely the reason. No matter how much they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single one of the regulations. Junko broke the rules, so she was punished, but in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use this class trial, following all their proper rules to get me killed. Following the zebra cakes. Yeah? They began a trial that didn't have a right answer. They made me out to be the killer. But even that didn't work.
It's true.
Thanks to you. And due to that failure, the Mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, who also was not the killer. And when that fact was exposed on live TV to the entire outside world, the Mastermind had to accept your suggestion.
Indeed.
To prove to the world that despair is better than hope, they have to defeat us in perfect form.
In other words,
It would only do the Mastermind harm to have it shown that they'd violated their own regulations. But all that was a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the Mastermind to accept your challenge?
however,
It's only thanks to you that I got that chance. Because you believed in me, another path opened up. Still can't believe how much of the mastermind's thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest clue.
Wrong.
In the end, though, I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet.
Whew.
Well, it looks like I got it right. This time, at least, I won the bet. She let out a quick sigh. I took it as a small sigh of relief. To be honest, I ain't been that nervous in a long time. I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment we decided to go talk to him. Well, I'm pretending a strong demeanor is a fundamental part of negotiation and persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I had shown my uneasiness, that would have just made you that much more uneasy. Yeah, you're probably right. How pathetic.
However...
Anyway, we can't relax just yet. Also, one second. Moving hair properly. Okay. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We have to win this time.
Correct.
Or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing. Moistness? You know what? You are correct. You are correct. I still have one of my last of my cheap coffees that I have sitting next to me. You are correct. I will consume. Ah! If we can't defeat the mastermind, it'll cost our lives. There's no option except to win.
Hey.
But before we begin the final battle, we have to tell the others what's going on. But now we know who our real enemy is. Try not to release any demons? I might. I'll think about it. All we have to do now is work together for everyone to destroy the mastermind. Work together with everyone.
However...
Is that really possible? Huh?
Anyway...
Right now we have to go find the others.
Shall we go?
They're probably in the dorms somewhere. Shall we go? Alright. Off to the dining hall. Because we always mean the dining hall. The ultimate moistness consumer. I'm gonna yoink the 3 coins that are in here. Yep. Always 3 under the counter. Well, 1 unless you have Celeste's ability. Celeste's ability is really good. Bum bum ba-dum. I lived. And suddenly we were greeted with... Yeah. You again. Is he broken? I suppose his emotional instability reached its limit. Okay. What the hell?
However...
I wonder what that was all about. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ah.
Is that... Makoto?
You guys!
Ah, even Toko's happy to see them.
It is! There's no 2 ways about it, that's Makoto!
Huh? You survived?
Jeez. You're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost, right?
Everyone was there, all my friends who had struggled together and survived. As soon as I saw their faces, I couldn't help myself. I started to tear up.
What?
What's that smell?
What the heck?
Yeah, man, that seriously stinks. It's Makoto, he smells like a wet dog. Get away, shoot! And in a flash, my tears dried up. Oh my god.
Makoto.
There's no time to indulge in an extended happy reunion. We need to explain to everyone what happened with Monokuma.
Yes.
Explain what? But it's okay that you're here. What if the mastermind catches you?
It's true.
That's related to what I have to tell you all. We're all gonna die if we don't fucking go right now. I need to tell you all about the last class trial. Last?
In other words...
We're going to redo Mukuro's trial. Hey, Jackwagon.
Huh?
Wait, seriously?
How about that?
What's the point of redoing it? Makoto killed her, right? No, I didn't do it, like I keep telling you.
Wrong.
Makoto isn't the killer, and of course it's not me or any of you.
Huh?
Then who is it?
I see.
What she's saying is it was all the work of the mastermind.
Huh?
You're saying the mastermind killed Mukuro.
That's right.
It was all an elaborate trap contrived by the mastermind. Makoto spotted the trap in time and did what he had to do to stop it.
However,
But his decision meant that he would be the one to die.
What did you say?
You spotted the trap, did you, Makoto? You make it sound like it was easy, I just,
however,
But executing Makoto, who wasn't the Blackened, is a clear violation of the school regulations. The rules say only the Blackened is allowed to be executed. The mastermind broke their own rules. Which is why I went to negotiate with them to have the trial one more time.
Huh?
And the mastermind agreed? Does that mean they really did break the rules? They had no choice but to agree. You used the TV broadcast to gain the leverage you needed, didn't you?
correct.
Very observant of you.
Naturally.
I recall what you said at the end of the last trial. When you said now it's the mastermind that's ensnared, that's what you were referring to.
Don't be mean!
Yeah, I'm totally in the dark here. For anyone who doesn't understand, you can ask Kyoko to explain it again later. So knowing all this, what do we do now?
About that.
It's about who killed Mukuro, right? So our job is to expose the mastermind? Put that fucking bear on trial. There's more to it than that, correct? Yeah. For us to win this time, we have to solve every last mystery surrounding the school. Every last mystery?
But
But we've been looking around all this time and we still don't know anything, right?
Anyway,
You probably guessed already, but if we lose this time, everyone dies.
I hate you.
Who said you could agree to those terms without talking to the rest of us? I'm fine with things the way they are. I'm fine living here forever with Master. I, meanwhile, want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible.
anyway,
At this point, the only way for us to survive is to unravel the truth. In other words, one decisive final battle. A rather interesting development, I'd say. Of figuring out who the mastermind is, and how they killed Mukuro, and all the school's mysteries. It's a pretty tall friggin' order. Maybe, but this time the trial is different. We know who our enemy is now. So if we work together and search as hard as we can, I'm sure we'll solve all those mysteries. I'm not sure about that. Huh? I can't agree with the idea of working together with everyone. Why not? Working together with everyone seems like the most obvious way to solve all the mysteries.
Indeed.
That's what I thought too at first, until Monokuma gave us that little hint of his. It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
I see.
Monokuma said that, did he? Then Kyoko's opinion is perfectly reasonable. Of what the meat in the school food is, I'm pretty sure it's just regular meat. Also, I'm doing quite well myself, Jack. But why?
So in other
If
words,
the mastermind really is the one who killed Mukuro, as Kyoko says, then the mastermind would have had to set foot in the school, right? Monokuma could probably murder Mukuro, but there's no way he could have disguised a scene like that.
in other words,
Hi, Maxie. But according to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peak are the 16 students who have been taking part in the killing game. And the mastermind is... There were 15 of us in the main hall at the very beginning. Add in Mukuro, and you've got 16. So the mastermind would have to be one of them.
that's right.
And of those 16 people we started out with, the only ones still alive are the people standing right here. Need I continue, or do you get it now?
What?
The mastermind is one of us.
no way!
You can't be serious. You can't say for sure that's true yet. Monokuma might have just said all that to confuse us. If you have any hypotheses, keep them to yourself for the time being. Well, until the actual reveal.
Indeed.
It's certainly a possibility, but only one among many. And don't be like, aha, I know what it is, but I'm not gonna say anything. Like, yeah, okay, yeah. The mastermind being one of us is also a possibility. And that is one possibility we can't ignore. I mean, they're an ultimate, right? The ultimate despair, so they must be a high schooler. You can't say it's not possible. But if one of us was the mastermind, they'd have to be controlling Monokuma somehow, right? Did you ever see anyone acting suspicious anytime Monokuma was active?
Well,
Maybe they snuck off and controlled him in secret.
but
Can I get a little y'all? I don't care how sneaky you are, I would have noticed someone sneaking off that many times.
I'm right?
Maybe Monokuma was on autopilot. Maybe they loaded up all the dialogue and actions beforehand. In that case, there's no way he could have had all those back and forth conversations with us. Well, it would be entirely impossible if they directed the flow of the conversation. Well, maybe, but still.
This is a school announcement.
Yeah?
You've all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode.
True ending mode.
So, in the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school. Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit. Then we can all meet up at the class.
How very magnanimous of him to unlock all the rooms.
That's fine.
The time for talk is done, now we need to begin our investigation. But I was planning on working alone from the beginning anyway.
In the name of my family.
At this point, I can rely only on myself, on the Togami blood flowing through my veins. I have no time to worry about the rest of you. Each of you must uphold your responsibility.
Goodbye.
After making his final statement, Byakuya left the dining hall. Master! He didn't take me with him.
Hey.
Do you blame him? Without Master, the rest of you are like coffee with cream without the cream, or coffee. You're totally useless. So bye. With that, Toko trudged out of the dining hall. And now she's gone. And you're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko?
Indeed.
That's right. Which just leaves Makoto, Hina, and me.
You know?
In that case, I'm gonna go by myself too. Yep, everybody split up. How come?
How about that?
Just wait and see. I'm gonna use my totally awesome spirit power to figure out the mastermind's identity. Well, he's useless. Everyone's really gonna go off by themselves? What about you, Hina? I guess I'll do the same thing.
but
I mean, it's not that I don't trust anyone, you know?
cause I mean,
Until now, I haven't really been all that useful. I just depend on Sakura and everyone else. You're not useless. If you hadn't been here, I would have died. Makoto. That's really nice of you to say. But still, I know I've mostly been totally useless.
okay.
So I figure at least here at the end, maybe I can find something that'll help us get out of here. So I'm gonna go off and do it all on my own. See you later. Hina was in surprisingly high spirits as she dashed out of the dining hall. And once again, it's just us two.
Indeed.
You wanna go off on your own too, right, Kyoko?
However,
Well, don't misunderstand. Just because we're going just because we're going to do our searches separately doesn't mean we can't still work together.
so
That goes for all of us. I can see what you mean. Doing our own investigating doesn't mean we can't work together in the end. I should just see it as us splitting up to cover more ground. And then we can get back together and share what we found.
So
5v1, 6v1. I have an endless list of things I need to check.
correct.
Monokuma said all the doors in the school have been unlocked, right? So we should be able to investigate every nook and cranny in the school. We can visit all the places we couldn't go before.
Makoto.
No matter what it takes, we have to uncover the truth. By any means necessary. With that, Kyoko was gone, leaving only me. I don't have time to waste either. I have to begin my search. I still can't believe the mastermind might be one of us. So that's what I have to prove. I'll prove that the mastermind isn't one of us. I'll expose the mastermind's true identity and solve the mystery of the school. and then we can all escape together. Yeah, my brain went like 6V Monokuma for some reason. I guess I'll start by taking another look at Mukuro's Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is I keep always accidentally counting Makoto. Or not counting Makoto. They were dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which had completely through the body. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Once we find out who killed Mukuro Ikusaba, then we'll know who the mastermind is. So where should I start my investigation to figure out who killed her? Right, yeah, the locked rooms, headmaster, biolab, door in the data center, second floor of the dorms where the gate should be. Yeah. Garden in the dojo. A lot of places to go. Oh, they give you a list, that's good. I love this version of the song. The gate's open. We can finally check out the second floor of the dorms. Which means I have to do it. Christ. This is the second floor of the dorms? It's like some ancient ruins. It's more like a battlefield, like a bomb blew up here or something. Christ. The room doesn't really feel like a student's room. It has a more adult atmosphere.
Correct.
It's the headmaster's private room. Oh, Kyoko! That was fast. I've been through this room several times already, but I still have one little regret. So I decided to check it out one more time. Regret? Nice computer. There's a PC on the desk, must have belonged to the headmaster.
It would seem...
Whoever used this last, it looks like they were very interested in the Ultimate Despair. The PC still has some search results left on it. Then we might be able to get some info on the Ultimate Despair.
However...
There's not much, though. Readjusting my ass. Ugh, nothing we don't already know.
In other words...
The Ultimate Despair is of one individual, but instead points to some kind of group. The group is responsible for the tragedy which happened 1 year ago. But the worst sorts of people whose driving force comes from despair.
However...
And that's all there is. Not much to it, is there? Good morning, Colin.
Whew.
Guess that's the best you could do as a complete Kirigiri failure. But any information about the mastermind's helpful, right? I appreciate whatever info we can get our hands on.
Correct.
I see. That's a good outlook to have. The Ultimate Despair. That's a strange gap in the wall. Some kind of design mistake or a construction defect or something.
So...
Jake, the PC is not on desk, it's on our desk, the monitor is on desk. What are we talking about? What's the objection for, Santha? It's a gap here, but it's not just any normal gap. I can feel a breeze coming out. A breeze?
Indeed.
There's likely an open space in the other side of this wall. Open space, does that mean? You mean like a hidden room? I think I might know how to open it. Did you figure out some kind of trick or something?
Indeed.
A very easy trick, so easy I'm not sure you can even call it a trick. I saw a program on the PC that I think controls it. Enter the right password and the door should open right up.
However...
But I don't have a clue what that password could be. And we know it's probably made up of letters and or numbers. We can't really go from there. It's not nearly enough to go on. It said there was a PC on the desk? Oh, I didn't even notice. Gee, really? There's a PC on the desk. Yeah, he totally did. Fucking Makoto.
It's true.
There's a space, that means there's a spaceyeen. It's true. I learned more about him than I had any desire to, but nothing that might have been his password.
Whew.
When I think of how much time I wasted on this, no. Jeez. It's just a hidden room she couldn't get into, that's what she meant by regret. I think we assume that there must be some kind of clue waiting in there, but maybe for her it's more to it than that. If we want to get in there, we need to figure out the password. If Kyoko can't figure it out, there's no way I stand a chance. No, wait, there might be a chance. The password could be. Something Kyoko wouldn't have thought of, or something she didn't want to think of. For example, what about your name?
What?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to think of what the password might be. Sure she hasn't tried it, I mean, it's totally understandable. The way she talked about her dad, the idea that he would use her name as a password. Knowing how she is, I bet the idea never occurred to her. Do you mind if I just try just to be sure?
Well?
It's not like you need my permission. If you want to try it, do whatever you want. You know, I'm glad I thought of trying Kyoko's name, but if that's not it, it might just hurt Kyoko even more.
Hey.
If you're worried about me, Makoto, don't be. I know that your guess is wrong. Okay. In that case, here goes nothing. I collected myself, turned to face the computer monitor. Let me just type the password here. I typed in her full name, Kyoko Kirigiri. My hands were tense, slightly trembling as I finished typing it in. How inhumanly lucky. Oh, yeah, I guess he is lucky, isn't he? Yeah, okay, whatever. Whatever, Makoto. Nani? That did it? Kyoko, it worked! She's pissed.
Why?
Why? Kyoko. Without looking at me, she disappeared into the hidden room. She looked grim. Kyoko. Da-dum-dum-dum. Hey, Kyoko. I may well not have even been in the room. Her gaze fixed only on one thing. A present. Wrapped and covered with such joy. That's what made it so unusual. There's a brightly colored box here. It seems totally out of place in here. The more I look at it, the more suspicious I get. Should we open it? I'm getting kind of a bad vibe from it. But I mean, I can't not open it. Okay.
Makoto.
Be careful, Makoto. Why? You think it's dangerous? No, not dangerous. But surprisingly, probably. Huh?
It would seem...
If it is what I think it is, at the very least it's not something you'll be happy to see. Oh, so you know what's in there.
Anyway...
Just don't scream or anything, okay? Are you saying it's something that'll make me want to scream? Okay, I'm just gonna open it. Step by heavy step, I approached the box. I took a deep breath, took off the lid. Slowly, ever so slowly, I lifted it up. Light began to sneak its way into the box. I stole a hesitating glance inside and... Kyoko's advice was no use. I let out a trembling cry. Fuck. It was bones. Human bones. It was the last thing I expected to find in such a bright, joyful box. I mean, who could have possibly imagined?
I see.
Just as I thought. Nani. Just as you thought, how could you have known that? I mean, there were bones in there, human bones!
Wrong.
It's not that I was thinking of bones specifically. I just had a feeling it would be his body. It's pretty much the same thing, a dead guy in a box? My father. Huh? What about him?
Correct.
What you found in that box. Those bones, that body, that's my father. Or at least what's left of him. Are you serious? That's Kyoko's dad? The same man she's been searching for? If you recall, there was a very brief cutscene when we started Danganropa where it showed a man being killed inside of a rocket, his whole body turning to bones as he fell apart because he got killed by the slam from the atmosphere and all that. Yeah. Hey, Bun and Rob, thank you very much for following, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How do you know that's him?
So...
Given all the information we already have, that's the only possible answer. Yes, you also see the rocket in the garage. Also love your art there, Rob. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out? And according to the files, the headmaster's a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now. It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Here's a hint. The killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students, and the only people to take a single step into Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16. Alter Ego said the headmaster was probably here at the school, but the only ones who were alive at the start of the killing game were us 16 students. When you put those two ideas together, it doesn't take much to assume.
In other words,
That most likely my father was in this school, but he was also dead. That's my assumption, anyway. As Kyoko explained her analyses, she was completely calm. Or, no, she wasn't calm. She was trying to seem calm. She said it was just as she thought, so she knew it was a possibility. But I have to believe that at some point she wanted to be proven wrong. Which is why she never looked in the box herself, even though she had plenty of chances. I know Kyoko said she wanted to see her father so she could cut off all ties. But was that all there was to it? I gave up some of that pride in order to enter Hope's Peak. I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true kitty-giddy detective would never do. Would she really give up her pride just for that? I couldn't help but wonder. Man. This picture. It's all faded, it must be pretty old. Is this a picture of... Hey, Kyoko.
why would you?
Well, this is annoying. I came here to cut myself free from the past, and yet... to now find something like this. So what do you expect me to do now? Then I was right. It's a picture of Kyoko when she was a little girl. Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time, he must have really cared about her.
Why?
What? I wanted to face him and tell him myself to cut him out of my life for abandoning me. That's the whole reason I came here. And now he's abandoned me again. And this time, he even stole the only opportunity I had to move on. Has there ever been a worse father? Kyoko. The headmaster's desk. It's probably hiding some kind of clue, so I really want to check it out, but... I really don't want to touch Kyoko's dad's desk without her permission.
Hey,
Don't worry about me, feel free to look around as much as you like. You sure?
because...
Never let anything get in the way of the investigation. I don't. Okay then, if you don't mind. Starting from the top, I opened all the desk drawers and looked inside. I rummaged through each one, finding nothing but unrelated documents. But in the last drawer... is this... It's an e-handbook, right? And there's a label on it that says, "In case of emergency." I found some kind of emergency handbook in the headmaster's desk.
In other words,
A handbook with no limitations, given to the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster. I'm assuming that's what that is. You're probably
it would
right.
seem...
It might prove useful as we continue our investigation. Why don't you hold on to it? Kyoko. I don't need it. If you don't want it, go ahead and leave it here. I guess I'll take it. Is it really okay? This whole situation sucks.
Hey,
Listen, Makoto. Can I ask you a favor? What is it?
so...
I know it's completely unreasonable to ask you this. Hello, Grim. Damn, you still up? Yeah, I am. Hey, Floof. I know it's completely unreasonable to ask you this. And I know it only inconveniences you that much more, but...
Hey,
Could you leave? Huh?
correct.
Just for a little while, I'd like to be alone for a bit. Kyoko. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just need to calm down a little.
Just a second.
I need to get my emotions in order. You know, Kyoko, I told you before about the relationship you have with your dad. How you're only connected by blood, not by heart and soul. But maybe that picture motivated him. Maybe he hoped to see me again someday. Is that what you were going to say? If so, it's just a theory. This isn't an issue that can be settled with theories. That picture doesn't change the facts of what's happened, what I went through. That problem can't be solved so easily. You're right, I'm sorry.
Anyway...
Once I've got myself under control, I'll return to the investigation immediately. So please, just give me some time to myself. See you later. Oh man, hey, good morning. 12-hour stream, 24-hour stream, 240-hour stream. Nope, that's not allowed. Not after that RuneScape player died. It was a shock to me to find out what happened to the headmaster. There's no doubt the mastermind performed that evil deed. They killed the headmaster, killed Kyoko's father. They killed him. The headmaster is dead. The one leading the Hope's Peak staff, the one who finalized the plan to isolate you, was the Hope's Peak headmaster. So the same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster's a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere to scoring out the dead master, please. Did someone actually die from a stream like that? Yep. New rules were put in place for streams. That the stream will automatically cut itself off after 48 hours due to a RuneScape streamer who streamed for a ridiculous amount of time and wound up dying on stream due to it. We were wrong about that. The headmaster was in the mastermind. Which means the mastermind's true identity is... It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns, anyways, just a hint. Yeah, this killing game began. Yeah, it said it like 15 times already. 15 of us met in the mail hall. Add Mukuro to the mix and you get 16. And including me, only 6 of us are still alive. Everyone else is dead. What was the cause of death? Somebody else is probably more specific about it, but it's definitely because they didn't move their body much. This was a good few years ago, mind you. Even Mukuro. Even she's undeniably dead. So the ones still left alive are... me. Byakuya. Kira. Toko. Hina. And Kyoko. Only those 6 people are still alive. Then there's no question. Wait, no, that can't be. I refuse to believe there has to be some other way. There just has to be. Okay, out of here. Let's see. Yeah, alright. Sakura died? Yeah, chapter 4, suicide. The room is filled with lockers. It must have been for the Hope's Peak students who came before us. The class before ours must have used these lockers. Alright. I wonder if I can open this locker. Nope, locked. There's a card reader installed on the door. Must be how you get the locker open. After all, it's very similar to the card readers for the locker rooms on the 2nd floor of the school. And you have to use your E-handbook to open those up. So does that mean... Let's give it a try. I took out my handbook and ran across the card reader. And then... No luck. Maybe only the locker's owner can open it, which means none of us can do it. Oh wait, but I have the emergency handbook. I took the emergency handbook and ran that across the card reader and... How it goes? It goes well, Ryuji. It goes very, very well. Alright, just what I was hoping for. Now, let's see what we've got inside. I don't see anything that might be a clue. Yeah, alright. Can't check again? No, okay. I check the other one. Took the emergency handbook and ran that across the card reader and... Ah, the locker's totally disorganized. Because I think there was like a flag for having it, so maybe check it again. Whoever belongs to probably has organization problems in every part of their life. This is a crystal ball. Can't be. There's no way he ever used this locker. There's all kinds of textbooks and notebooks scattered up and stacked in no particular order. And dust everywhere. I have to assume whoever's stuff this is didn't do a lot of studying. Not that I can really talk. Trying to act as casual and natural as possible, I picked up one of the notebooks I saw. The moment I looked inside the notebook, any sense of easiness I may have had evaporated. Nani? There was no denying what I saw. Inside the notebook was written Yasuhiro Hagakure. Is this our Yasuhiro? The notebook also contained a large number of notes for a variety of different classes, which would mean he attended classes here. No, that can't be possible. Amaniro came to the school at the same time as the rest of us. We were all sucked into this evil world. We never had the chance to take any classes. So what is this notebook? A deck of playing cards. No, they're tarot cards. But wait, aren't those used for telling fortunes? It's just a coincidence, right? That's the notebook. Okay. All right. Boom. I can't imagine any way to get this locker open. I'm going to try. There's a metal pipe mounted to the locker. Well, I know it's inside, but there's no way. Don't get his ball. Didn't I do that? It's a crystal ball, but that can't be the... Yeah, I did. That's what I thought. To the emergency handbook, ran across the card reader and... locker open. Nothing in the clue. You have 374 gacha coins? Yes. Nothing of use. Whoa, where'd that go? How did... Let's see. That one? Ah! This thing is practically empty. There's just one thing, some kind of pocketbook. I didn't see a name written on it, so I can't say for sure whose it is. But there's some writing inside, it could be important. Not like violating the owner's privacy, but I better take a look. Looks like a girl's handwriting, and all the letters are spaced out, even like whoever wrote this was measuring them. Whoever wrote this must have been really meticulous. Huh. I was flipping through the pocketbook, but my hand stopped when my hand froze when I got to a certain page. I saw something familiar in there, words I'd heard before. There's a plan to turn Hope's Peak into a shelter, and isolate the students here into communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster and my father. He was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan. Here's what he said. The point is to keep our student prodigies safe, to keep them as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster, and only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country or world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate our superior youth from the corrupted world to serve as the foundation for a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. So that's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he made a selfish decision without consulting anyone else. Can't imagine a worse father. This can't be true, can it? But I knew it was. I knew exactly who the pocketbook belonged to. Kyoko. It couldn't be anyone else. But if this belongs to Kyoko, what was it doing in this locker? What she wrote here completely contradicts what she already told me. Said she hasn't seen her dad since when he left when she was little. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. He just so happens to be the headmaster and my father. I think he was trying to start a cult. Not really a cult, but hey, I appreciate the 15-month resub. Grazie. I love this game, so good to see people playing. Oh yeah, Kobazing. I've been revisiting because I haven't played this in like ages, like since release. What does this all mean? I quickly scanned the remaining pages of the notebook. I must have been looking for something that would prove me wrong about this whole thing. When I reached the last page, the question mark sleeping through my mind. When I looked at it, unlike the rest of the pocketbook, the writing here was messy, disorganized, and scrawled. What is this? What does it mean? I have no idea. But how could this possibly make any sense? Okay. Casual reminder that any spoilers will be met with immediate force. But the more I see, the less sense it makes. These lockers, I mean, they had to belong to the previous students, right? So why am I seeing this? Why are the things in the lockers that look like they belong to people here? A notebook that seems like it belongs to Hiro. And a pocketbook that seems like it belongs to Kyoko. There has to be some kind of explanation. But if I want to find that out, I'll have to keep moving the investigation forward. And I have to believe in everyone. Oh my. I think that's everything I need from this floor. Wait, it'll take forever to walk. Where was that data door we couldn't go in? Oh, there you are. Hey, owie. A light spoiler in itself, which is again why I'm reiterating.
Hey, Makoto.
You here to look around too? Is that what you're doing here? Yeah, I could help but wonder about what the Monokuma door.
Yeah.
So I figured, if all the doors in the school have been unlocked, that one should be open too, right? By the dorm room, if I need to go back, then I will go back.
But...
Although I couldn't bring myself to open it, because it might explode, right? And that really sucks, so you open it. I'm sure she didn't mean it, but she made it sound like she was okay with me getting blown up. Okay, so I guess I'll open it. Let me take cover first, I don't want to get exploded. Ina raced over to a nearby desk and hid underneath it. Go ahead. Everything will be okay, right? Here goes nothing. I threw all my weight into it, but the door opened much easier than I expected. Oh my. The paw pads. There was no explosion, thankfully. My first impression was... Whoa, this place is totally sci-fi. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Good morning, good morning. What is this device? Is this some kind of control panel? It really is over the top though, like some kind of military installation or something. Yeah, it sounds like a mech cockpit, right? Fumi'd probably freak out if he saw it. Cockpit. So the Monokuma room has a control panel, looks like some kind of cockpit. That could mean...
Okay.
Alright, start poking at her or whatever. I'm gonna start pushing buttons. You can't just do her whatever, something like this. But it was too late. Hina was already jabbing away at the control panel.
Huh?
Did you hear that? Yeah, I think it came from the other room. Hina, what did you push? I'm not totally sure, but I think it was that one, the one that says Data Center. Data Center. Took a good look at the control panel, and I saw a bunch of buttons, each with the name of a room next to it. And just like Hina said, there was one labeled Data Center. That must be the one she pushed. The Data Center. That's right next door. The room you were just in, that's where the strange noise came from. I probably better go check it out.
Yeah.
I'm kind of scared out of my mind right now, so I'll just cheer you on from over here. That's... Did I just hear what I think I heard? Oh my. Is that Monokuma? Hey! Give me all your donuts. Is that you, Hina?
What?
Oh man, busted. How did you know?
Say what?
Hey, what's this? Some kind of remote control camera kind of setup? You don't even know what you're controlling.
Hello.
Well, I mean, I can't really see anything from in here.
Found it.
Youngly boop the snoop, prepared for possibly losing a finger. I guess what I found, a self-destruct button. Whatever you don't push it.
Too bad.
Aw, man. Are you seriously gonna push it? Anyway, I guess that settles it. The room with the Monokuma drawing on it and the control panel inside controls Monokuma. Hey, Makoto, what the heck was that just now? Monokuma.
Huh?
What do you mean? What you were controlling just now was Monokuma.
Huh?
Monokuma?
Oh!
What, for real? Yeah, looks like that panel definitely controls Monokuma. Which means the mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. Yeah, they were definitely in here. I've been here since chapter 3. Oh my. Yeah, they were definitely in here. The mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room, and this control room is totally separate from the data center with all the monitors. In other words,
Hey,
maybe the mastermind can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. Kyoko's theory was right.
But
Well, if the mastermind's been controlling Monokuma from here, that means they've been inside the school this whole time, right? I guess that'd have to be true. But if that is true, it's a very polarizing approach, I know. But okay, enough puns anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. Then the mastermind, Monokuma's puppeteer, really is the 16th student. Can't be. There's no way, right? What's wrong, Makoto? I don't like that face you're making. That's nothing. Oh, okay. What about you? Is everything okay?
cause I mean,
Oh, well, it's just... This is where the mastermind's been hiding, right? Who knows if they set up traps or something. Can't say it isn't possible. Any place the mastermind can control Monokuma from and considering this area is now compromised? But I really hope it's not true. So, like,
so
you want to leave soon? There's still lots of other places to check out. Yeah, good point. We can't waste all of our time standing around here. Okay, off to the headmasters. Oh my. As soon as the door to the data center was closed, I heard a strange sound. What was that? The door locked on its own? Nani? My hand shot out to grab the doorknob. You're right, it's locked, but why? Of course it's locked, because the data center is now restricted.
just a second.
No fair, you can't just go around restricting whatever you feel like.
Hey,
It's for your benefit. Because if that room stays open, I won't be able to move around. That's depressive when we get up the school mascot just up and stop moving. In that room.
Yep.
As you may have guessed, that's where my controls are. So right now you're being operated by someone in that room.
Yes, indeed.
Correct the mundo.
You're a liar.
Doesn't make any sense. You're just in there. We didn't see anyone. Oh, you didn't, did you? Are you sure you were as thorough as you could have been? Did you happen to check a certain suspicious hatch? No way. The hatch on the floor. Too bad. That was your one big chance and you blew it. For the record, no, you can't actually check the hatch. Of course, the hatch can't be open from the outside anyway, so whatever. Now then, this room is officially restricted, so no more investigating. I'll be relying on you guys to tell the others. What a dick. Was you gonna say, but I have work? Oh, no worries, Maxie. Hope work goes well for you. Take care. Have a good day. He's gone, but
So,
was he telling the truth? The mastermind was hiding in there. In fact, if you think back to when we got locked out of the control room, that proves it for sure.
huh?
And when I said we should leave, well, the hatch couldn't be open from the outside anyway, right? So it's not your fault.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, it's a static ADV similar to Phoenix Wright. We have to stay positive and make the most of the time we have left. You're right. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping my body moving.
Okay.
I'm going to go run around and tell everyone what we found. Nice, you got me all motivated again.
You got it.
I do love this endgame where everybody's working together. I just think it's neat. It's the only way forward. Especially after everything. Let me guess, Byakuya. Yeah, of course. This is the headmaster's room. I've heard an awful lot about it, but this will be my first time seeing it for myself. How many chapters are there? This is the final one. You can see it in the top left. Ah, Makoto, it's you. Oh, Byakuya. Well, you came to the right place this time. Would you like to see something interesting? What do you mean, something interesting? Take a look at this. It was on top of that pathetically ostentatious desk. Class 78, student register. Hey, good morning, Tempo Tempest. It contains profiles for all of us and Mukuro.
So, in other words...
Apparently, Class 78 refers to us. We found Mukuro's profile in Kyoko's room.
I see.
That's right. We also mentioned Class 78. It's supposed to be where Kyoko got that page. Oh, good morning, Brave. And since the rest of our profiles are listed in there along with hers,
In other words...
there can be no doubt. Mukuro was a student here at Hope's Peak Academy just like the rest of us. Fell asleep to me streaming, woke up to you see streaming. Hey! Mukuro Ikusawa, the 16th student. Must be how Kyoko learned about it. But it seems that Kyoko was in a hurry. What do you mean? I'm talking about when she stole it. The uneven tearing, the way paper had been crumpled, she must have been in a hurry. Well, since she snuck in to get it, I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as possible. But what's your point? She was in so much of a hurry that she only got the first page. The first page? Correct, Mukuro's profile actually contains 2 pages. Nani?
So, in other words...
When it comes to this profile, there was more information about Mukuro that we still didn't have. What kind of information? Why do you ask me to explain every little thing? You can read, can't you? This seems to be some sort of detailed report put together by the headmaster himself.
Interesting.
I don't know what kind of man he was, but I'm glad he left us such an interesting clue. I was half listening to Byakuya as I skimmed through the report. Mukuro reappeared suddenly and in the background of an end. Mukuro reappeared suddenly and in the background an entity floats close but just out of reach. The entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now, I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Mukuro definitely has some sort of connection to it. I have a bad feeling about all this. I need to push forward my research into the Ultimate Despair. And I need to pay attention to Mukuro's behavior, too. This is my gut feeling. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Hope you're all doing well? Yeah, doing good, Leon. Doing very good. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Fenrir, when she entered Hope's Peak, she didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. The fact alone proves her tremendous skill in battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's one of my students after all. But if I decide she's a danger to the other students, I will be forced to take all responsible measures. Reasonable measures. I can read. Mukuro was a part of the Ultimate Despair. I don't think there can be any doubt about it now. Wouldn't that mean Mukuro and the Mastermind were allies? So why? Why would they kill Mukuro? Plus, even the headmaster seemed to be afraid of what Mukuro was capable of. It would have had to take her completely by surprise to kill her like that. Or maybe it means the Mastermind is even stronger than Mukuro was.
What?
I'm trying to read. What's wrong, Makoto? Huh?
That's fine.
You seem to be lost in thought, but I should probably point out one other thing. There's another important bit of information within the file that you should note. What is it? Did you notice the picture in there? A picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before. A girl who seems to be included as part of our class number 78. That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. Further information about that girl is included in the file. 5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds. It even lists her vitals, 31, 22, 32. What do you think? What do I think? Are you asking me, like, if she has a nice body?
Stop talking.
You hopeless idiot. What I'm trying to tell you is maybe you'll want to keep that in mind for later. Maybe you'll make your way back to the corpse and maybe you'll think, oh, could that mean? Is he trying to say there's a chance the body isn't actually Mukuro? Is that what he's saying? Personally, what I'm thinking seems all but impossible, but it wouldn't hurt to confirm, right?
It's all clear now.
That's all I was trying to say. What you do with that information is your business. Could swing her like a baseball bat? Oh god. So I'm back to being Byakuya's errand boy. And one last thing. It's a bit of advice from me, so I suggest you pay attention. You seem to be getting along with Kyoko quite well. It's not that we're getting along, she's just done a lot to help me. Well, don't put too much faith in her. Huh?
In other words,
the cost of that faith might be more than you can afford. What are you saying? Just what I think, call it a hunch. Hunch. But my hunches tend to be proven right. The advice is free this time, take it or don't as you will. I'll keep that in mind, thanks. Right. Profiles of me and everyone I met at the beginning, and Mukuro. Would I eat 6 string cheese sticks? Oh yes. Hey, good night, Road Drop. Have a good snooze. Just like us, Mukuro was apparently a new student here at Hope's Peak. Mukuro Ikasaba, part of the Ultimate Despair, which means her and the Mastermind should have been allies. Why would the Mastermind kill her? Weren't they friends? I fell asleep and woke back up to Byakuya being a dick. What I miss? Probably too much for me to release. Hey, Ruby. 7-Up, 0 sugars, a concoction made by God, and no one can prove me otherwise. I'm glad you enjoy it. Da-dum-bum-ba-ba-dum-ba-dum. Oh, good night, volleyball. Then. Have a good snooze. Checking the map. Garden. Ah! Who killed Sakura? Sakura. Sakura wound up locking the room and committing suicide. Also as a way for getting back at the Mastermind. Oh, here I am in the biolab. It's so cold. It's like abnormally cold. I feel like I'm in a giant refrigerator. Seriously, why is it so cold? There's some kind of weird machine or something built into the wall. Now on the left side, there's a bunch of glowing lights. But on the other side, there's some kind of weird machine or something built on the wall. I've seen something like this before. I've seen this kind of thing in horror movies and stuff. It's a fridge for storing dead bodies. Does that mean this biolab is actually a morgue? I should probably take a closer look around. Oh, there's some kind of booklet here. It's like looks like an instruction manual. We offer an eco-friendly alternative to standard dry ice for all your cadaver needs. In addition to the germicidal lamps, we also provide an ozone generator for the removal of ethylene gas. Simply insert the cadaver and the blue light will let you know the automated systems have activated. Temperature and humidity levels will be adjusted automatically for optimum settings. With our system, anyone can keep a body fresh as a daisy for as long as you need. In the unlikely event of a problem, the red light will activate and an alarm will sound immediately. The exterior is stainless steel, and we do offer an optional leather upholstery upgrade package. This is the instruction manual for the fridge. How'd the last trial go? It was a trap. There's a stack of charts here. Charts. I've been seeing a lot of these things lately. There's some kind of weird machine or something built into the wall. The ones on the left are on, the ones on the right are off. When looking around, I think I get it. It seems clear to me now. It's a makeshift morgue. Yeesh. And about those lights by each slot. Looks like it steps that when a slot is occupied, the blue light comes on. Which would mean inside each slot lit up in blue. Another one of the victims is... I can't let my emotions take control right now. There's only one thing I can do for everyone who's died. And that's defeat the mastermind. And to do that, I have to continue my investigation. I don't have any other option. That's fucked. I forgot about that room. Oh, man. Ah. Did not mean to go back inside that room. You do 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 dum ba dum ba dum bum dum dum dum. Run, 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 run. There's probably just a big tray of butter in there. Or that was metaphorical and his corpse is just in there. So tired? No, not really. Not at all. Oh, Falcos, this is where you were.
What do you want?
Am I so disgusting you want me out of your sight? No, that's not it at all. Just thought maybe you'd found a clue. Well, I haven't. Didn't find anything, not one single clue. Doesn't even know. Hello? I figure since the place was related to the case, would have to have had something, right? Not that wasn't anything out of the ordinary here. Give it back, give me back my precious time. Calm down, Toka.
What's your problem?
Don't tell me to calm down. You have any idea what I'm going through right now? When everyone finds out, they're going to call me useless, good for nothing. Nobody's going to say that. Master will. I'm not sure I can disagree with that. I don't want that. I'm sick of always being looked down on. Why won't anyone accept me? I don't think there are any clues here. Maybe I'm just going to get going. Goodbye. Yes, he spread it on his pancakes. Yazu here, are you here? Huh. It's gone. Mukuro's body. It's not here. Maybe the body's in the tool shed. I better check just to be sure. I didn't find anything even close to a dead body. But it's not in here either, then it must be. Could it be in the biolab? Corpses aren't the only thing I need to check in here. There's one other thing. That tarp. The tarp played a key role in another case, so I better look into it. The killer used the tarp to keep the sprinklers from getting the body wet. Which means the killer might have left some clue behind here. I didn't notice this before, but there's a small stamp on one corner of the tarp. It says Biolab. This originally came from the Biolab. It's that pickaxe. On the handle it says, Crazy Diamond. It's the same thing that was written on the back of Mondo's code. The pickaxe is connected to Mondo somehow. Strange. Should open the stream without my chat? And what? What I miss? Dum bum bum ba dum bum. That's all I really need to check here. Alright. The emote. Oh. Yeah, it's, BTTV stuff won't show up. Oh my.
This is a school announcement. Is everyone working hard? Is your investigation coming along nicely? Well then, since you're all giving it your best, your generous headmaster will give you a little hint.
Panic.
For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASA possible.
Now he wants to give us a hint? It's suspicious, there's no doubt about that. This could be a trap. Not even knowing that. He said to go to the gym, right? Oh, hey, Hiro. Why'd you act so surprised? Oh, no reason. You're Monokuma's announcement writer. You're here to find out what he has to say? I just did, actually. I'm on my way out. You already talked to him? What'd he say? Listen, sorry, but I gotta go. Okay. There was no point trying to stop him. He ran off like a frightened animal. Hiro, it was like he was trying to avoid me. I was hoping to talk to him about the notebook I found in the locker. Has he been hiding something this whole time? You know how Toko died in the alternate timeline? It's assumed she offed herself in that timeline. Ugh. Nothing but good news? Totally just good news.
I am Monokuma!
Hello, welcome, welcome, hello. Are you ready for your final hint? I say timeline, but really it's just Makoto having a fever dream. It's not even a timeline, just Makoto freaking out. It just so happens to be in the envelope on the ground in front of you. The envelope? Oh. This must be the envelope. And just so you know, I won't be answering any questions about what you find inside. What? Don't worry, just get on with it. Monokuma's cryptic words didn't even make me feel any better, but I picked up the envelope and opened it. What I found was a single photograph. It featured a bunch of faces I recognized extremely well. It was everyone who'd come to Hope's Peak at the same time as me. But there's someone behind Sayaka. She's the only one I don't recognize. That's not true, I do recognize her. When Byakuya and I were in the headmaster's room and we looked at that file, Mukuro Ikusaba, then this girl is... Why? Why is Mukuro here with everyone else? And even more than that. Just having everyone here pose like this is weird enough by itself. And we're all wearing matching uniforms. I don't remember anything like this. The fashion girl's face is being covered. It's pretty funny the most photogenic one gets Mike Wazowski'd. And now that I'm looking at it, it's not even everyone. I'm not in the picture. I'm the only one not there. The picture is all 15 other students, but not me. But I guess that makes sense. After all, I don't remember ever taking a picture like this. I went to junior high with Sayaka, but the first time I met everyone else was when I arrived at Hope's Peak Academy. Hey, Bimsy, thank you for following. Hope you enjoy your stay here. So it's natural for me not to be in this picture, but what's definitely unnatural is that everyone else is in the picture. I thought everyone was like me and didn't know each other till they got here. But if this picture is real, then could that mean... Could it be... that Toko was a brunette at one point? Everyone else and just me. Everyone here except me is... How long are you going to keep up this rambling soliloquy of yours, Hamlet?
What are you gonna do?
You're kind of getting in the way there. You're kind of getting in the way standing there, you know? Oh, man. So, I mean, get out. Is this your final form? Oh, of course not. But I told you I'm not fielding any questions. What kind of mystery would this be if I gave you all the answers? That'd be totally out of left field. Ugh. I guess that means he's done talking. Damn it. So in the end, all I found in the gym was even more confusion. And with that confusion in hand, I left the dim dejected. I can't speak. Ugh. How does that count as a hint? Just made me even more confused. Is that what Monokuma was going for? You put together a fake photo just to confess me? Confuse me? I can't read, but it looks so real, so full of life. How could anyone fake that? Which would mean everyone but me. Maybe I should just ask everyone directly. That should clear all things up. No, I have to clear all this up. Confess to you, you know? Good. You've been up for how many hours? Only like 5 or so, something like that. You know. Right. Let's see. Where is... That was easy. Yeah, dum bum bum. Yeah, dum da 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 dum bum 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 bum. Yeah, see the uptime below the stream? No, you can't. I think my longest stream is like 34 hours. Consecutively staying awake. Hey, you. Oh, Byakuya. Listen, do you think we could talk? Byakuya?
That's enough.
I have nothing to talk to you about. Don't talk to me as if we're friends. Byakuya, wait! But of course he didn't, he just walked away. What the... Why is he acting like that? Like he was purposely trying to avoid me. Hey, long kigote, thank you for following. Hope you enjoy your stay. Now it's getting bad. 30-something with Star Ocean 2, Chrono Cross. Nice, Abby. Grazie. I decided to visit the biolab one more time, and the first thing I saw when I got there was her passed out again. Toko? Toko, are you okay? No, no. She's not dead, is she? Ugh. It's cold, it's super cold, it's so cold, I think I might catch a cold. If you keep taking naps in places like this, I'm sure you will.
I see.
I was asleep? I must have fainted again. I bet you were staying there staring at me getting all excited, weren't you? No, I wasn't.
Have you reached
Oh, then
that
hot and
certain
bothered,
age?
straight up horny? Okay, so why did you pass out? I don't know. Last thing I remember was me waking up just now. What did you do to Miss Morose? Oh, that's right, your memory stops and starts each time you switch. Bingo, bazinga! We share some basic knowledge, but our memories are very much separate. And don't say it like it's a bad thing, it's a blessing as far as I'm concerned. Even if she forgets something, I totally remember. It's like double the memory. It's more like half. But all I want to know right now is, where's my little darling? Tell me now or I'll slit your throat. I don't know. I'm sure Baku was around here somewhere doing his own investigating.
Yes.
By himself? I assume so.
Oh, I'm on
I knew it. I totally knew it. I'm a total pro when it comes to all things master. Anyway, I gotta hurry. I can't even imagine how lonely it must be right now. Hey, Zan. Chrono Cross was 35 hours? Oh, damn. No, I didn't take a nap during that. The only time I've ever taken a nap during a stream is during that 78-hour marathon Resident Evil thing I did. Well, there's no point asking Genocide Jack anyway. Besides, I have more important things to do right now. Technically, I also took a nap during the 24-hour Discord stream and didn't tell anybody. Why did Toko faint? There's gotta be some reason for it. The fridge, it's open. But I'm sure they were all shut tight last time I was here. It was like a 30-minute nap. Must be why she passed out.
Right.
She faints so easily. Kyoko, did you play it? Did I what? What the fuck is Remember 11 Age of Infinity? I have no idea what that is.
Makoto.
It's getting late, isn't it? Are you okay?
Indeed.
I'm sorry if I made you worried. No, you don't have to apologize.
Listen.
But listen about this room. Oh yeah,
It would seem...
it's a morgue. Yeah!
I knew it.
I suspected as much. And Toko must have looked inside the fridge, seen what was in there, and well, there you have it. You knew she'd fainted.
Indeed.
I was on my way here when Genocide Jack came running past me. I assumed she must have sneezed, but once I got inside, the real reason became clear.
It would seem...
I imagine she came here to investigate it when she opened the slot there. That's when she saw the body inside and dropped like a bag of rocks. Why's everything gotta be so difficult with her?
Anyway...
We should close it up. Don't want to leave it hanging open like that. Good idea. Kyoko approached the fridge, hands outstretched. But suddenly she stopped. What's wrong?
Listen.
Maybe she wait a second before closing it. How come? Because Mukuro's body is in here. Mukuro's corpse. Mukuro's body is inside the fridge.
I see.
Just like every other time, the Mastermind probably brought it up here while we were in the class trial. The Mastermind did it. Because they assumed we wouldn't be doing the class trial over again, I guess.
So...
You may be right. Either way, now I can finally get a good look at the body. That's right, Kyoko didn't get a chance to check the body during the last investigation.
Makoto.
I need to do my own examination of the corpse as soon as possible. I'm gonna find a clue this time, and I'm gonna grab the Mastermind by the tail. What should I do?
So then...
Why don't you just wait over there? I'll let you know as soon as I'm finished. Just wait over there, that's it. After all, she's in the group photo too. Don't let me interrupt your investigation, but I want to talk to you about something. What is it? It's about that announcement Monokuma made earlier. Oh, you mean the one about a hint of something? I didn't take him up on the offer. Why not?
Because...
The only reason he'd give us a hint at this point would be to confuse us to cloud our judgment. Wow, she's the smartest one here. I can solve this mystery on my own without whatever hints he may have to offer. That's a good point. Wish I could go back and do the same thing, but what's done is done, I guess. Standing here looking at her, I don't think she's hiding anything from me. Is she right? Did the Mastermind forge that picture as a trap to confuse us? That's gotta be it, there's no other explanation. Oh. Dun, 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 ba, ba, dum. On the left side of the refrigerator, a bunch of blue lights are on.
It would seem...
The blue lights come on when a slot is occupied. Didn't I find that already? So when someone's in there, the blue light comes on. Looking around the number of lights that are on, including Mukuro's. That's 9 in all. Gonna check anyways, just to be certain. Check what? 9 lights? You know, I think I've seen a tarp like this somewhere before. That's the same one as one I found in the garden. And if I remember that tarp, it had a stamp on it that said Biolab. And that tarp that was used to help camouflage the murder in the garden. At some point, someone got it from the Biolab and took it over here. Okay, Makoto, I'm done. Alrighty, geez, that was fast.
Indeed.
The check with Kyoko about the picture anyways was all I thought. Well, she just said she didn't want to know because she knows it's going to sow distrust. So why would you bring it up to her anyways? So, did you find anything?
Indeed.
That's the equivalent of saying, like, I don't want to hear about it, but you tell them anyway. I Paid careful attention to the wounds and the traces of blood, and it seems highly likely that the stomach wound and blow to the back of the head were inflicted after death. Really? The burnt tissue made things a little difficult, but I'm completely confident in my findings. So that means neither of those were the fatal injury, right? Then what was the fatal injury? Through the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which completely went through the body. They'd also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but they were at least several days old. The only other option is those other wounds, but the file says they were old.
Is that right?
What does it say they're old? Huh?
Because...
All the Munikumu file says that they were inflicted at least several days ago. Guess I don't see the difference.
Wrong.
Well, the difference is immense considering the impression they give.
Listen.
You seem to be equating several days old with simply old.
However...
That doesn't quite follow logically. Old wounds make it sound like they've been there forever, like they're not related to the murder. You're saying they are. All we got in the Monokuma file right after she was killed, right? So if the wounds were at least a few days old, there's no way they could have had anything to do with it.
So then...
What if Mukuro herself was killed within the last few days? Nani?
At the very least...
Certainly you can allow it as one of the many possibilities, can't you? One of many?
Right.
A detective doesn't have supernatural powers, there's no way to predict the answer from the beginning. Instead, the ideal detective begins by imagining as many possible scenarios as they can. Bite Comcast as hard as you fucking can.
In other words...
They envision these possibilities without prejudice, without bias, using all their logic and common sense. Then, as they investigate the tests that they find against each other, against each of these possibilities. Of course, me telling you this doesn't mean you'll be any good at detective work. But beyond using that to solve this particular mystery, you should keep it in mind for the future.
Hey.
If there's anything else you'd like to know about the condition of the body, now's the time. There was one thing. Earlier when I was looking at Mukuro's profile, it listed her height and weight.
So...
5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds, vitals were 31, 22, 32. Did I get all that right? You remembered all that? They're indeed consistent with the corpse. So then...
Indeed.
Don't forget about the Fenrir tattoo, that's absolutely no mistake.
Indeed.
Our victim in this case is without a doubt Mukuro Ikusaba.
And?
Is that all you want to ask? Yeah, I think so.
So then...
Then it looks like we have no further business with Mukuro's body. Let's get going. It's kind of chilly in here. Oh wait, I'm gonna put the body back. I think it's kind of sad leaving it out like that.
Why?
Sad. Did you forget she was our enemy once? As part of the ultimate despair? She still got killed, she's still a victim.
Hey.
Have you ever heard the phrase, you reap what you sow? Oh yeah, but still.
Whew.
You really are naive, you know that. It's really quite appalling. Well, she could have abandoned me, but she decided to help me instead. So for someone like that, what does it mean to be naive?
So then...
I think we've done all that we can here. Back to our separate investigations, yeah? Hold on. Still have one more thing to do. Something I need to talk to Kyoko about. I need to ask you about the pocketbook I found in that locker. If I don't do it now... Hey, Kyoko. I did have one last thing I know I shouldn't, but I feel like I have to ask.
What?
Go ahead then. Out with it. Have you really not seen your dad even once since you got here?
What? So...
What do you mean? Well, you know all those lockers on the second floor of the dorms.
Indeed.
To get into any of the lockers, you need the handbook of whoever the locker belongs to. Actually, I managed to get them open using that emergency handbook.
I see.
The one you found in the headmaster's hidden room.
And?
Did you find anything worthwhile in the lockers? I found a pocketbook, and after looking through it, I think it must be your pocketbook.
Why is that?
What makes you say that?
Because...
Like I said, only the locker's owner should be able to get into it, right? I can't imagine those lockers belong to any of us. After all, we only got access to that area just recently. What I'm saying is there's no way I could have had access to any of those lockers. And if I did have a pocketbook, why would I bother putting it in a locker? Everything you just said makes perfect sense, but there was something written inside. It was about the headmaster, about your father.
What? If that's true,
Could that mean that video is real too? Video?
Makoto.
I think everything is finally starting to fit together to reveal a cohesive picture. Although I'm afraid that picture might be worse than anything we could have imagined. What are you talking about?
I
need to go investigate those lockers right now. I need to confirm what you just said with my own 2 eyes. Let me give you the headmaster's handbook, that way you can...
So...
That won't be necessary. If I'm right about this, I shouldn't have any problem opening the locker with my own handbook. After all, it would seem that's my locker. 2 eyes! Don't... Please. Your locker.
Makoto.
If you watch this, it'll all make sense. A DVD. And it says Class 78 Urgent Interviews.
So...
I found it in that hidden room after you left.
Anyway...
I don't have time to explain exactly what I think it means, so just watch it and see for yourself. I think you'll realize exactly what it means. You'll understand why you found my pocketbook in a place none of us has ever seen before. None of this makes sense right now. But I guess that means there's some important clue on this DVD.
Makoto.
And now it's my turn. Do you have a second to listen to me ramble? Ramble?
In other words...
So as it turns out, the arrangements I made didn't stick. What I mean is, I'm less and less sure of everything, even my own feelings. You're talking about your dad, right? I can never find the answers to these questions I wanted to ask for the rest of my life. Same lunchtime? I'm so close to the end, though. I'm so close to the end. We're like right before the big finish kind of thing. And all because of the mastermind.
However...
But there's one thing I am sure of. Are you? Yes. 100%. My memory does not fail me here. When it comes to the mastermind, there's no room in my heart for forgiveness. Isn't the trial long? Not really. I swore to destroy the mastermind, this is just one more reason to follow through on that. Kyoko's eyes burn with the fire of determination. The determination to defeat the mastermind. It's strange to be confronted with his death and suddenly feel this way. I couldn't care less if my father had found happiness.
Why?
So why is it? Why does it bother me so much to know how he suffered? It's ridiculous, there's just no understanding it, I guess. She let out a small laugh as she said it. But her smile was filled with sorrow. What is hope but not determination? So that's it for my rambling. There's still much to do before I can consider my task complete. Yeah, you're right.
Hey.
But keep this in mind. There is only ever one absolute truth. Whatever that truth serves justice or suffering. Whether it's the greatest truth or the worst. What do you mean?
Makoto.
Even if the truth you uncover is filled with hopelessness, you still can't give up hope. Absolutely not, because all I can do is keep moving forward. That's pretty much all I'm good at, you know? Indeed. Sorry if that was strange.
So then...
Anyway, I need to get going. I'll see you at the class trial. Leaving behind that final farewell, Kyoko was gone. I better get going myself. All things considered, considering 100 Line does take inspiration from Undertale, I can't help but feel like that is amazingly fitting considering the themes of these games as we go. Even if it's the worst truth in the world, I can't afford to lose. Makoto kind of is the definition of just push forward with raw fucking willpower. He even says it in the private event with Chihiro. That he just keeps throwing himself at it. Had anything in his way, I mean. Hey, buddy. Hey, hero. Makoto. What's going on with you? Every time I see you, you freak out like that. Even though the next protagonist are more interesting, isn't Makoto the strongest? No, but I won't spoil anything. No, No. Sorry, but I'm in a big hurry. Once again, he ran off like a terrified rabbit. Sure, what's wrong? I still wasn't able to talk about the notebook I'd found. It's like he was avoiding me. Like he was afraid of me. Why? Makoto does have the power of I guess survivability might be the right word, because luck is such a bullshit, hard to quantify thing in this series, but he has it. I don't think it's really possible to quantify Makoto's luck. He has the definition of plot armor out of all the pro tags. Immune to critical hits. So, this is where you've been hiding. Listen, I was hoping to talk with you. Makoto. Sorry, gotta go. What? She ran off so fast, I didn't even have time to ask her to stop. Hina, why? Why won't you talk to me? That sucks. Everyone got torn apart so easily, too. I feel like his conflict will make him the strongest. Again, I can't really say anything, but if I had to say the strongest pro tag, I would 1000% say Hajime Hinata. But again, I can't say anything about him, but I'd say Hinata. I love all the pro tags, for the record. Makoto, Hajime, and Kaede are all really damn good. There's absolutely nothing in here, just a normal empty cardboard box. Oh! Yay! This should be able to play DVDs just fine. Oh, I better take a look. I took the DVD Kyoko gave me and put in the player. Do Gachapon now? No. I said that I was playing, but nothing appeared on screen. I stared into the black of the monitor. Must have only been a few seconds. Komaru as a pro tag? Komaru's pretty good, actually. But to me, it felt like an eternity. And then all of a sudden, an image appeared. Sayaka. It took me by total surprise. I hadn't seen Sayaka in who knows how long, and there she was.
Okay then, are you ready to begin?
Man. That's a fucking jump scare. The voice I heard was of the man positioned on one side of the screen. It was the voice of a middle-aged man.
I do apologize, but I hope you don't mind if I record our conversation. I'm a little slow, you know. I never really got the hang of taking notes while having a conversation.
It sounded like he was trying to make a joke, but Sayaka's tense face didn't move a single millimeter.
So this video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like insurance. So please don't worry too much. Now then, let me get straight to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
You want me to accept that? Sayaka was obviously at a total loss. It made total sense. You would agree to spending the rest of your life in this school? I accept. Nani?
Thank you. And I'm sorry about all this. Well, I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, I give you my word.
As if on cue, that's where the video cut out. There was a lot I hadn't understood up till now. But this, only this, I simply couldn't comprehend what I'd heard. Because I know how much Sayaka wanted to get out of here. I know how much she wanted to escape and pursue her dreams with her friends again. She wanted that so bad she tried to frame me for murder. So why? Why would she say yes to living here for the rest of her life? As I sat there thinking about it, I noticed a sudden light. On the monitor, the video that I thought was finished flashed back on screen. My eyes darted back to the screen. And if I was confused before, what I saw next pushed me right over the edge. Man. What I saw was me. Impossibly, undeniably me.
So, Makoto, before we begin, I should let you know that I'll be recording our conversation.
Yeah, that's the moment where you start screaming.
Yes.
Me and the headmaster were looking at each other. He and I were having what seemed to be like a fairly normal conversation. But the I in the here and now, had absolutely no memory of it. I had no memory of even meeting the headmaster, much less sitting down to talk to him like this. Oh god, please no, Johnny.
Now, shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Yes.
This can't be real. I said yes?
I'm sorry I'm putting you through all this.
Well, I mean, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
But I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
Once again, the video cut out. From there, the video repeated the same scene again and again with the others. Byakuya, Toko, Hina, everyone. They all said they agreed to live in this school forever. And then Kyoko. Her interview with him had been recorded just as clearly. Without a doubt, she had met him. She sat down with the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, her father. And when he asked her his question, she answered the same as everyone else. She accepted a life within the school. Just as Kyoko's interview was wrapping up, the monitor suddenly went black. It wasn't just the monitor, the DVD player itself had apparently turned off. Which of course meant the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened?
Say what?
Oopsie, looks like it broke out of service. It just so happened to break just now.
Too bad.
Now then, win doesn't matter. Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right? Failure my ass. You cut the power on purpose. Hell, whatever. Well, whatever. If I watched the whole thing, it'd just be more of the same. He'd ask them the questions, they'd all say yes. I couldn't help myself, I let out a huge exasperated sigh, but as I did, I remembered something.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point, my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to the school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine how it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Must be freaky to see yourself recorded in a situation you can't remember. Oh yeah. Convenient outcome. Something that seemed to obviously work in favor of the mastermind. So does that mean I've lost my memory too? What about the others? Have we all forgotten? Or... oh no.
For anything that has a start, there has to be an end. And if the end comes, then that means it's time for a fresh start.
It begins.
There is no night that doesn't have a dawn. Although that dawn is totally
Yes.
pitch black, there is no storm that won't eventually end. Of course, then that leads to drought. But as I said, every end is the promise of a new beginning. Which is why I'm sure we'll get to meet again, because the end is only the beginning. Anyway, let's get started. The beginning of the end of the class trial. Everyone gather once again at you know where.
Lord. It's about to begin again. The class trial is gonna start. The final class trial. The last time all our lives will be on the line. The last time hope and despair are on the line. I don't have a choice, I have to do this. Okay then. This is the end. This is the end. I like how it's not a, like, creepy song anymore when you're walking up to the door. Now it's like the triumphant song. I guess I'm the first one this time.
Makoto,
You're early.
listen.
Does that mean you feel prepared? Yeah, for now at least. Where's everyone else? Why aren't they here yet?
However,
Don't worry, I'm sure they'll be here soon. And just like she said, Byakuya! Byakuya? They arrived one after another, but they were all in the same state of shock. Hina? Kira? Silence. And it wasn't any normal silence. It was a deafening silence of fear and suspicion. It was like the first class trial.
You called for me and so I appear. Oh, I'm on fire!
Strong, silent master, so wonderful, so cruel, so hot, my loins are ablaze!
Yes!
Now listen, everything will be just fine if you just leave it to me.
My beautiful
With my sharp scissors in hand, I'll stab and gouge and shiv the master of evil. I thought you couldn't kill anyone but adorable little boys. It's what master wants. It could be a boy, girl, anything in between. I can handle it. Oh, well, there that goes. No human language can describe the disappointment I'm feeling right now. I don't know, make her sneeze again. I don't know. Is everyone here? I'm wearing our gloomy Gus faces, I see.
Well now.
Okay, well then, let's begin.
Thrills, chills, kills!
Pitch black despair, climaxium sorrow, climaximum sorrow. You're right, this is the final class trial, and this time it'll be fair. What do you mean this time? Stop with all the slander. I'm a bear in good standing, you know. If there was a Mr. Fair Guy Universe contest, I'd take home the tiara every year. I'm gonna win this game super fair and square.
Today,
And I'll make sure
feeling
everyone
white.
watching at home knows that despair is mightier than the hope.
Stop talking.
Enough of your tedious drivel. Begin the trial already. I'll be waiting for you down below.
You guys.
Don't try and run away. Laughing as loud as ever, Monokuma has disappeared. Whatever.
In the name of my family.
This will be over in no time. With an inexplicable confidence, Byakuya was the first into the elevator. One by one, the others followed. That's an awful fucking feeling. Aoi being mad at you, too. Nobody made eye contact, nobody said a word. They just disappeared into the elevator.
Hey,
They're all acting odd. Like they're paranoid, suspicious of each other.
however,
But you know why that is, don't you? Yeah, I think so.
however,
Well, you can tell us about it soon. At the class trial. You're right, I'm ready.
so...
Ready to win, right? Of course! Glad to hear you say that. And then Kyoko was aboard the elevator. It was a group photo shown in the gym that had everyone in it besides Makoto. I started making my way toward the opening. Step after step toward the gaping maw. I'd resolved that this would be the last time. I repeated to myself that there was no fear, no mystery left. I pushed the anxiety down, calmed my trembling body, and finally on steady legs, I passed the threshold and stood in the elevator. Without warning, it began to descend. Deeper and deeper. Deeper, deeper, deeper still. Deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper it fell. I closed my eyes and sight fell away. All sound too disappeared. Alone in the universe, I waited for the elevator doors to open for the last time. What could have been seconds or centuries later, I felt the gentle vibration of the elevator come to an end. I slowly opened my eyes. God, this whole section is just anxiety incarnate. This is the final trial site? What do you think? Isn't it just the perfect background for deciding a person's fate?
Yippee!
It's the long-awaited last stage, the always exciting final boss battle. And I'm gonna sit in on this one. I'll just sit right here in the vacant 16th seat.
Thrills, chills, kills!
So much for the Determination song 5 minutes ago. This game has a good way of building you up and then smashing you down. I love that about it. All right. No, wait, if you have any theories, keep them to yourself. For the time being, just in case. 16th seat? Oh, there's always been a 16th seat. It's always been there. There's 16. Mukuroi Soba. Okay, so. Mukuroi Soba. Okay, so. Really quick. I gotta use the washroom. Feel free to go use the washroom as well. That's it. This is the final trial. This is the end. So. Go get your stuff together really quick. See you in a moment. And we'll see how this goes. BRB, BRB. I'm back, I'm alive, I'm alive. And yeah, you heard me accidentally hit the A button. Okay. Final trial. Good luck, everybody else. Ugh. Save again. You missed 43 raids. I missed 43 what? I haven't opened up my thing yet. Ruman! By the way, you had a raid. Oh, I see now. Hey, Ruman! Someone probably already shot him out. I'm gonna do it again anyways. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're liking Claire Obscure. Everyone the mother I know is playing that game right now. I hope you're liking it. Hey, yo, hello. Space, the fight's still doing it this hour? Finale. The end. Space, you go to bed? You go to bed, damn it. This is the end. Why don't you tell me to go to bed? After this, I didn't sleep and wake up right before this. Okay. I've gone to bed, then go the fuck back to sleep.
Since this will be the final class trial, I've come up with a special rule.
Oh god.
So listen up. If you can figure out Mukuro's killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win. But if you can't, then I win! And of course, waiting for the loser is the super exciting, super heart-pounding punishment!
I'll be fine,
saying that
dog.
if you lose, you'll execute yourself?
Yep, sure will.
And that's final? No loopholes? No wiggling out of it later?
Of course not! Bears never go back on their word!
Never mind all that. I just have one question for you.
Oh, you're taking this serious, huh? Are you feeling okay?
Is the mastermind only one person?
Hmm?
Don't bother. I already know the answer. You're all the mastermind, aren't you? You're all out to get me!
Okay.
I'm right, aren't I? I knew it!
Yasuhiro opening it up.
You guys have all been working together, haven't you? I have evidence, so I know I'm right!
Hey, you stole my line. You're all out to get me. I'm sure of it. I have evidence of my own.
What a coincidence. I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together.
What? Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have...
Oh, shut the fuck up.
No, it's wrong!
It's not just you three. I have evidence too.
What? You too?
The evidence you're all referring to is this group photo, right?
Well, yeah. Huh? Wait, but mine's different. With the picture you have, I'm in it. But that can't be right. Because in my picture... See? I'm the only one not in it.
I figured as much, in which case...
Hiro, you have a picture too, right? Let's see it.
Okay, but be careful with it. It's pretty important evidence.
This one too, it's just like I thought.
So the secret in these pictures has been revealed.
Secret or whatever, I don't care. You guys are all in on this together. That's why I'm the only one missing.
But you're in my picture. You're the ones trying to trick me.
Oh god.
So the whole purpose behind these photos was to get us questioning and fighting with each other. The mastermind laid a trap to make us each think everyone else was working against us.
Huh? I laid a trap? A trap? How rude!
I
What
laid a
grounds do you have
trap?
for such audacious accusation?
Me? The proof I need to reveal Monokuma's trap. Each photo has a certain something in common. There's a connection regarding what person is shown in the group photos. And that person is the one who took the photos.
I got it!
Toko!
In each case, the only one not in the picture is the person who received it.
Toko's totally a brunette in this one, by the way.
I got, I'm the only one missing. In the picture Hina got, she's the only one missing. And in the picture Hiro got, he's the only one missing.
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
In other words, Monokuma gave each of us a group photo in which that person wasn't included.
And when we each saw our picture, we just assumed everyone else was the enemy?
just Leon smashing her in the
Figured
face.
it out, huh?
Yeah, I thought that must be it. But how was that a hint?
But you know, there might be more to this than just Monokuma trying to confuse us. There's something else that bothers me about everyone's pictures. What's digging at me?
Listen, can I see everyone's group photo one more time? It's not directly connected to what we're talking about, but I'd like to double check something.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I'm sure there's something unusual about these group photos. But I need to compare each of them one more time. Yakuya's picture. Hina's picture. Hiro's picture. And mine. There's something strange about all of them, something I can't quite pin down. Something.
Can you just forget about the photo already? Ugh. Trying to trick me with such an obviously fake photo? I'm still pissed about
Silencio,
that.
if you know.
And on top of that, they went to all that trouble to make it look like we were wearing matching uniforms.
So you think they're fake? No, I assure you, they're quite real.
But what are you talking about? There's no way.
Yeah! I don't remember ever taking a picture like that. So it's gotta be a fake. I'm sure of it.
But you know, can we really be so sure?
Huh?
Don't get me wrong, I don't remember taking this picture either, but is that really enough to be absolutely positive they're fake?
What do you mean?
The reason I don't remember this picture isn't necessarily because it's fake. There might be some other reason. Some terrible reason. An unbelievable but entirely horrifying reason. Hangman! Why is Hangman's Gambit so easy on normal mode though? Like, that's kind of funny.
Now I understand. Let's say that somehow we'd all lost our memories. That could explain it, couldn't it?
Oh, I get it. So we all just lost our memories at the same time and forgot about the photo.
Final Fantasy VIII haters convulsing and foaming on the ground right now.
You expect me to believe such an unbelievable occult-type story?
Yeah, we all lost our memories? That's just crazy.
It's only natural they wouldn't believe it. But no matter how much they refuse, if that's the absolute truth, they have no choice. We can't move forward until they accept it. And there's another way to prove it besides those pictures. Clock, 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 clock. Oh fuck, right, they start giving you 5, okay.
You're saying we all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
Oh, sweetie.
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's
No, you don't.
No, it's wrong.
No, that's wrong.
Those photos aren't the only things that point to the possibility of memory loss. This DVD does the same thing.
You're not gonna show us something indecent, are you?
Toka.
No, it's nothing like that. It's a video
We are
of
in
all
the
of
finale,
us
Toka.
being interviewed by the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster.
When you say all of us, you mean...
I mean all of us.
It's really funny how helpful Toka was in the last case, even though it was a fucking trap.
Ever get any kind of interview?
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll see for yourself. The headmaster did, in fact, interview you.
What are you saying?
I didn't imagine you would remember.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Well, we don't have any way to refute it, so we have no choice but to accept it as reality.
Thank you, Byakuya.
How can you say that? We're talking about living, breathing amnesia here.
Which one would
To
you
be
say
honest,
is
I have
the best to
something
play
else on
first?
my mind right now.
If you're interested in playing this, leave.
Something else?
Start with the first
You
one.
said the
Run.
DVD contains recordings of us being interviewed by the headmaster, right? What were the interviews about?
The headmaster sat each of us down, one at a time, and asked us the same
This
question.
is the end.
He asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
If you have seen the majority of this, you can start with the
What
second.
is that?
And how did we answer?
We'd say no, obviously.
Actually, we all said we could. Even me. I heard myself say yes. I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
Why? Why would you say yes to something like that?
I don't know. I don't remember a thing.
The same goes for everyone else. Nobody remembers. You don't remember choosing to live here forever, or even talking to the headmaster about it at all.
It doesn't matter if I remember or not. Even if I bought the whole amnesia thing, the idea that I would want to live here forever? That's just insane! How can I believe that?
Insane or not, we can't move forward until you accept it. Am I right?
You sure are, 'cause it's all true.
What?
I know it sounds absurd, but if it's the truth, there's nothing we can do about it.
Indeed. We only have one path in front of us.
Then, I really...
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
Fuck.
Making my head hurt.
And this isn't like some normal kind of memory loss. You stole those specific memories from us, didn't you?
Oopsie, you figured that part out too, huh?
Of course. There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia at the same time.
How could someone just steal our memories?
How?
Yes, you play UDG after
that
too.
hardly matters right now. If I said it was hypnotism, would you believe me? Or we opened up your skulls and messed with your brains? Would you really believe anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right now.
What matters is figuring out what memories you took from us. That's what you're trying to say, right?
I knew I could count on you.
The interview with the headmaster, taking that group photo, those can't be the only memories we lost. There must have been a purpose to it all. A reason for taking away our memories.
Yep, exactly what Zahn said.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
The original motive.
You mean the motive you came up with to try and get us to all kill each other?
That has something to do with the memories you stole from us?
Byakuya's
Sure
pissed. They all
does.
are.
But that part still a secret. Anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the class trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay, so you want us to figure out who killed her before we do anything else.
So until we do that, by the way, we have to explain every last remaining mystery. One who killed Mukuro, the true mastermind, that's what we need to expose. Still playing? We're at the end.
So who did it? Who killed her?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything. That much I'm sure of.
But when you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
What does make me so sure?
Come on, Aoi, you were there.
Exactly. You're just making stuff up. There's no way the mastermind is here. The mastermind is probably a million.
No, start hissing. Start hissing.
There's no question that the mastermind is somewhere within the school.
How do you know? Did you find some evidence or something?
In the back of the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma. The
Hissing.
mastermind must have been using that to control him all this time.
Shouldn't we go
So
mystery
there
gun?
can't be any doubt.
No.
The
It's all in your mind.
mastermind has been inside the school all along.
There can't be any doubt. In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind is one of us.
What? Why?
Recall what Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier.
Y'all nasty. Sure, I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students, and the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
So if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
How'd they manage to survive all of this?
So we're the only ones here? It's not me! I'm not the mastermind!
Well, it's not me!
I blame Makoto!
Fuck you!
Why me?
Cuz! It's super weird how you're the only one who survived being executed!
Oh, I get it! The only way he could have survived is if he was actually the mastermind himself, right?
Aw, nuts! Ya got me!
Wait! What are you trying to say?
Everyone, calm down. There's no reason to panic. The mastermind's true identity will become clear soon enough. Just as soon as we find out who killed Mukuro.
That's a good point. Rather than wasting time bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
He's right. What more is there to
Yeah, the
talk
16th
about?
is dead.
If you want something to
why.
talk about, I think there might be one thing. We haven't fully established what Mukuro's fatal
Mukuro
injury was.
Ikusaba.
Huh?
Watch out for her.
But I thought we figured that out. She died when she got hit in the back of the head.
No, that isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely different. Wouldn't you agree, Makoto?
16th student lying hidden somewhere in the school, the one they call the Ultimate Spare. Watch out for her. The other wounds.
I got it! All of the wounds covering her body. That's what really killed her.
Hey, now hold on a second. You did read the Monokuma file, right?
The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old.
It made it pretty clear. Those wounds were made at least a few days ago. So they can't possibly be what killed her.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
What?
What if, when we discovered her body, she'd already been dead for several days? If that's true, then naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
That doesn't make any sense. Because she had all those wounds before she ever came here.
Huh? How do you know that?
Isn't it obvious? She was the ultimate soldier, right?
Kudos to
That
Togo
means-
for actually reading the evidence, by the way.
know,
You're wrong.
Oh.
she denied me before I could even say anything. Come on. I mean, you think I'm not weird, okay? At least listen to what I have to say before you deny me.
You're so sure we're going to deny you. Why bother saying in the first place?
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all...
Ding dong, you're wrong!
No,
I
that's
missed. Thank you, genocider ability.
No, Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle. The file we found in the headmaster's room said as much. Despite the time she spent in battle after battle as a member of Fenrir, when she entered this school, she hadn't sustained a single injury.
To be denied so completely. Actually, it's kind of refreshing. Maybe it's because of all of Master's training.
Anyway, so we can be sure that Mukuro suffered all those wounds after coming to this school. In which case, they could be the very thing that killed her.
Disgusted.
As a matter of fact, it's hard to imagine any other possibility. When examining her body, I found that her stomach and head wounds came after she was already dead.
Unless anyone has any better suggestions, I think we can say this with confidence. The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
Wow.
But if that's what killed her, then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
That's exactly what it means. When we found her body in the garden, she'd already been dead for several days.
So then, what about the little matter of what happened last night? Makoto, you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant. If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, certainly it couldn't have been her. So who was it that attacked you?
Yeah, Danny, the one who attacked me was the mastermind. Yeah.
I got it! The one who attacked me was the true mastermind. When we discovered Mukuro in the garden wearing the same mask, I naturally assumed she must have been the one who attacked me, but I was wrong. It wasn't her at all. It was the mastermind.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just getting a little impatient sitting here listening. I think I'm gonna jump in.
Fucking bear.
Let's start off with a nice, easy question. Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption. You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? I mean, that's the whole point of a mask. The true identity of the masked attacker is Mukuro Ikusaba. At least, that's what I think. Do you have any evidence that might convince me otherwise?
There's no way Mukuro's the one that attacked me. Even if I didn't see their face. Mukuro had a very obvious Fenrir tattoo compared to the masked attacker. It should be obvious. He's getting very impatient. This has to be
You
absorbed.
never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
You're wrong.
Me casually
Even
shutting up
without
my
seeing
teammates so I can
their face,
focus.
There's another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Oh? And what is this other part? Is it the right hand?
Gimme!
Or the left hand?
I know which hand it is.
Maybe the right foot?
Shut up.
Or perhaps the left foot?
Such a dick about it.
Or could it be the hips?
Well, it's definitely not the hips.
You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
Damn it! Damn it! Who the fuck was that? Hero? I'm gonna kill you.
Shoot.
Ah!
You never saw it, so you can't have. I'm telling you now.
You're wrong. There's another part of the...
Oh? Is it the... Or the left hand?
Thank you.
Maybe the... Or perhaps... Or could it be... the hips? You never saw it, so you can't have any idea who was up. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro.
Just reach over, just start beating him with the evidence. Just over the head, just pissed. Like, shut up!
Mukuro had a tattoo on her right hand, if I remember correctly. A representation of Fenrir. In other words, a wolf tattoo. But I saw the right hand of the
Like
person
jumping
who
over the
attacked
table. Now throw his
There
second
was no such tattoo.
crystal ball at him from across the room.
So there's no way
Give him the
person
Leon
behind
special.
the mask was Mukuro.
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her. But that still doesn't prove that it was me. It could have been, you know, someone else, right?
Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I all have solid alibis for that entire night.
Yeah! We were in the gym tearing you apart, so it could have been any of us.
Oh, okay, sure. It couldn't have been any of you. But what about Kyoko? It totally could have been her. Uh-oh, no snappy comeback. Did I score a bullseye?
If you insist, I don't mind showing you.
Huh? Show me what?
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it wasn't me.
Show him Makoto. Oh no, right. Oh, right. Kyoko was moving her gloves. Without thinking, I let out a gasp. It's more than just a little burned skin.
Awful, isn't it? It happened when I was first learning to be a detective. I was inexperienced.
I thought you didn't want anyone to see those scars.
If it means we get another step closer to unmasking the mastermind, it doesn't really bother me.
Kyoko seemed to savor the words as she said them. Then she put her gloves back on. I mean, you can
My
see the skin
scars
just
should
fine,
suffice
actually.
as proof. Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars like mine?
No, not at all. I'm positive.
Then this much has been made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked Makoto is the true mastermind.
This is just awful! On top of my secret being revealed, I had to look at those positively grotesque scars of yours. Sorry, did I say that out loud? I do hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Not at all. You can say whatever you want.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not cornered just yet. Because if you haven't noticed, the circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death are totally unknown.
That's true. All we know right now is she was killed a good while before this morning.
On the contrary, we don't know anything other than that.
You're not going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something, are you?
In
Still
that
going?
regard,
Yeah.
you have nothing to worry about. I promise you, without a doubt, she died after our little killing game began here.
Then somehow she was killed in secret without any of us
For the
knowing.
record, this is the end.
And after she died, who knows how much time went by before we found her, right? Did the culprit stash her somewhere? She couldn't have been in the garden the whole time, could she?
If she was, she would have been totally decomposed. Just like your brain.
Not now, Toko.
Then, she was being stored somewhere?
But to hide a body here, to just store it somewhere?
There's only one place. Can't think of anywhere else the body could have been.
I got it! Mukuro's body was probably kept hidden in the biolab.
Biolab? You mean on the 5th floor?
That's right. It's actually set up for use as a morgue. So it's the perfect place to hide a body, and it'd keep the body preserved at the same time.
Then you're also saying the body was moved from the biolab to the garden.
At least Toko admitted I can't find shit
And I have
when you
no
meet
doubt
her.
that that's exactly what happened.
I couldn't find a
In
damn
fact,
thing.
I have proof.
The proof that shows the body was carried from the biolab to the garden. There's something that made its way from the biolab to the garden. The tarp!
I got it!
I got it!
What makes me so sure the body was carried from the biolab to the garden is the tarp that we found in the garden. When I was checking it over again, I noticed something. I noticed that some text had been stamped on one corner of the tarp.
Oh, it says Biolab.
Holy cow! How'd you notice that tiny little thing?
Makoto's nitpicky nature seems to have surfaced with perfect timing.
This proves that the tarp originally came from the biolab. In fact,
Damn it.
there's a whole stack of tarps just like it in there.
So when the killer moved the body to the garden,
Byakuya
they
is
must
too
have grabbed
goddamn
a
funny.
tarp to
I
wrap it in.
can't. He's so
then
petty.
they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers, and put the coat on it afterwards.
You made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
That's just a wild guess.
Run, bear.
Where's your evidence? Proof that the body was wrapped in a tarp and moved.
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened. But you seem to be getting pretty worked up about it, wouldn't you say?
Worked up?
Now that the conversation has turned to the topic of the biolab, you must be getting pretty nervous. Because the key to uncovering your secret identity is hidden within that room, isn't it?
You talking about unmasking the mastermind?
You see, the biolab contained an inconsistency, one so major it can't be overlooked.
An inconsistency in the biolab. Would you be talking
La,
about...
la, I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Such a child. Oh well, just ignore him.
I need to pull myself together and think. The inconsistency in the biolab. Could you be
Hey,
talking
by
about...
the way, Makoto, what about that one thing?
What one thing?
What do you think? I'm talking about your family.
What?
Don't tell me you forgot about that video message. So what do you think? Are you sure your family's still okay?
Ah, what a dick.
Why are you bringing that up now?
Your mom, your dad, your little sister, What do you think has happened to your family? Are they really as safe as you might have assumed?
Stop talking about that!
Calm down, Makoto. He wants you to get upset.
Yeah, I need to calm down. I can't let him get to me. He's just saying that because he knows we're getting close to the truth of the biolab. So if I want to shut him up, I need to expose the inconsistency and slam him with it. The one area where the numbers just don't match up. Fuck up the bear, fuck up the bear, fuck up the bear!
Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? That's impossible! What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? Proof, proof, proof!
Nope.
I'm not listening!
It's the lights.
This should prove it.
Rhythm gaming, rhythm gaming, rhythm gaming, rhythm
The
gaming.
inconsistency Kyoko's talking about is... the lights.
What are you talking about? What about the lights?
Like I said before, the biolab also acts as a morgue. And as part of that, a giant refrigerator was installed in there. That's where everyone who's died is stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body in it, a blue light would turn on.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
But I counted up the number of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was in. And there were only 9.
Why does that matter? You gotta give me the bite-sized version here, man.
9 lights doesn't make sense. The number of lights that should be on is 10.
I got it! 10 of the lights should have been on. Any other number is incredibly suspicious.
Suspicious? Why?
That's simple. Just recall who's died here so far, and it should become clear.
That's right, that's the key to solving this mystery. 4 lights, no. Sayaka died first. Junko was second. Leon was third. Chihiro was fourth. Mondo was fifth. Taka was sixth, Hifumi was seventh. Celeste was eighth. Sakura was ninth. And victim number 10 was Mukuro. So 10 people in all.
That's right.
Yeah.
Any
What you
other
said.
number should make you immediately suspicious. But according to the lights in the biolab, only 9 people were being stored there.
You're saying a dead body just up and disappeared?
I got it! The mastermind destroyed one of the bodies to get rid of evidence.
But if they wanted to do that, they would have destroyed Mukuro's body, since they actually killed her. And yet, her body was left alone.
Then, whose body disappeared?
It may very well be that none of them disappeared.
None of them.
But if that's true, then why doesn't the body count match?
Including Monokuma's executions, there have apparently been 10 deaths.
I'm
But
sorry,
there were only
I like the
9
music.
bodies. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm completely lost. How can the number of victims be less than the number of murders?
The reason there are less bodies than murders, the explanation for more murders than the victims. Why is that? What would it take for that to make sense? The same person was killed twice.
I got it! What about it? The same person was killed twice.
Huh? Killed twice?
Officially, 10 murders have been committed so far. But one of the victims may have been murdered, and then murdered again.
Murdered again?
Murdered and murdered again?
If you have hypotheses, keep them to yourself, don't forget.
There could have been 10 killings, but still only 9 victims, right?
Technically, you're right, I guess. But still, something like that
Could easily have happened. No, it is what happened.
Sounds like you're already convinced. Then can you tell us who was killed twice?
It was Mukuro, of course. Before she was killed as Mukuro Ikusaba, she was killed as someone else.
And that's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment we found it in the garden.
No, that's crazy talk. She was killed as someone else? Come on! Besides, who could that someone else even have been?
All you have to do is look at those bodily injuries of hers, and that will become obvious.
Nothing's gonna become obvious. Because Kyoko's totally delusional.
On the back pedal.
Who is this someone else that Mukuro was killed as? Was it Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata? Chihiro Fujisaki? Mando Owada? Kiyotaka Ishimaru? Hifumi Yamada? Celestia Lu... whatever? Or maybe Sakura Ogami? No.
That laugh when saying
There's no
Sakura.
way anyone was murdered twice.
That laugh. Mukuro died from the wound she had all over her body. Was there someone else who suffered the same sort of injury?
Who is this someone else that Mukuro was killed as? Was it Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima? Leon Chihiro Mando? Kiyotaki Fumi? Celestia Lu? Or maybe Sakura Ogami? No. There's no way anyone
That's
would...
wrong!
No, that's wrong. Junko. Wasn't her fatal injury pretty similar to Mukuro's?
What do you mean?
Hey, mate.
Well, remember what happened to her? She was impaled by a bunch of spears, all over her body.
And Mukuro died from a number of wounds across her body. When you compare that to the stab wounds Junko suffered...
And the similarities match?
Yes, and those are the only fatal injuries that match up. That explains why those two bodies are actually one and the same.
So let me see if I have this straight. Junko, or someone going by that name, was stabbed to death with multiple spears. Then her body was kept in the biolab for however long before being dragged out again. Only this time, it was presented as the corpse of one Mukuro Ikusaba.
It all matches up, right? Those wounds Junko suffered could easily be these same injuries.
It's really true? Mukuro and Junko are the same person? Wait, so then... What does it all mean?
It means that there haven't been 10 victims, but 9. Which also means that among the people we thought were dead, one is still alive.
And that's the true identity of the mastermind?
Who is it? Who's behind all this?
We already know the answer to that. It's Mukuro. She's still alive. Yuko's body and made it look like she was the one who died. So Mukuro is still alive. She's gotta be. Total silence? Then I must be right. I'm right, aren't I?
Mukuro alive. The one that's still alive is Mukuro? But can we really believe that? There's no way Mukuro Ikusaba is still alive. Oh, the music gets more intense. According to the headmaster's report, Mukuro did not have a single scar or wound when she came to Hope's Peak Academy. In addition, her physical features were as follows. Height 5'7", weight 97 pounds, vitals 31, 22, 32. Kyoko has confirmed that the corpse matches these characteristics.
It wasn't Mukuro.
Sorry.
No, that's wrong. No, the body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of. The body's appearance
Now, at least
and
let her speak.
measurements
Nah,
are
she don't get
consistent
to.
with her records.
After her performance, she doesn't get shit.
Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 97 pounds. Her vitals were 31, 21, 32. Everything in her profile is consistent with that corpse.
Hey, Code, we're near the end.
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo. So there's no question it's her.
But if Mukuro's not the mastermind, then who's actually still alive?
Someone made it look like they died, but they're actually still alive. There's only one person it could be. Junko Enoshima!
Here's my answer. Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
Are you sure about that?
Huh?
I admit, since Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be
Finally.
the only other explanation. But we saw her get impaled. She died right before our very eyes.
Tearing up my prediction.
If Junko were still alive, the death we saw would had to have been some kind of charade. But you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
Now that you mention it, I gently placed my hand on Junko's lifeless body. I touched her wrist to check for a pulse like they do in movies and stuff, but she really is dead. Wasn't anything else to say, she was gone. I did check absolutely, and I can say for sure.
She was dead. There's no question. Junko was dead.
So, the idea that she's still alive.
It must be wrong.
Then you're withdrawing your previous statement?
I know you gave it your best shot, but too bad. I guess your conclusion was a dud. Too bad, too bad.
This case hasn't been decided just yet.
Oh?
You haven't given up already, have you, Makoto?
I fucking love Case 6.
No, of course not. There's no way I'd give up that easy.
That's all well and good, but how do you intend to solve the problem standing in your way? Junko absolutely died. Mukuro absolutely died.
Then both of them are dead, right? There can't be any kind of survivor story.
I think we need to look at this from the opposite direction.
Huh? The opposite direction?
Let's assume Junko is still alive. If so, how could she have survived?
How could Junko have survived? I checked her, she was dead, I'm sure of it. But still, if she were alive somehow, could it be that Junko's not the one that died? If it wasn't Junko, but someone else entirely. Maybe she was some sort of trick? Good on foods, meds, water? Oh yeah! I'm doing fine, I'm doing great. I'm upbeat. Replaced.
Now I understand. That's it. What if she switched places with someone else?
Switched places?
That's right.
I
Before
feel
the
that, man.
Spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place. Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba.
Then that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but
Yeah, Salem.
that had to be Junko who got stabbed to death, right?
Yeah, you're saying they switched? When could they even have done that? Right when she was about to die? Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
Good point. There's just no way they could have switched like that. So maybe the whole idea is wrong.
There has to be some way. I need to figure out how to explain how they could have switched. The very beginning.
I got it! The two of them may have switched places from the very beginning.
What? From the beginning?
Yes, from the moment we first met. If that's when they switched,
Scream into the loaf.
then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of death, right? After all, the one we saw at that point would have already been Mukuro.
Hold on. So you're saying the Junko we first met is actually Mukuro all along?
Then we'd already met her?
I had, like, a normal conversation with her.
When we first met, none of us knew who anyone else was. So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko, and we never would have known the difference. That would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very beginning.
Wait, but Mukuro had a tattoo on the back of her hand, right? Junko never had any tattoo like that, did she?
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that. If she did, it likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished. Plus, there were the fake nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body. They were the same fake red nails she was wearing when we all met for the
You have
first time.
freckles? Oh yeah, they Photoshop them out all the time. Make your skin look porcelain.
If she really did use foundation.
Correct. Even if there was no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro. So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole when we were trying to figure out who attacked Makoto. But too bad for you, Monokuma. You can't deny it anymore.
Wait, so this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning?
If that's true, it was quite an elaborate plan to be sure, making it look like Mukuro was Junko.
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were working together.
I love Monokuma's just dead fucking silent
So
right now.
Mukuro, the ultimate despair, teamed up with someone like her. In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also the ultimate despair.
What's wrong? Lost the will to fight back?
I think he's just afraid.
Afraid? What's that mean, afraid? Fear is only possible where hope is possible. I only have despair, so fear is an alien concept to me.
Then why haven't you been saying anything?
Dummy.
Because it's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity? As if.
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
I tried to protect her identity? When did I do that?
So he still refuses to admit it, but he can try to see this all he wants, it doesn't matter. Because I've already figured it out. He tried to hide Junko's identity, and not just once, but twice. The first time was during our latest investigation.
I got it!
Junko is number 14.
While I was in the AV room, watching the DVD of our interviews with the headmaster.
It wasn't just the mod or the DVD player itself it apparently turned off. Hey, the fur nerd, thank you for following, I hope you enjoy your stay. The DVD wasn't playing anymore. Right, yeah. Looks like it broke out of service. It just so happened to break just now. Now then, win doesn't matter. Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right?
You made sure I couldn't finish watching the video. And the reason you did that
is because someone's ass is near the goddamn end of it.
is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had to show up.
And if Makoto saw the real Junko, it would have been totally obvious that the Junko we met was an imposter.
That whole power outage thing was just a fluke!
No, it wasn't a fluke. The Mastermind definitely orchestrated that power outage. And that's not the only time they tried to hide Junko's identity. The Mastermind tried to cover up one other piece of evidence. This fucking bear! Yeah?
What? What do you want? What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? You're getting all riled up! That's impossible! That's impossible!
Be gone!
This should prove it. The video wasn't the only thing you tried to
I
cover up.
fucking love rhythm
Did the
games.
same thing with this group photo.
Uh-oh.
I noticed it just a little while ago, when we were all comparing the photos we'd gotten.
Hey, honk.
In all the photos, there's a certain similarity, an unusual circumstance.
What's so unusual about them?
The unusual circumstance common to all these pictures. Okay, that one's my favorite one, actually. It's like, what are the odds? Junko's face.
I got it! Junko's face. The one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face.
She gets
It's
Mike
hard to
Wazowski'd
believe
in
her
every
face
single
would just
one.
happen to be hidden in every single picture, don't you think? And on top of that, in this photo, you can see that Mukuro is clearly visible. So in other words, at that point, the two of them hadn't switched yet. With all that in mind, there's no doubt that the girl whose face is hidden here is the real Junko. Which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face. Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly revealed that the Junko in the pictures wasn't the Junko that we knew. Xanadu!
I believe everything
Xanadu.
Makoto said is true. Junko and Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she'd died. And the real Junko is still alive.
And she's the one behind this whole murderous situation. This killing game. She's the true mastermind and the ultimate despair. Xanadu times 2!
With this, the identity and the crimes of the mastermind have been exposed.
No, wait, hold on! Don't bother trying to deny it. There's no more room for debate. You don't have anywhere left to run. I'll prove everything, right now.
Get his ass! Okay. Closing argument fun times. Okay. Junko swapped, but Junko was actually Mukuro. Mukuro is killed. The body is then pulled out of the freezer. How fucked up to treat her like that, though. Knife stolen. Kyoko beats her ass. Plus, that's it. No, that's the killer trying to get away. Okay. Right, Mukuro's body. Who's Junko? Takes off the mask and places it on the corpse. Then everyone finds the body. Fucking don't go in that shot! God, she really does get fucking flung, doesn't she? Oh, Jesus Christ. The smoldering corpse. She lived? Oh, she was perfectly fine. She walks up and Aoi's like, oh, you survived! And then cuts to Byakuya's like, oh, you survived.
Here's exactly what happened. We met the ultimate fashionista, Junko and Oshima, right after we all arrived here. But that wasn't the real Junko.
Very Looney Tunes moment,
The
yeah.
girl we saw before us was actually the 16th student who had taken Junko's place.
Anybody
That
else would have
girl's
died.
name was Mukuro Ikusaba. But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma. In other words, the mastermind, Junko and Oshima.
I admittedly do just feel fucking awful for her there. Ah! Did I get that wrong? What is that? Is that the furnace or is that the? Oh my god! I see what I did. I fucked up. Okay, I see it. You wanna know something funny about Junko? Mukuro? In her free time events, you can actually get close to her. And these kind of fuck me up. I've actually been homeless before. When you're in that situation, you never know who wants to see you get hurt or who wants to hurt you. Ever since I was a kid, I've chased after my dream without ever getting sidetracked, but looking back, I'm kind of worried. I've decided to start looking around for a new dream, a new motivation. And that's about the time when she rose up against Junko, and then she was killed. So you can actually get to know Mukuro a little bit.
Here's exactly what happened. Her body was kept in a biolab, which had been converted into a morgue. Until Junko decided to put her body to use. Junko dragged the body out of the biolab, using the tarp to carry her to the garden. She fabricated the murder to try and frame Kyoko, who'd proven to be one big thorn in her side. Meanwhile, she wanted us all
You think
to think
Makoto's just
Mukuro
drawing
was
these
still
really
alive
fast and holding them
and
up?
hiding somewhere inside the school. So she put on a mask and then attacked me.
Honestly, he's just got an awesome imagination.
After making sure I'd gotten a good look at the mask, she left the room. Then she put the same mask on Mukuro's body. This was all to make us think the person who attacked me and the corpse were one and the same. She wanted us to believe the murder had only recently taken place. Finally, by strapping a bomb to the body, she was able to destroy any remaining evidence.
Air can
She needed to
compress.
hide the body's true
Be surprised.
identity. She had to make sure we didn't find out it was actually the same person we'd met in the beginning. This is the truth behind Mukuro's murder. And the one who carried it all out is the true mastermind. The one controlling Monokuma. The real Junko Enoshima.
That's such a cool shot.
That's the whole story behind this incident. Well, what do you have to say to that?
What? Are you broken again?
You can't get out of this, so don't even try.
Come on! It's time you finally revealed yourself!
It's not like you're an endangered species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
Give it up, Junko. The game's over.
Over?
Toko just going, we're going to kill you.
Did you really think the story would end once we reached the climax of the case? Wrong! There's still plenty more to go!
Oh god.
We have been waiting so very long for peasants like you to appear. If you swear your fealty to us, we will reward you with half of the entire world. We've even drawn up the deed already. We will grant you honor, status, in some of our home cooking. Have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
No thanks.
Oh, did you think I was being
That's not split
serious?
personality, that's just her
Sorry.
doing
I was
impressions.
just messing with you. It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play.
This is the mastermind. Oh no, you didn't, man. You did not stop like 20 minutes before
Anyway.
the end.
Looks like I've finally been set free. Having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day. It was like I was stuck in purgatory. Or like a slow suicide. I get bored so easy, you know?
Face!
Huh? What about my face? What's wrong with my beautiful face? People have told me I'm cuter than 100 chihuahuas combined.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen you.
No, I do remember seeing it. I'm sure I've seen her too somewhere. It was definitely before I got to school.
I got it! That's right. It was before I ever came to this school. I remember seeing a magazine cover. And you were on it.
Wow, you have a pretty good memory. I guess that's why you've made it this far, huh?
So I was right. Then what you told me in the main hall when this all began...
I've seen her on tons of magazine covers, but I feel like this one doesn't quite match up to reality. Huh? Oh, are you talking about my cover photos and junk? Oh, of course, this is totally photoshopped. Photoshopped. Yeah, you know, edited to hell and back with like computers and junk. Oh, so they aren't real.
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along. Wouldn't you agree?
That explains why she didn't quite seem the same, because she was a different person all along.
I'm me. And Mukuro is Mukuro. She tried her best. But there's just no way she could have passed as the ultimate fashionista. Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist.
I'm me, he says.
Not even if they're twins.
Twins!
I know, it's such a cliche, right? I'm almost embarrassed to admit it. So basically, Mukuro and I had your stereotypical twin relationship. The older sister, tough and proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister, smart and cute. That was...
Me! Junko fucking Enoshima! And together, we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair!
Whoa! She's a totally different person now!
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell! I even get fucking bored with myself! But if you're twins, why do you have different last names? Oh, that again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit? Maybe it's new to your dumb ass, but it bores me to tears. Answering the same questions over and over? Just make up whatever answer you want. I don't give a shit. The truth's fucking lame anyway.
But if she was your twin, that means you killed your own sister?
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. Ha! As if!
She's a bit nuts. A
I
little
suppose I'd better explain.
bit. A little bit.
For my plan to work, someone had to be able to control the killing game from behind the scenes. The so-called mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that. But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to perform such duties.
Her English voice is very fun, yes.
Because naturally, she turned out to be the letdown of the family.
Hey, Wriggles Angel, welcome to the Knoll Patrol. Hope you
Leaving
enjoy
me
your stay.
behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment.
Good evening.
So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me,
Oh, man.
but she would
Excuse
have
me.
been useless to me that way.
My spine. There
Besides,
you go.
15 students seemed like a solid number to start with. Of course, the fact that she was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem. She had what I call the three atrocities. Atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive. It was atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society. Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
And that's why you switched identities?
Sadly, Her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause. She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra unworthy of lines. Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away. Which is precisely why I killed her, to meet everyone's expectations.
If?
That can't be your only reason.
Never heard of it.
Well, no, of course not. I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
I've never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know?
You know?
If I planned everything out and knew just what was gonna happen, that'd be so boring. So, I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal. Just as I suspected. When Mukuro was killed, she must have been as surprised as anybody else.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the real
Figured it
Junko.
out? Well, you're right. There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance. But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
How can you talk like that? You sacrificed your own sister. How does that not even bother you?
What? I sacrificed her? That's what's got you so hot under the collar? Jeez, misunderstandings sure are scary. We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations. Nope. I felt despair as long as I could
Does the
remember.
tie keep getting longer and shorter, or am I going insane?
When I was born, I cried tears of total despair. So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill. We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything. We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live without regret.
Probably just listening to her is driving you insane. Probably.
You murdered your own sister and didn't think anything of it?
Wolf, get the
Not
bat.
true at all. We were twins. How could I not be sad? That's why it gets me so excited. Killing my precious sister with my own two hands. That act is filled with so much despair. You can't help but put a super in front of it. It's like super, 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 super despair. No, more than that. Super, 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 super despair. It just feels so good.
What the hell is wrong with you?
And my sister too. In that moment of death, I think she must have felt that despair. After all, to be murdered by your own sister, and only as an example to someone else, she must have died feeling such excruciating hopelessness. I'm so jealous of her. Super jealous.
I knew you couldn't be just some ordinary person. You're some kind of abnormality.
Turning your own despair into some kind of fetish. Abnormality doesn't even begin to describe it.
Like, Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts!
You're saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak, right? So I'm hopelessly attractive, hopelessly brilliant,
No.
hopelessly athletic. I'm the hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
No. I don't think there's anything perfect about anything you just said.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect. Because on top of everything else, he's got that noble blood.
Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
You still haven't figured that part out yet? Man, you guys are so slow! You haven't even
solved all the mysteries, and yet here you are, yapping away!
Are you talking about our memories?
You've already solved this mystery, right? I'm the killer, so how about the next one? Maybe you should solve the riddle of your missing memories. Then you can start gloating.
Damn straight, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to solve all these mysteries. And then, we'll have our victory!
I can't wait!
All right, then let's just get straight to the point. What memories did you steal from us?
When the group pictures were taken, and those interviews, it must mean... I got it! It must have something to do with our entrance exams.
No fair! At least give us a hint!
Your brains are like sponges, all drippy and leaky. I already gave you a hint before. All the memories you lost share something in common with a few other things. Do you recall?
Think back to what Monokuma's told us. The memories that were stolen from us and what they must be related to. The motives.
I got it! You're talking about the motives you provided to try and get us to kill each other, right?
Stretching. Yeah!
So you do remember after all. Well, I would hope you wouldn't forget something so important. It was stupid of me to even ask. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for my bad manners. So then, let me ask you another question. Did you notice that each motive I presented you had a specific theme to it?
A theme?
Yep, you got it. So that's my question to you all. When Sayaka was murdered, what was the theme of the motive I presented?
Oh. Monokuma gave us these DVDs. On my DVD was footage of my family. On Sayaka's was her and her friends. They had a dream they all shared. So the first motive we were given, it was human connections.
I got it! The driving force
Wispy?
behind the
Slightly.
motive you presented us with at that point was human connections.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Remember those DVDs I gave you guys? Each video showed the total destruction of your most important relationships.
Wait, slight crunch like my mic or slight crunch like my body?
Your family. For example, your friends.
Mike.
I ruined all those relationships and showed you the results. It was to motivate your desire to escape and kickstart your urge to kill. But still, what a cruel thing to do.
You're the one that did it!
Yes, well,
Okay, how about
I'm
now?
perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Okay! Time for the next question! So, what was the theme for the second motive?
The motive's theme was when we got those weird envelopes from Monokuma. Mine mentioned how I used to wet the bed. So the theme that time was the meaning of what? The past.
I got it! It was our past, right?
Yay! Makoto got it right again! That time, the theme was... embarrassing memories and secrets! Yeah! And the whole reason Mondo did what he did was to protect his secret.
So, how long do you plan on dragging this out?
Relax, relax. Okay, on to the next question. So, what was the motive for the third
42?
murder?
Huh? The theme for the third murder was, the reason Celeste turned to murder was she wanted to buy a European castle and live with a bunch of handsome men. The motive for murder was greed.
I got it! It was money, wasn't it? Greed.
Seek and destroy! Hell yeah, you got it again! Goddamn straight it was money! Celeste killed Hifumi and Taka for a little personal gain. Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction.
What's the point of all this? Why are you making us go through this case by case?
Don't Don't worry, sweet cheeks. Just one more to go.
Heck.
Now, can you tell me the motive behind crazy-ass Sakura's crazy-ass death?
The motive in the case of Sakura's death was it made that Sakura decide to kill herself. It had to do with Monokuma exposing Sakura's secret. The theme was betrayal.
I got it! In her case, it was betrayal.
Actually, no, not again.
Precisely. You see, once I revealed Sakura's betrayal, that led to everything that came afterwards.
Nope, still not
Anyway,
on.
It looks like you answered all of my questions
I'm quite awake.
correctly. How painfully delightful.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those questions now?
Relationships? Secrets? Money? Betrayal? These are all pretty standard motives, right? The most normal of normal. Totally middle of the road.
Mukuro was way cuter.
But of course,
Yeah.
those aren't the only motives that exist in this world. In fact, there are as many reasons to kill as there are people on Earth. They compel humans to kill each other, bringing despair to the world. This is what we refer to as the seed of despair.
Seed of despair?
Seed of despair?
Just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the seed of despair also needs nourishment. And that nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence of hope. Two sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line. Such is hope and despair.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours? Weren't we discussing our missing memories?
He's
Why
just
are you trying to change
fuming.
the subject?
I'd be sick of her
If you
too.
would listen, you would see I'm not changing the subject. We are discussing your memories. What I'm trying to say is, the seed of despair is closely tied to your own memories.
How so?
You see, by taking away your memories, I gave you hope.
Yeah, she's a fashionista.
Of
She can
course,
strike
that
poses.
hope merely existed to be consumed by despair.
How could taking away someone's memories give them hope?
And plus, you haven't given us any hope anyway!
Is that so? All you've been able to think about during your time here is how to escape, right? The mere fact that that's what you want proves I gave you hope.
What are you talking about?
If none of you wanted to escape this school, the killings never would have taken place. That is why we took your memories, so that you would have the desire to leave.
The only reason we want to leave is because you took our memories. Is that what you're saying?
Correctamundo!
Which means if we did have our memories, then we wouldn't want to leave. Do I understand that right?
What? Why the hell would having our memories make us not want to leave?
A most troubling thought, isn't it? But it's not enough. I want more distress, more despair. I put so much effort into creating hope in order to feed your despair and make it grow. So, just like Crazy Eddie slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you, let me give you a hint. Huh? Really?
Then hurry up and tell us.
Okie dokie. Like they say, seeing is believing. I'd like for you to see the outside world.
The outside
You
world.
mean the world beyond the school walls?
So something really did happen out there.
Now are you interested in what I have to say? You wanna see what's out there? Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! I wanna see too. See your faces sink into despair. Now then, open sesame! Behold, the world beyond the school walls! This is the outside world you've all been so anxious to claw your way back into.
Dangerous. The world has grown so very dangerous. That's what this means.
What are you talking about? None of this makes any sense!
What am I looking at?
This is a scene from a movie or something, right?
What you just saw, all of you should recognize it.
We should recognize it? What about it should we recognize? The whole thing is insane.
That world is locked away within the memories that were taken from you. If you can't remember, please just try. Do your best to try and recall.
Better kick your brain in the ass, because it's up to that gray lump whether you live or die. I don't remember ain't a fucking excuse no more, because now it's time for the final class trial!
Honestly, I kind of love this part.
Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened outside?
Want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering? Nobody can remember any...
Point!
No, that's wrong.
You can remember.
Actually, she might remember.
Who might remember?
The other Toko, Genocide Jack. The two of them share certain kinds of knowledge, but their memories aren't linked, right?
I see. If their memories are separate, then even if one personality's forgotten, there's a chance the other may still have those memories.
What do you say, Toko?
Are you telling me to swap places with her? No! Absolutely not! That'd be like forfeiting my entire identity!
Toko, you're the only one we can rely on now.
That was fast.
What's
it mean?
Friendly neighborhood serial killer!
Holy shit!
She just gave in like it was nothing.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Frame one.
I want to have it answered immediately. Do you know anything about this video?
Huh? What video?
The video that's playing right now.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm the mastermind.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
That's enough! Just look at the stupid screen!
Aye, aye, Roger, you got it, Captain.
It is the same VA, yes.
Well, does it look familiar?
I don't have all the details, but... Of course it does!
Then you remember all the stuff it's showing?
Of course I do!
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Then why didn't you say something earlier?
I only answer questions when someone bothers to ask me. I'm the quiet type, you know?
Oh my god, she's the worst liar in the world.
More importantly, if you really do remember, what is it?
Huh? What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
A tragedy?
Oh no! You seriously forgot? Maybe I can help you remember with a kiss.
Just answer the question. What happened out there?
Well, I can't really say if it happened or if it's still happening.
Why is that phrase coming up now?
Because it's all because of that event.
What is?
Hey, a little squad bag, thank you for following.
Serious? I'm talking about
Hope
the
you
way
enjoy
the
your
world
stay.
is now.
Is now?
The world's been destroyed, get it?
Destroyed?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Copy that, darling. Okay, so this big, awful, tragic event, they started just calling it the tragedy, happened about a year ago. It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the sight of it. I guess you could say what happened was man-made. But it was more on the level of a worldwide natural disaster. Either way, there's no doubt that it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. And as a result, in basically no time flat, the world turned out the way it did, and that's that.
That's all there is to it? Come on! There wasn't a single concrete description in there!
Well, it just so happens I don't know any of the specifics. Miss Moreau saw it all play out in real time, so why don't you ask her?
I do
We
like how
already
vague
did,
it
and
is,
she didn't
yeah.
know anything. That's why we're asking you.
Just makes you think how bad it really is out there.
I couldn't live up to Master's expectations! To die! This is the true tragedy!
Okay, that's enough of your little lover's quarrel. Whatever happened, it doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right? The end justifies the means. Everything serves the outcome. In other words, the world has ended. That's the important thing.
But how can the world just end? It's the world!
Calm down. It's okay. There's
Calm
no
down.
need to panic.
It's okay.
Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway. So the world ending isn't that big a deal.
Oh, come on. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Well, as long as we're being ridiculous, I have another ridiculous story to tell you. It's the story of the Togami Corporation, which has given Byakuya's life all its meaning.
Man.
What? What did you say?
I'm glad to see you took the bait. You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
Yeah?
Hey! So, what do you think happened to the Togami family?
Correct! Well done, peasant!
But I didn't say anything yet.
I just got so fucking bored waiting, I couldn't help it! Even if you're wrong, eventually you'll figure it out, right? Till then, you're just going in circles.
So, no matter what you pick,
Mercy,
you get the
Cardor.
right answer. Pretty innovative, don't you think?
But do you think it might be a disease? Getting bored so easy, I mean. Do you think I might be sick?
Anyway, like I was saying, Byakuya's entire lineage has been totally annihilated.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah,
I
space.
can confirm
Monkey?
that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives. The Togami name has perished.
Jeez.
Stop with these idiotic jokes!
Stop! And said with such authority. A peasant would dare challenge us? The avatar of divine punishment? You must learn your place, peasant. You are no longer the ultimate affluent progeny.
They couldn't possibly be gone! The Togami family is destined to guide the world!
Hell, there is no world anymore, remember? It got fucked a full year ago.
Hold on. That doesn't make any sense.
Huh? That don't make sense.
There's no way that happened a year ago. I mean, we only came to this school a few weeks ago. If some kind of world-ending event happened a year ago, Then how do you explain the totally normal world we were living in up till then?
Have you considered the possibility that you're mistaken about that?
Mistaken?
Well, if I'm understanding you right, it sounds like you think the tragedy happened a year before you arrived here.
Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just got here a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago?
Hey, listen. Hey, listen.
Ooh, I
Joker's
get it.
allowed to
You're
relax a
saying
little
that
bit.
what happened 2 years ago actually happened more recently, right?
Huh? 2 years ago?
Well, I mean, you guys all started attending Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
What the hell is this chick trying to say?
I understand why you'd have trouble accepting it, but in the end, you can't deny the truth. And the truth is, everything is cause and effect. Deny that, and you may as well give yourself up to God. So, you must surely understand all the hints I've given you so far, right? What are the memories I took from you?
Come now, answer us. Answer with all your heart and soul.
Surprise! You're in your 20s!
I just don't know.
Oh, except for you, you were already in your 20s. Still, we have to answer somehow. If we don't, everything ends right here. The memories that were stolen from us is what Junko says is true. First came here 2 years ago. But the rest of us will remember getting here within the last few weeks or so. So the memories she took from us...
I got it! If we accept that what you say is true, then we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years.
We can drink?
After
Nah,
coming
if they're
to
like
this school.
18, maybe 20, they still can't drink yet.
Nope. Nope. No. No.
Except for him.
I mean, no matter what anyone says,
Another correct answer. Well done, peasant.
Seriously? This routine again?
We've lost 2 years worth of memories?
That's right. You've already spent 2 full years here at Hope's Peak Academy. And that entire period of time is precisely what you've forgotten.
Is this drinking age in Japan
I don't
20?
remember the last 2
Oh,
years
shit.
of my life. That's not possible.
I want to think that too. I don't want to believe it. That's nothing but our desire. I don't want to believe it. I want it to be possible. Yasuhiro introduces him and he's like, yeah, I'm like 22. I got held back a few times. He got held back a lot.
Years worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
You've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything! Heck, I've never even gone to a single class!
This is all just surreal.
Plus, if 2 years have passed, how freaking old am I?
Addition.
Everyone's so conflicted.
That's a fucking scary wake-up call. Like, surprise, you all lost 2 years of your life.
2 years worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything! Heck, I've never even gone to a single...
Yes, you have.
No, he's wrong.
Hey, Joe.
Hiro, there's something
Good
I'd like you to
evening.
take a look at. This notebook right here.
Huh? Hey, why is my name written on it?
I found it in the locker room on the 2nd floor. If you don't mind, could you take a look inside?
Sure, whatever you want.
Hiro has a
I've never
mental
seen this
breakdown. No,
notebook
you're
before
wrong.
in my life.
Hey, he'll bounce back. He always does.
What
You'll forget he had a mental breakdown in like 5
kinda
minutes.
Similar. No, even more than that. This is absolutely my handwriting, without a doubt! But how is this? I don't remember ever writing in this thing! No way!
It looks like you actually did attend class here at Hope's Peak. But somehow, you forgot all about it.
Lies! It's all one big lie!
Not only regressed as a human being by 2 years, but also forced to kill all of your best friends you didn't even remember were your friends.
I don't want to believe it either.
All while betrayed by a
But
friend.
there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
And you're only now realizing they were.
And whose pocketbook is that?
It's mine. And the handwriting inside is also mine. There's no doubt about it. But just like Hiro, I have no memory of ever writing in it.
And the reason for that is the 2 years of missing memories?
After seeing all the evidence, do you have any choice but to acknowledge the truth?
This game's fucking depressing,
Just
also.
so desperately dark. The mystery's solved, but it's like a goddamn funeral in here. Shit, man! I've never been to a funeral. Hell yes!
2 years of school life. How many moments of blossoming youth have you missed out on? How many fun classes? How many school events? This was your chance to build lasting friendships, right? And on top of that, something tragically sad happened 1 year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Right before everyone's eyes, the world came crashing down.
Oops.
You absorbed all that despair. but
So many
then
people
you
dead.
forgot
9
it all.
people? About to make it 10.
And once you've forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourselves to this killing game. Oh, and there's one other thing. To be even more precise, the memories you all lost were...
Actually, never mind. I'm bored. Explaining stuff is boring.
What?
We are bored of this world. Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great things they'll do. But then they always fizzle out. This world is just so desperately fucking boring!
What are you talking about?
In a way, I'm jealous of all of you. To give yourself over so completely to such stimulating despair.
Yeah, so figure out the rest for yourselves! I'm sick of expositioning all this shit!
Hey, I don't want fanboy think you were following.
What?
Hope you enjoy your
Figure
stay.
out where your memories come apart. That's at the heart of all of this.
Where our memories come apart. Should you tell about the moment where we must have lost our memories? I can only think of one time just after I stepped foot in the main hall for the first time, and that was when I fainted.
I got it! The moment I lost my memories. I can't think of any time other than that day. When I first came to the gates of this school and stepped foot in the main hall. When I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Wow, you still have enough spirit to keep on talking,
I
huh?
love the way the game is framed to make it look like you just got knocked
So,
out
I
and
don't know
pulled
much
into
about
the building.
Details, but it seems like everyone remembers passing out,
But there's a
right?
2-year gap.
And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after that? I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom with my head on the desk. I assumed not much time had passed since I'd collapsed in the main hall.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone by.
The reason it felt so short was because our memories of the time in between had been completely removed.
You got it, honey! 2 years
It's
of
been
memories?
15 hours. Has it really? Oh,
Which
fuck.
means, of course,
When everyone met
At the
for the
end.
first time, it wasn't actually for the first time. Unaware of this fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other. But
But by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school. That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep, that's what they reveal. You were all such close friends. You spent 2 years together, and then you started killing each other. And it was all so you could escape into a world that's already been annihilated. What a terribly tragic tale. Even if you left now, there's nothing you could do to fix it.
You're the one who set things up to be like this.
I love you all so much.
Ugh.
What?
Once your school life here began, I thought about you constantly. It's only natural that I would fall in love.
So, since I love you guys so much, I'll tell you all about it. All about the idea we came up with as the ultimate despair. Our plan to bring despair to all mankind.
The ultimate despair, all mankind.
Let's go back in time 2 years, okay? Back to when everyone first came to this school. School life during that first year overflowed with hope and happiness. Oh boy, it was just the worst. Everyone was enjoying themselves so much. You were all having the time of your lives.
But that couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year. Because after that, an event unfolded that hammered a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end. And as you can imagine, the school was no exception. The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
What are you?
What do you mean?
The most tragic event in human history, and the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro. Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was none of those. How can I put it? It was more of an ideological thing. Despair is contagious, you know. It's almost like a natural phenomenon.
Infinite spreading depression.
Everyone is capable of it. And
100
now
line?
the
I
entire
don't know about that
world
one.
has fallen into despair.
Go play 100
In
line.
other words, if you see despair as the enemy, then your enemy is the world itself.
I just don't understand why.
We didn't ask you to try to understand. This was a tangent anyway, unrelated to the matter at hand.
Okay, so let's get back to the story. Hope's Peak had taken so much damage. You guys were the only survivors. The members of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy were the only ones left.
And then, something super neat happened! Now pay attention, because this is important, and I'm only gonna say it once! So guess what? To protect everyone who had survived, Hope's Peak was transformed into a
Oh,
shelter!
her royalty voice? Yeah.
That's right! It was transformed into a shelter! Ah, I said it twice!
Now, someone was responsible for that transformation, for creating what would eventually become your prison. Do any of you know who that might have been?
The one who turned Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolated us here. The Prime Minister.
I got it! Could only have been the headmaster of Hope's Peak
The
Academy.
deadpan one. I kind of like the deadpan one a lot.
He wanted to turn the school into a shelter to try and protect us. To protect us from the despair and tragedy taking place outside. That's why he asked us to make that promise. To say that we were willing to live in this school forever.
We believe he had something like that in mind, yes. If you, the collective hope of a new generation, could survive, maybe the world could have a fresh start.
Yeah, the headmaster put that much faith in you.
And because we had that same hope, that's why we all agreed to live here forever.
But creating the shelter
There's just so
was
much
also
plot at
his
the end.
single biggest mistake. It's laughable,
I
really.
love this
He was
visual,
the
though.
headmaster, but he had no idea. He had no idea that we, the ultimate despair, had already made our way into the school. So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe became a cage that made it impossible for you to escape despair. I have to say, it really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of time.
By the way, it was you yourselves who blocked off the windows, the doors, all the exits. Under the headmaster's direction, you all went about your work like obedient little sheep.
You mean we trapped ourselves in here?
And then you forgot all about it and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
Man.
Once you'd finished building your little shelter, it was time for me and Mukuro to get to work. And thus began the killing game.
Me and Mukuro had come here, spending the last 2 years waiting for that moment.
That moment where you all began killing each other served as the climax of our global despair plan.
And the only reason you survived the tragedy was so that you could be a part of it.
Only let us live? So we could go around killing each other? Is that what you're saying?
Christ.
Why? Why would you do that?
Because this was so much more than a simple high school deathmatch. Rather, it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
What are you saying?
Well, it would seem that there's a little bit left out there. A few souls unwilling to give up hope. So I thought I should show them, which is why
Well, why don't you tell me?
Hijacking the airwaves and displaying everything that happens inside the school across the world. Oh yeah, only 2 left. Alright. Sure.
Now I understand. You're
Normal
talking
mode is
about
drunk
you
sometimes.
hijacking the airwaves, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
What the fuck is easy mode for that
exactly
part?
what I'm talking about. To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol of hope.
That was the whole point of the ultimate despair. When I said climax, that was what I was talking about. The world watched as you fell into despair.
Spread
and
despair
began to
wire.
kill each
Watching the
other
last
one
of humanity
after
rip
another.
itself apart. Yeah.
Despair is as contagious as any disease. Any hope left turns to despair.
It's an evil fucking plot.
Isn't the power of television just amazing?
Hunger Games?
By the
No.
way, since we started broadcasting, a whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue you.
Hunger Games, no. Basically, the world had been so torn apart and so depressed, anybody who was still holding out or looking for hope basically took this shelter that was supposed to be a last bastion of hope for humanity and just watched them murder each other relentlessly. And try to make an event that was so televised across the world, that was so depressing, it would shatter the hopes of everyone around the world.
Are you serious?
But utilizing the heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds, I had no problem expelling them.
expelled them?
I have to thank you all.
Fuck.
They were a relentless bunch, refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world. But in the end, I was able to give them the final despair.
Yeah, that wasn't construction. That was people being gunned down.
Used us to bring despair to everyone in the outside world?
That was just people getting murdered outside.
They also gave you a second chance at life, right? So it's like, give and take.
Give and take? You're so full of shit!
And there's a reason I chose you guys to survive when all the other students were dropping like flies. I mean, we built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured classmates.
Sorry, that's a lie. I just figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So, does it make you feel utterly lost and hopeless? You solved the mystery, but despair at the truth, right?
Don't tell me. Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
And if we did, then what? Our final desire for creating this world of despair was so we could experience one last class trial.
No reason.
If you were bold enough to solve the mystery, only to discover that the truth was utterly hopeless, how would you react? What would you do?
See? Discovering the truth doesn't necessarily lead to a sense of hope.
Truth can be full of despair, too. Like right fucking now.
Truth full of despair. That's...
Not to mention, all those motives I talked about were totally meaningless. I mean, with the world having ended and all.
Meaningless? Then we've been murdering each other? For nothing?
And think about it. You chose to lock yourselves up here, then started murdering each other to get out.
We weren't just random strangers either. We were classmates. We'd spent 2 years together.
No, even I can't laugh at that.
We get it. We get it, okay? You're totally awesome, right? We get it already. So help us! I'll do anything! Just help me!
A peasant begging for his life? Oh, how delightful! We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
But I'm sorry to say, begging doesn't work on me. All I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against it. There's just no understanding it. No argument, no understanding. What better definition of ultimate despair could there be?
Wait, hold on. You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
Huh?
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen it for myself.
I fucking love Makoto.
So I don't acknowledge it. I don't accept it as the truth.
Until you see it with your own eyes, truth and falsehood overlap one another. In other words, you're not unlike Schrodinger's cat right now. Is that what you're saying? If so, what then?
Remember Rob Schrodinger's cat like 12 hours ago?
The truth until
You get a
can
biscuit.
Go outside and see for yourself? Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all goners for sure. Trust me, I'm not lying about any of this.
Well, even if it's all true, I refuse to give in. I refuse to lose to
King
you.
up on her, she still has the
For the
weapons.
sake of everyone you've
Don't forget.
Huh? Everyone I've killed? What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them.
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right direction.
And that's all it took for you to start killing each other. You're nothing but bloodthirsty animals.
Man.
That's why anyone was murdered here, peasant.
what you want about hope, but we're all creatures of instinct, right? Despair comes naturally.
Hell yes!
That's funny as shit!
No! This isn't just some game to us. It's murder! Plain and simple. You stole our memories, invented reasons for us to do it. You pushed us all into a corner. It's all your fault!
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you? That must be your hope, huh? But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter. We have to draw things to a close soon.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about that little rule, did you? Oh, and also, since this will be the last vote, I decided to change the rule.
Now I save.
What?
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished. If even one of you votes to punish hope, well then, I'll consider that a win for me and punish everyone on the side of hope.
It's just one person.
Prisoner's dilemma.
Oh, but don't worry. I won't be voting, of course.
Even if you don't, you've still got the upper hand in all this!
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
Oh, let me just mention one more thing. When I win to punish you guys, you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
You mean, we just...
We'd have to just live here?
She's saying she'll let us live.
If you're not happy with that, then go ahead and punish me. And make your way to the outside world.
Enter a world fallen from
Yes, we
grace,
showed the battle.
where only despair exists, where you'd likely be dead within a day.
What are you saying? So no matter what, we're doomed.
Wait a sec! I just got hit with an inspiration bomb! Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? The audience at home isn't gonna dig that at all! So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment!
What? You can't just...
Do you mean to say you'll execute one of us?
And I get to decide who's gonna have to suck it down! Makoto, you're up!
Christ.
Me? Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
So let me make this clear. Everyone has two choices in front of them. If a single person votes for hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
It's fucked up.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
What I'm saying is, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
What? Has your resolve softened? Have you lost confidence? Are you afraid of being punished? Don't you have faith in your friends?
No, that's not it.
It's okay. You're right to be afraid. It would seem all of those around you have realized the futility of going against me.
Jeez.
Guys? It's so beautiful. Your lovely faces, eroded by despair, have come together as one.
Besides, Yoko, you could never betray your father, could you?
What?
I mean, the headmaster's only wish was that all of you would survive, right?
Oops. It'll be.
That's why he tried to trap you all here after all. The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's wishes.
Kyoko!
One person's despair is enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
So, who do you think's gonna give in? Whose despair is gonna sign your death warrant?
No one. Nobody's gonna give in to despair! We're not gonna lose to you!
So boring. Stubborn till the very end, huh? Well, that's fine. Then let's just hurry up and get it over with. It's time for the final vote. Everything will come to an end. Your stupid hope.
And your stupid life.
The final vote. This is it, the ultimate confrontation. Save again! I have to show everyone, I have to make them remember. I have to convince them not to give up. To live in despair. That's not really living at all. No, your friendship levels just help you in combat. Or debating. Debate combat.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
Hope!
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
Wake up!
Don't lose hope now.
All my fortune-telling senses are telling me not to leave this place. But to live means moving forward, right? So even if it's hard, even if we're scared, we don't have any choice, do we? I want to keep on living. I want to open the next door. There must be something new waiting for me. So that's why, no matter what, I need to get out of here. The whole fortune-telling thing doesn't matter anymore. What matters is my own gut feelings.
Damn.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
Just like Undertale,
If I were to die,
hope is a lot like determination,
that would
you'll
be
see.
the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Don't lose hope now.
I've been thinking about all this. And I was thinking, at a time like this, what would Sakura do? You only get stronger by taking adversity by the horns. Confront that thorny path with enthusiasm. That sounds like something she'd say, right? No. I think that's definitely what she'd say. Which is why yeah! I've made up my mind!
I love these characters.
We won't give up.
Genuinely.
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's
Hey,
Peak Academy.
welcome back in.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Say whatever you want. I've made my decision.
If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
Meh.
Don't lose hope now.
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more interesting.
Meh.
Actually, I may not look like it, but I always hated school. Hell, no matter how I look, still hate it. Oh, but no matter what, Master has to come along with us.
We
Okay,
won't
not what I
give
was
up.
looking for, but she has the spirit.
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die,
That would be the end. By the way, the only reason is thanks to the air. Say whatever you want if I die.
in other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
I can keep on living as long as I have my master's love!
Good enough.
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
Don't lose hope now!
What's the matter? You're not actually trying to encourage me, are you? Ridiculous. It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair. But don't misunderstand me. I couldn't care in the slightest what happens to you. I just have to keep my word. I swore I would end the life of the mastermind. Besides, the Togami family isn't dead, because I'm still alive. So until I can restore the Togami family and bring it greater glory than it's ever known,
Massive
won't give
tsundere.
up.
Oh, the music!
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Say whatever you want. I've made my decision.
If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
I can keep on living as long as I have my master's love!
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
I already said I would claim the mastermind's life, by whatever means necessary.
So, what are you gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
Kyoko!
Don't lose hope now!
I didn't really know my father, so I can't pretend to know what he was thinking. But even if we're just connected by blood, there's one thing I am sure of. He would never want us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here. I can't explain why exactly. But if I'm sure of anything, I'm sure of that. Just because we don't actually know anything, does that mean we can't understand? Could it be that... No, never mind. So, Makoto, I don't think you wound up at this school because you had good luck or bad luck. I think you came here for a different reason entirely. You came here to bring down the ultimate despair. You came here to confront despair without ever giving up. And if that's true, I think we could call you the ultimate hope. What do you think?
What the hell are you? So uncool. Your stupid faces, the stupid things you've said, the stupid way you all treat each other. It's all so uncool, so unhip. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Lame, 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 lame!
I'm not any kind of lead anything. Hope isn't a talent you develop, but still. But I still.
You suck! What do you want? So uncool! You dare to stand against us! Hope is a joke! Who are you? Your idiocy ends me. You're gross! You suffer from despair! I just love despair! You suck! What do you want? So
joke. Who are you?
Would you like to die?
You're gross. Suffer from despair.
Whoa!
Despair into tomorrow.
Hope keeps on going.
The ultimate hope!
I refuse to give up. I refuse to get bored. I refuse to throw it all away. I refuse to despair. Because all I have going for me is the desire to keep moving forward.
What's
Hope
going on?
and this gun I found.
What's happening?
Hell yeah. Yeah, that 1B. Is that the only B I've gotten all game? What the fuck was that?
It looks like we've reached the end. I think it may be time to vote.
We just gotta pull the lever, right?
Good. I'm ready to go.
Let's put an end to these trials.
Was that where
Put an
Shiro
end to the
blocked my
killing
shot? It might have been.
with our own hands.
Hell yeah. Got all the gray icons too for this. Time to play through the game and get a flawless all-A run? I'm good.
The hell?
Indeed.
You've lost, Junko.
I lost?
I lost me? No way.
Well, that's just...
It can't be. Still don't accept it? Even the ultimate despair herself is vulnerable to the onslaught of despair, it would seem.
What the heck?
But there's no use trying to fight it now.
Well, that's just... totally the best!
Oh god. Oh,
So this is despair.
we came to the school 2 years ago, created our incredibly detailed plan. I even killed my own sister for it.
And now I...
To come this far and fail at the very end.
True despair.
It's the most ultimate despair. What are you talking about?
And now I...
Don't you see, I was so hopelessly desperate, I was bored of the world the moment I was born. That's why I've been looking forward to this so desperately, this once-in-a-lifetime experience. It's my first and last colossal despair here at the moment of death. I had the chance to taste the highest grade despair, the utter failure of my dreams.
True despair.
I am so hopelessly happy right now.
Huh?
Is she enjoying this?
Anyway,
So are you prepared to admit defeat? You think I care whether I win or lost? Either way, it doesn't change a thing.
Totally the best!
Outside is only despair, inside is only despair. No matter where you go, despair awaits you. That's not true.
Not possible.
You're wrong.
Don't make me repeat myself.
Let me tell you this right now, we no longer fear despair.
Okay.
Because we decide to enter the outside world with hope. Makoto totally seduced us over to his side. Everyone!
hey,
You said that despair is as contagious as any disease.
however,
But the same is true of hope. All you have to do is look at us to see how true that is. Kyoko!
No.
Stop it, I hate those faces you're making. To see those awful looks cause me nothing but pain.
There's one last thing.
If you guys want to get all hung up on the word hope, that's no skin off my nose. But just be warned. From this point on, one despair after another will stand in your way. No matter where you run, no matter where you hide. Maybe you'll find some hope, but there's a very fine line dividing that hope from bitter despair. Knowing that, you still plan to cling to your hope. Of course, because we...
It's fine.
Shut up, Chef, that's a rhetorical question. You interrupted my monologue. I'm almost done, though, so whatever. Because it's almost punishment time, right?
it can't be.
Do you really intend to go through with this? That was the agreement, right? Hold on. It's not like I want you to die, you don't have to.
Stop it!
Nani?
How many times do I have to tell you?
The act of living brings me no hope at all. All I want now is to taste that despair of death that you only get once in life, so...
Don't get in my way!
God.
So this is how the despair of death feels. It's so wonderful! Even a tenth of this despair, even 100th. I want every last soul on this planet to taste such despair. I want the entire world to die with that despair in its mouth. Okay, let's do this. I've reserved an extra special punishment for last. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Oh, this just walks off with him. Girl's got issues? It's putting it lightly. God, that's right. I forgot. I actually forgot her execution. God. Christ. Emergency override. And that's how everything came to an end. The final class trial, Junko Enoshima, the ultimate despair. Life at Hope's Peak Academy. It was all over. The Miku-san that represents punishment? Yeah. Alright. Epilogue. But even after saying it was all over, it's not like the building exploded or collapsed in on itself or anything. It wasn't the kind of ending waiting for us. Nothing changed. Well, with one exception. The air purifiers turned off. Just like Junko said, they shut off immediately. That was the only difference. Miku-san references this? Yeah, the Danganropa fanbase is huge. Granted, only about 5% of the fanbase actually played the game, but it's pretty huge. We left the courtroom and made our way to the main hall. We stood in front of the door, nobody made a sound. I felt almost absent-minded. This was our epilogue before the final ending. We were stuck there in limbo, unmoving, unsure. Also, Makoto was blonde for some reason, but it was probably the lighting. But, in the end... Oh, take care, Ruby. Have a good day.
Hey.
We can't just stand around like this forever. At some point, we need to leave. To nobody's surprise, it was Kyoko who broke the silence.
Makoto.
Would you do the honors? Okay. As if awakened by... Oh, you want to see a funny bug? Makoto's report card glitches and they didn't take it out of the remaster. It's not supposed to say ultimate despair. It's supposed to be updated on Junko, but it's on Makoto. It never got removed. Hey, take care, Miximon. Hope your work goes well. Up until the moment of her death, it had belonged to Junko. And in the end, she dropped it before us.
So,
But is that really it? Is that really the key to the storm?
Indeed.
You don't have to read into what she said too much to find the answer.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
It's not a bug, it is a bug. He's supposed to still be Ultimate Lucky, and Junko's is supposed to change his Ultimate Despair, but for some reason it goes into the first slot, so it hits him. He's supposed to still be the Ultimate Lucky. He basically just, like, went Super Saiyan for that moment and was the Ultimate Hope, but he goes right back to being Ultimate Lucky after.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
In other words,
I will force you out. She said that just before dropping that. It makes sense that it would be our way out of here.
But...
You never know. Maybe it's actually a switch that's going to make the school self-destruct. I mean, Junko never said specifically that she'll let us leave here alive.
it's true.
You may be right about that. Maybe.
Yes.
But even so, it's impossible to think we wouldn't take our chances with it. I guess that's true. There's nothing to worry about.
My beautiful scissors!
If something ever happened to Master, I'd take my scissors and jam him up so far. Where's the courtroom? Where's the mastermind? Oh, God! Oh, it's all over. We're just about to leave. We can go outside? That means me and Master can get married. And then he'll give me a little jewel of a baby.
That's enough.
Please stop. That'd be a greater horror than anything I've encountered so far.
Anyway,
And don't worry, I have no doubt that we'll be able to leave here without a problem.
But...
If what happens after we get out that I'm worried about, how about you know, in the end, I think part of me still thinks
You're serious?
maybe when we get out there, we'll see that everything she said about the world was a lie. I think because his entire lineage is dead, I don't think he's going to do the 15 baby thing. Down on the other side of this door is a world as peaceful as we remember. It's not even like an alternate timeline she dies, it's just Makoto having a fever dream. A lie, peaceful as we remember. Well, no matter what it looks like, it's still our world. It's where we're meant to live. Yeah, I guess so. Count it as that, uh-huh. And how do I put this? Unlike this scroll, the world is really big, right? Since it's so big, I'm sure there must be some despair no matter what. But there also has to be lots of hope, right?
in other words,
The act of searching for hope to try and find it, that by itself is the true meaning of hope. As long as you have that hope, you can keep moving forward no matter what trouble you may fall into.
am I wrong?
Is that what you mean, Makoto? I forgot, do I have that as an evidence? No, it's gone now, never mind. Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. I don't need any of you to spell that out for me. You know, Junko mentioned that there were still others out there who hadn't cast away hope just yet. Maybe I should find them and make them work for me. To rebuild the world, we must first rebuild the Togami dynasty. I'll go with you, I'll follow you anywhere you want to go.
You got it.
Well, my first stop's gonna be the closest donut shop. I can figure out the rest from there.
Hey.
And what are you gonna do if there are no more donut shops or donuts?
Okay.
I'll just get some flour and make some myself, and if there's no flour, I'll just grow some wheat. I get it now. If there's no road, you just gotta build one. Creation. Fate is telling me to remake the world.
Could it be?
That's my hope.
How about that?
I've reached the next stage. The next chapter of Yasuhiro Hagakure's life story is about to begin.
Woo!
Hey, and you don't owe people money anymore, probably.
Ooh.
Hey, personal space buddy, you're seriously creeping me out.
Makoto,
Even if everyone in the outside world is gone, even if the world's steeped in despair, as long as I have people like you around, I can face forward and keep moving. If we can get out there and do something, have some sort of impact, what can we do? There's so few of us and we're so small, so what can we do? Now we can probably do anything. Yeah, we can do anything.
Well, I guess this is goodbye. And goodbye to Sakura. But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
Hey guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know. I'll be there.
You know how much I hate being annoyed, but if something does come up, you may as well let me know. I can't guarantee I'll actually bother listening, but, you know.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing. I might be able to pull it off. A story about Master and me, and the others, I guess.
I can't say I'm sorry about what happened, but still, it does feel kind of strange.
I really don't know what to say. I guess we graduated?
Looks like hope really is spreading. As long as I never give up, I have to push even harder. I'm going to keep moving forward with hope in my heart. Since I have hope, I can show courage. Since I have hope, I can move ahead. The world can move ahead. The door began to open. With my hands, with our hands, hope and despair mingled together, opening the door to the future. I love how very deliberately menacing that ending is, too. Danganropa! Oh, man. Stretching. Ugh. Yes, Wolf, that's a secret ending that you spilled the beans of earlier. I was planning on. But, I'm gonna wait for the credits to roll. Oh, man. Ah, my arms. I still really like this game. There's some weaker points to this. You did, huh? Yeah, earlier on. Is it past your bedtime? How about your bedtime, huh? And actually, no, I don't go to bed yet. Oh, wait. Yes, I do. Fine. It's a good game. The first, it's definitely like, it starts out rough. Like, the first case is fun, kinda. It's kinda like dead simple, and if you accidentally catch the 11307 thing, you're just kinda staring at the screen like, ah. That one's alright. Second case is okay, as well for the most part. It's alright. Third case, I actually don't hate the third case. I think the third case is fun. Oh, man. Oh, man. Third case is fun, even though I feel like it really wastes a character. You know, the one. The fourth case, still really fucking good. I still think it's one of the best ones in the series. I'll die on that hill. 5 is kind of just a setup for 6. I almost consider 5 and 6 the same fucking thing, honestly. 5 and 6 was like... I like 6 feels like it goes on for a very long time, but like it kind of needs to, because like it's not like it's just reiterating plot. No, it really has that much plot to it. Plus I like the reveal of Junko and everything. I'd say like overall I still like this game a lot. I do think 2 and 3 are a lot better than this one. I don't know, revisiting the first Danganropa after like, oh god, 14, 13 years. Yeah, I still like this a lot. I'd still say it's like a classic. I'd still say it's deserving of that. Oh man, 5 is Sakura. No, 4 was Sakura. 5 was the fake out. 5 was the trap. Oh man. We'll take grad photos. Grad photos in the apocalypse. Made it very hard to localize. Oh, this game's a little bit of a localization nightmare. But you know. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, I really do enjoy this game. I don't really think I have much. I pretty much said my thoughts all the way throughout the whole damn thing. But I really enjoy. I couldn't put it down. Again, honestly, picking it back up, I really just had a lot of damn fun with this. I even went down and got all the damn extra events and shit. 2 is my favorite still. 2 is a good fucking sequel. And V3, I adore, personally. Also, I didn't get filtered. I enjoy V3 a lot. We'll get to that hill when we get there, though. But I really, really like the characters in that one. English VA and the other 2 games are much better, too. I've never played these games with English VAs. Oh, man. Well, you're still going? Yeah. Can't wait for 2. I can't wait to hear Makoto's voice actor as another character. Immediately. And then just getting freaked out by it the whole time. Actually, is it the same VA for English? Oh, man. My boy. It is good. Who's my favorite character in 2? It's a cross. It's kind of. I'm a basic bitch. Chiaki and Nagito. Those are my favorites. I'm a basic bitch. I like them both a lot. Oh man. 3 is very divisive. 3 I like to consider the almighty filter. But I'll explain that way more when we get there. When we get to V3. Ah. Oh man. One thing I really like about, I've been playing 100 Lime recently, and it reflects a lot of the themes in Danganropa 1, 2, and V3. I've been really enjoying that a lot. Oh man. Some people misunderstand V3. Some. Oh man. Sorry, I did the thing. Oh, Volpez, you're fine. Oh, you're fine, Volp. You don't gotta apologize for anything. I do hope you have a very good night, though, bud.
Interesting. Things are getting very interesting indeed. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not a teddy bear. I am Monokuma. And I am this school's headmaster.
Fucking dork. Easter egg. Oh my god. Alright. Okay. It's like that last scene's canon, right? Yeah, you too. Alright. It just saved, I assume. Can I save from this menu? No, I need to like actually have a save to load, don't I? I don't actually know if that counts as a save. Does it? Yes, thank God. Okay, it did. Okay, thank God. All right. I was gonna yell if you fucked up the save again. Listen. Okay. All right. Again? Wait for it. Boom, 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 boom. What? That's not what I'm looking for. Dun, 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 dun. Ba, 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 da, da, da. You've gotta be kidding. That was a 5.4% chance. You've gotta be kidding me. I'm going to kill you. Working on it. Working on it. I am not amused. I'm at 98.28%, by the way. Good, gotta get a lot of these. Last one! Fuck you! Last one! Ultimate luck! Fuck you! Now I hear shit! Pain in my ass! Pain in my ass. Hold on 1 second. Okay, calling the gotcha police on you. What? My last coin gave me what I needed? So what was that? The requirement. So what that does is when you beat the game, you have a chance of getting a button. The button is the 90-second item that is in there. The button allows you to go to the... Oh god, do I have to pay to unlock it? I wonder. I hope not. I better not. Oh, where is it? It's not that. It's not that. It's not event, it's video. Movie gallery? Oh my god, you're kidding me. Hold on. You're fucking kidding me. 1 sec. I know what to do. I grinded the shit out of this game earlier. You don't understand. You don't understand the links I went through. Okay. You don't know what I'm capable of. So, you can find the button early on Oh yeah, Yasuhiro from the demo, right? And if you have the button, you unlock this. That's all it is. That's all that is. It's considered the extra ending, but that's literally all it is. The idea is you pull the thing out immediately and you all just fucking run. That's it. I think it was originally supposed to be a bigger ending, but they wound up not doing anything with it, so they just threw in the buttons so that we could have that little extra cutscene. That's it. That's all it is. Kinda lame, kinda underwhelming. But yeah, that is the third ending, technically. Oh, man. Oh, man. Ugh. Stretching. Underwhelming? Yeah, but eh. Now the anime? Eh, maybe. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh, man. Sorry, I'm rubbing my eyeballs right now. I've realized I've been awake for 15.5 hours. Okay. But will he sleep? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, for the record, yeah, something that was mentioned before is that every character was treated as if they could be a murderer. And fuck me, I don't know if there's like descriptions of any of them anywhere, but I have the names for them. Wasn't the hold on. Cut executions. Yeah, the unused executions from Danganropa 1. But they were all gonna have one. What was that always called? Aoi's was called Water Illusion Show. Byakuya's was called Human Disqualification. Shishiro's was Super Fujisaki Bros. Ifumi's was Kiwatsukete Bukohime Dai Kaiju Shinkoi. Kiyotaka's... and in a manga that's based off the one where Hiro dies, one of them is even shown off. Oh, no shit. Kiyotaka's was Prime Minister Ishimaru Kiyotaka's inaugural parade. That sounds awful. Sakura's was deciding match of the whole galaxy. Sayaka's was Mizuno Sayaka's final performance. Toko's was first kiss prank. And Yasuhiro's was quiz time. I heard there's a chance of 30%. Yeah, the characters were originally made to, like, all be possible of them being murderers. So there's like a fan book that actually has like descriptions of all of them. Is one for Makoto? He has one in game. He already does. That's the one where he gets bailed and gets saved by Alter Ego. Yeah, the squishing machine. First kiss prank sounds fucked. Yeah. This all canon? Oh no, of course not. It's not. It's just a what-if thing from a fan book. That's all it is. Oh, man. As for Kyoko, I'd say, yeah, but it's also considered Makoto, so Makoto doesn't have an extra one. And does Kyoko have another one? No. Kyoko and Makoto's are both considered the slamming machine. Oh, man. First kiss prank is just Until Dawn. Yeah. Makoto had another execution where he was in a magic box with stabbed with swords. I'm not seeing that anywhere. Well, is it supposed to be like based off luck, something like that? Could just be not, just bleh. It might just not be on the side I've seen. He did, I remember that. Really? Let's see if I can find that, I'm curious. Makoto's unused execution. Is that official? Is there official art of that? Is that official art? "100 swords. Naegi is put into a large barrel and Monokuma closes the lid. When he was about to escape, a sword came in from the exterior and grazes his face. While Naegi was shocked with fear, more and more swords are thrust into the barrel. The barrel is wobbling on the beginning, but after a number of swords, it stops moving. Monokuma peeks in the barrel and closes it hastily. He runs away and the screen blacks out." Sick. The Makoto one might also be fan-made. If it's fan-made, that's really good art. That's really, really good art if that's fan-made. That's really well done. Oh, man. Yeah, I've never heard of that one. Oh, my neck. I always thought his was just considered the slamming machine. If that is fan-made, that's really well done. Dum-ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-bum. Oh, man. But yeah, I think, like, you know, honestly, yeah, I really do like Danganronpa. It was nice revisiting this. I may have to revisit the sequel soon. Also, Ben Rose, thank you for following. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Welcome on in. Someone fan-made tacos, I've heard that. I'm not going to talk about Danganronpa's 2s because I don't want to spoil Danganronpa 2. Oh, man. But yeah, I think, and this is just a hunch, after about almost 16 hours. Better revisit that bed soon? No, you. I think now might not be a bad time to call it. So, I'd be so down if you just played 2. I might. It's tempting. I'll say that. So, hey, if you want to know the next time I go live, which is every night unless I say otherwise, I don't know if I'll go live tonight, but we'll see. We'll see. But hey, I have a Bluesky. If you want to know when I go live, I post there. Go whoop at Bluesky. What did I do? How did I do that? That's not what I wanted to do. I'm tired. There you go. There's my actual Bluesky link. I don't know what the fuck that was. But let's see. Spacey's much too tired. Listen. Just a little bit. What's a raid Yeah, there we go. Alright, give me a raid message. Not anything spoilery, though, because... Oh, yeah. Another note. Do not spoil going in. Alright? No spoilers going in. Oh, man. Find that at Junko's, take coffee. I will. No, that's wrong. Here, sure, we'll do this. We'll do this for the raid message. If you don't have my emotes, feel free to use anybody else's. Let's go raid Kaz. Let's go say hi. Oh, man. But hey, again, thank you again for sticking around with me through Danganronpa. I adore this game. It was nice coming back to it. It's definitely nice seeing where the writer improved, like, over time, because I do think the next few games are written much better. And if you haven't played 100 Line, Last Defense Academy, you really fucking need to, because it's so good. So fucking good. Like, genuinely, that is going to go down as, like, one of my favorite RPGs of all time. I'm having a blast with it. This game been very long, very awesome again. Glad you like it. That one seems amazing. Got the demo, going to give it a good go now. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, there's a free demo. You can go play that too. Say that name again. No, I'm too lazy. It's called the 100 Line Last Defense Academy. Oh, man. But hey, y'all have a good day. Y'all have a good night. I'm going to probably shove some food in my face, throw my ass in a shower, go lay down, and watch a movie in a few hours, because that's actually what I was planning to do today. So, be good. Stay out of trouble. Take care. I'll see about doing Danganronpa 2 soon. And I will see you then. Have a good day. And have a dang good evening. Goodbye. And goodbye.